Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the FIA Karting European Championships. It is the final round for the OK and OKJ categories, and also don't forget the Academy class that will be racing this weekend at the beautiful Cremona circuit in northern Italy. Created in 2015, updated in 2019, it lies in the north of the country, an absolutely fabulous part of the region, flat farmlands as far as the eye can see, and this circuit has certainly hosted several impressive events over the years, with the KZ and KZ2 with Academy rounds in June of 2022 as well. Champions of the Future only 2 weeks ago, and this weekend hosting the final round of the FIA Karting European Championships for OK and OKJ. The track itself, 1,210 metres, 8 to 10 metres wide around the course of the track. 16 corners in total, and some of them are very, very tight, twisty and technical. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Guillaume Alvarez in the commentary box. Guillaume, very much looking forward to the course of this weekend. Busy day of racing we've got throughout today. Lots of qualifying heats. Tomorrow, though, is going to be an exciting one. We crown a European champion.
Buongiorno a tutti. Yes, indeed, a fantastic weekend ahead of us. It was a busy day yesterday with a qualifying practice and 12 races for both the OK and the OK Junior class. Our pleasure to be here at your side, everybody. Thank you once again for tuning in on FIAKarting.com, Motorsport TV, on social media. We got you covered once again for the big finale of this year's European Championship for direct drive classes. As you can see, the sun is shining. It's been hot ever since we stepped into that beautiful part of northern Italy, appearing for the second season running in the FIA Karting calendar, just nearby the small and beautiful village of San Martino del Lago, not far from the cities of Cremona, Parma and Milano, and close to the center of the karting world, so Gala Karting and all the Italian karting factories and big teams surrounding the track. Not far from here, 1 hour on the road from really that epicenter of the world of the sport that we love. Cremona, as you can see, a beautiful display of history as well. We have the car and the motorbike track by our side. The Cartodromo is buzzing with activity, and we're gonna start 24 races today, starting with the Academy Trophy and the first qualifying race of the weekend. And the young man that's gonna be starting on pole position, his name is Ugo Marti. We caught up with him yesterday. Ugo Marti, the Academy Trophy last round of the season is underway in Cremona, and you did a pretty impressive job in qualifying. Be one of your group that puts you in the ideal position for the qualifying heats.
Yeah, I didn't expect the pole position because I think my lap it wasn't the best, but at the end I have taken the pole position of my group, and I'm very happy with this result.
Starting from pole is always one thing, that's the first step, but qualifying this weekend, that's another thing certainly, because the level of the competition is high in the Academy Trophy. So what do you think you can achieve in Cremona on this track?
My objective is to win, because if I win I will have more possibilities to take the title and then see what Max Walton do.
Yeah, you are close on points for the title fight, so there's 3 of you with still chances this weekend. The track, up to your liking, the layout, what can you tell us about it? Technical, twisty, but fast?
I think it's a little bit fast, but also very technical, this track, and I think I like it a lot, and I'm very comfortable in this track.
Fantastic, bravo, thank you very much, and good luck for this weekend.
Calm and comfortable then, says Ugo Marti. Like you say, starts this one on the front row, on pole position, second in the championship. He certainly has got his work cut out. Those 75 championship points has Ugo Marti. Max Walton with the 90. Ugo Marti, if he does score maximum points here, Max Walton will have to score at least a minimum of 41 championship points to defend his top spot on this one. But Max Walton has certainly got his work ahead of him on this one, because he starts on the 5th row in P9 for his heat. So certainly is going to be a challenge. Here we go then, karts fire up, and the first race of the day is going to kickstart. It is the Academy qualifying heat B and D. Here is how they will line up then for their first race of the weekend. Ugo Marti and Bennett Gasper go from the front row. Bennett Gasper currently 24th in the championship. He has not scored a single championship point so far this year. Can he do that this weekend? Marcus Schilkunis and Harry Bartel Bartel, they go from row 2. Lorenzo Campos and Vasilios Apostolidis go from row 3, rounding out the top 6. Lisa Billard and Alexander Uznim go from row 4. Uznim, also 22nd in the championship, will have a good result this weekend if he can score some points. Apo Timonen and Benjamin Jamgaard round out the top 5 rows and the top 10.
Then we have on row number 6, Marius Barberg and Zayan Elmo Mossani. Then we have Andre Adekan and Kimi Fentrozia, followed by Thomas Gomez, Laura Bubenova, Kyle Mikalev, as well as Shane Chandaria, Garcia Cranham, and Tiziano Antola. 20 drivers on the grid, 20 on track as well. 10 laps to go through for that first qualifying heat of the day for the Academy Trophy. We're going to have the Academy on 2 occasions, twice this morning and twice after the lunch break. Oh, and someone already, the 540, in trouble, unfortunately. And that's Vasilos Apostolidis, the Greek driver, quite an unfortunate turn of event already. Mechanical trouble by the look of it for the young driver that was so fast at the last round. You might remember that in Denmark. He was certainly one of the guys to keep an eye on. He was leading the way after the qualifying heats in Rugby, and this time around, he won't even get to start his first race of the weekend.
Yeah, that's a big shame because he scored no points at the first round in the Czech Republic and maximum points actually at Rugby at round 2. And so far, his start for this one is not going to go his way. But the rest of the grid still continues as they line themselves up now in towards the tram lines. The first race of the day. Is it going to be a clean start? First time of asking. Yes, it is. Lights go out and down in towards turn 1 they go. Great start from the inside line. Great start from Marty. He holds on to that inside line as Bennett Gasper dips in to that inside and tries to hold on to second place as they go through. That's Bartel. Bartel up into 3rd place already. Brilliant racing result for him so far. He's had a good start then. 1 position gained as the rest of the field go through. Very close, very twisty, but everyone through the first sector cleanly.
Everybody well into that opening lap of 10 into the first qualifying race. Watch out for some of the moves in turn of 8. This is the hairpin and one of the favorite spots of the drivers this weekend. We had some good driving skills by one of them actually making his way up to P3 onto the curb into turn number 3. A twisty, challenging track here, 16 turns as we said to go through, and the last part of the track certainly one to keep an eye on. Into the last corner and a couple of drivers touching wheels, trying to find a racing line. Here we come as drivers make their way back onto the start finish straight. Ugo Marti kept the lead from pole position from Bennett Gaspar. Lorenzo Campos making his way up to 3. Then we have Marcas Silcunas, Lisa Biard climbing 2 places already, the young French driver. In front of Adre Andekin, Alexander Ansim, and P8 we do have Zain Elmo Mossani, who climbed 4 places in front of Thomas Gomez and Laura Bubenova climbing as well the field, 6 places up.
Lorenzo Campos seeing a warning flag. Remember in the FIA events, the FIA events, that does not come with a 5-second time penalty, so they are okay with that one, but it's still a warning flag is no good. Drivers will have to be careful of that one. Laura Bubenova also receiving that as well. So clearly a very interesting first opening lap as we are starting to see changes here. And actually we're starting to see Lorenzo Campos here starting to close in on the leading 2 drivers. Marty leading the way from Gasper. Campos still there in 3rd place as he is now dropping Marcus Silcunas. Silcunas was actually one of the favourites going into this weekend to potentially do very well in terms of the points. But right now in free practice, he's right there. He's been in that 4th place spot. He is looking strong, though. Keep a close eye on him. But Hugo Marti is doing exactly what he needs to do here to try and get away with maximum points over the course of this weekend, because he does need to get maximum points. It is a big gap that they've got. And Max Walton is certainly going to have a challenge ahead of him on this one, but it's so close in the championship. Only 2 point scoring opportunities to go, and the academy class, they don't get a lot of track time compared to the rest of the grids that we have here. They certainly have to work for it. They don't get a lot of testing time. They don't get much time to really learn the circuit. So this is really a true test of driver skill.
Absolutely, because unlike the OK and OK Junior classes, these young drivers in the School of Karting don't come on the days before to get some practice time ahead of the weekend. It starts on the first day for them with 2 unofficial practice sessions, and then it's all about Friday and qualifying pretty much right away. And a couple of heats, 3 heats by driver to make their way as high as possible on the grid for the final. 40 drivers here, but only 36 allowed onto the track. Oh, and a 525 in trouble for the back outside of the picture.
Gomez.
Yes, indeed. He was running in P12 and is going to be stopping onto the track. It's happening just in the middle of it, in between turn number 6 and 7. There he is. Unfortunately for Thomas Gomez, the young driver from Portugal, who was doing a great job and climbing 3 places up into the field. Gonna be disappointing that a second driver after Apostolides Vasilos that we've lost in the frame of just 4 laps.
Top 4 are starting to close in now. Here they are on your screen as Marcus Schilkunis set the fastest lap of the race earlier on. He's now latched back onto that rear bumper of Lorenzo Campos, and Lisa Billard now sets the fastest lap of the race. She will be closing in. She's currently in P5. There she is, just behind. You can see with the pink helmet now just coming into the frame. So this could be a 5-car battle for the lead very, very soon. We are about half race distance now. We are on lap 5. 4 laps are completed. This is certainly very close, though, in the opening stages. But right now, no moves just yet. Or is there going to be a move? There is. Campos down the inside of Gasper gets it done. And now that's really close in Schilkunis. So Schilkunis right there on the bumper. That's allowed Marty to break away now. He's got a bit of breathing space. These three now need to work together to close that gap back up. They're half race distance. They need to be careful. If they keep scrapping, they will lose touch, and they are going to keep scrapping there as Schilkunis looks to the inside there of Bennett Gasper. Can't make the move done and has to stay in P4. This is good for Lisa Billard. She is now starting to really close the gap.
Yeah, let's keep an eye as well on the young French driver on the frame and run the inside into number 8, and that goes through for Schilkunis. Well done to him for P3. And Gaspar Bennett still has a bit of time on his hands to try to switch the positions, but Schilkunis, the driver from Latvia, is really doing a great job at the moment. Lithuania, I must say, for Schilkunis up into P3. And Hugo Marte, as you said, the young man is on a mission. He needs to reduce that gap of 15 points on Max Walton, considering that Walton, the current leader of the class, is starting further back on his grid for the next qualifying heat. He will only be from 9th on that grid, so a recovery, a move and effort certainly for Max Walton. We'll keep an eye on that in the race just after this one. Lap number 7 out of 10. Campos just behind Marty before 0.8 of a second. Now he's gonna have to go defensive and might be too late because Schilkunis dives through into number 8 and the switch of position. Good racing line kept by Campos on that one. He saw certainly the trap coming and closing in, but he was smart enough to really switch that racing line and take the position back. But that's the first sign, of course, of certainly more moves to come. But as doing so, Schilkunis is dropping a little bit of momentum. That could get away of Bennett Gaspar just behind, and Lisa Biard as well. Keep an eye on the pink helmet for the back in P5 because she's going to be willing to join the party in the next couple of laps on the way to the checkered flag.
Yeah, with this battle, keep scrapping on as well. Don't forget about the drivers behind there, also working together as again another change down the inside. Bennett Gasper on Schilkunis. Schilkunis tries to fight it back. Can't quite do it. Now he's under pressure from Lisa Billard. Billard now will have the slipstream and will go side by side near down into the turn 8 hairpin. Defensive goes Schilkunis to stop that position from being taken, and successfully does so at the expense of Lisa Billard. But Billard now with the fastest lap of the race certainly has got some true pace here. She has been quick around the circuit. She was fastest, I think, in one of the free practice as well.
Absolutely.
So certainly very, very quick.
Yeah, and she did brilliantly this season for her first appearance in the French Championship as well. She made it to P3 overall in the classification. And for Lisa Biard, really on a charge here for what could be potentially her last race in the junior karting this season before making a move slowly but firmly to a single-seater racing. We'll keep an eye on that as well for the months to come. But Lisa Biard, really one of the young revelations on the French karting scene, doing wonders here in the academy. She still has one lap after this one to try to get closer to Marcus Schilkunis for P4. And as I recall, this is the first qualifying heat for the Academy Trophy. Yesterday was all about qualifying practice. They don't have much running as well in terms of qualifying heats this weekend. The last one will be taking place on Sunday morning on the way to the final on Sunday afternoon. But for now, it's about really collecting the results, and the young driver in the lead, Hugo Marte, is doing just that, 1.1 second in front of Campos. Gaspar Bennett still very much on his rear bumper. Can he make maybe a very late switch for P2? Lisa Biard is thinking the same, certainly, into the middle of the track. As watch out as well not to take each other out. That would be unwise on the way to checkered flag. Yeah,
it certainly would be. They don't want to be doing that one there, though. Your race leader still breaking away. Hugo Marte, no pressure whatsoever as down the inside. Campos has to go defensive, or Gasper has to go defensive, sorry, from Schilkunis. Schilkunis looked to the inside there. Billard followed. but no overtakes to be seen. They stay in a single file, downing towards turn 12 now. This is where you can get the switch over, and I think he did manage to get the switch over. No, he didn't. He stays behind. So close, Gasper and Shilkunas here, absolutely side by side. Shilkunas down the inside through turn 15, and there goes Lisa Billard through as well. Hugo Mati will take the checkered flag, though, from Lorenzo Campos. They're 1-2. Shilkunas will take third from Lisa Billard. Bennett Gasper at the end of that one drops down to 5th place. Cannot hold off those two drivers, eager to get past. Alexander Uznin finishes in an impressive P6, 2 positions gained. Zain El Homasani finishes in P7, 5 positions gained for the driver representing the UAE. Really, really brilliant drive. Marius Barryberg gaining 3 places, finishing in P8 from Benjamin Damgard, finishing in P9. Lorena Bevanova, 6 places gained, finishing in P10 as well. Certainly a very good weekend that they've had. Karl Mikalev as well, 6 places gained, finishing in P11. Nice race at the front there. I'm sure Hugo Marti will be happy with that result.
He certainly will be. That's the way to start a weekend, especially fighting for the title in the rest of the classification, as it will appear in a second. P12 for Kimi Kuchangia in front of Harry Battle down in P13. Harry Battle is going to have a couple of things to try to work on, since he lost 9 places all the way down to P13. From Apo Timonen, P14, in front of Audrey Adekin. Then we have Bagash Chandaria, P16, Tiziano Antola, P17, followed by Gracie Cranham. And 2 drivers that we lost, Valiseos Apostolidis, the young driver from Greece, unfortunately, who didn't get a chance to even go for battle, as he dropped onto the warm-up lap, and Thomas Gomez from Portugal, that we lost as well in the early stages. And we seem to have lost as well in the last lap Gracie Granham. I don't think that he actually went through the checkered flag to be confirmed, but as for now, 2 drivers confirmed with a DNF. That's the first one for the day, and you can see here the 518 of Hugo Marti, with the help of his mechanic, putting the carts on the trolley into the scrutineering zone. This is at the end of the scale, where we'll be giving you guys in the afternoon a lot of live interviews as well, to get closer to the actors. Here's a replay of the starting procedure and a couple of overtaking maneuvers, and look at that move on the inside onto the curb. Unfortunately for Vasilis Apostolidis, that came to an early end in the warm-up lap, but the first few laps were the occasion for the protagonists to line up themselves in the lead. Lorenzo Campos making his way up to P2 on Bennett Gaspar, and we had the 516 here of Marcus Silkunas as well, fighting his way through.
Yeah, Shilkunas certainly had an interesting race battling with Bennett Gasper. At that point, though, it allowed Lorenzo Campos to break away from the rest of the field. The same with Hugo Marti. Those two would just drive away. And again, it was just really a battle here at the front, as Shilkunas kept trying to gain those positions. It allowed Lisa Billard to close in, though. She later would, as again, she would then close right in that rear bumper, and it'll all kick off into the final sector through turns 12 and 13. That's where the moves started to come through, and that's where we saw the changes. And then finally, through turn 15, that's where it was signed, sealed, and done. And unfortunately for Bennett Gasper, he may have been fighting for third, but he would finish that race in 5th. Hugo Marti, though, would take the win, the first win of the weekend for the Academy class, and he will be delighted with that one. Certainly the way he wants to start this weekend in his fight for the championship. You've got to give it as well to Marius Barryberg as well. It's certainly a very good result for him. He he's only 1 point behind as well, just so it's very close in the top 3. The next race, though, is the Academy class, again coming up onto these circuits. Qualifying Group A and C, and Wojciech Roda, who is sitting 13th in the points standings, put it fastest or second fastest overall, and he certainly had a good weekend. We spoke to him yesterday.
Wojciech Roda, well done to you, P1 of your group in the Academy Trophy under the sun of Cremona. How do you feel after that performance in qualifying?
Yeah, it feels incredible. Like, finally we managed to do the good result in qualifying, because we had a lot of problems with it this year. And yeah, I just managed to create a gap in front of me and to do 1 quick lap, and yeah, it was good, very good.
What can you tell us about the level of competition in the Academy Trophy this weekend? A particular track, technical, twisty. What do you think you can achieve this weekend?
First of all, let's say the drivers in Academy, they are super talented. And yeah, the track, I also really like this track. There's a lot of grip. You have to be very smooth with the steering wheel, not overdrive. And yeah, I hope we can finish P1. That's the goal.
Good words. Good luck for that. Thank you.
Well, they're great to chat to Wojciech Woda, who starts this one on the front row. Pole position for him yesterday. There, though, starting alongside Arthur Braun, certainly was going to have an interesting one this weekend. There he is on your screen. Always got a smile on his face. Happy old chap is Arthur, representing New Zealand. And, you know, he's going to have a very fabulous race weekend, this one. He starts alongside him. They've got a tricky one, though. Behind them, Rocco Coronel, Romeo Hug. They're 15th and 16th in the championship, but they are two very quick drivers who know what they're doing.
Yeah, Rocco Coronel is certainly one of the most progressing drivers in the international karting ranking, the new classification international ranking that you can find on FIA Karting, thanks to some results in the international series as well. He's been really putting on a charge. Rocco Coronel, who was one of the fastest in rugby, taking pole position in Denmark the last time that we had the Academy Trophy before this round. But a couple of points collected by Rocco Coronel, hopefully willing to finish that Academy Trophy first season on a high. The son, of course, of Mr. Tom Coronel, that needs no introduction. As by his side, he's going to have Romeo Ag as well. Here's Rocco Coronel with the easily recognizable colors, with the flag of the Netherlands proudly word on his racing helmet. Watch out for Rocco Coronel, since he's going to be starting from P3 on the grid, on the inside line, coming to turn number 1. Interestingly, talking about the racing lines, we've seen yesterday in the OK class the young Luis Iglesias, that you'll see on track very soon, switching position and decided to start from pole on the outside line, and it actually paid off in the early stages. Here is Pasquale Lupoli, the race director for this event for the FIA Karting, with the help of the officials and the marshals, of course. Mr. Gonzalo Planto on track, Mr. Nigel Edwards as well, keeping both eyes open on everything that's happening through the proceedings of this weekend. And busy activity here on the pre-grid and all over the paddock in beautiful Cremona. And you might be wondering on the right side of the picture, what are those 3 huge dark silos actually on the side? And to my theory would be that since we are in the middle of the beautiful Italian countryside with a lot of farming activity and cornfields and everything, that might be certainly a reminiscence of the history of the place, and certainly one of the signatures of the Cremona Karting circuit.
There is Romeo Haig on the second row on the outside, representing Denmark, currently 16th in the championship. Lovely helmet design he's got there, nice chrome livery, green on the top, but certainly is a driver who knows what he needs to do. Biggest question that we've had from that one, yes, I think you are personally right about the silos that are there. I think maybe corn silos, but who knows, we're not too sure. Some beating down on the drivers as well. Here's what's coming up, though, over the course of the rest of the day. There you can see 1.5 minutes to go before the next race gets underway. Next race is the Academy Qualifying Heat A and C. Then we go into the juniors and OK, back and forth of their qualifying heats all the way throughout the day. We will not see the Academies back out until about 2:30. After the lunch break, but we are just going backwards and forwards between the 2 junior and OK category. B and F are the first groups, then C and E later on. After that one, we go to groups A and D, B and E before the lunch break as well. So very packed out day of racing that we have got over the course of the day. Certainly looking forward to it, because yesterday was a very interesting day, wasn't it? There were close races. We saw drivers with double wins. We saw drivers who we thought were going to do well and they didn't do well. We thought drivers who we didn't think were going to do well. So it was a real shake-up, actually, in the fields, wasn't it? It
was a shake-up, and 12 races of them in the junior category, and a lot of battles, actually, not only in the front, but as well at different stages within the field. So it has been a very first interesting and tricky day for some of the protagonists, indeed. And in the junior category will be coming to the track in just a few moments after the second round of the day for the Academy. And talking about some of the protagonists having a hard time, of course, Vasilios Apostolidis, the young Greek driver, didn't get a chance to fight for his first heat, considering that he won in rugby from pole position. Certainly one of the first big facts of the weekend, and the young Greek driver, of course, more than willing to charge his way through back in the second race this afternoon. But the Academy now making their way onto the track. The School of Karting in Cremona for the qualifying heat A versus C, with Oche Wada and Arthur Brohan starting on the front row of the grid.
Yes, indeed. Let's take you through that starting grid as well as drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Wojciech Woda and Arthur Brohan starting on that front row. Right behind them, Rocco Coronel and Romeo Haig go from row 2. Simon Mayer and Christian Tonolini go from row 3, rounding out the top 6 karts. Antonio Panetta and Carl Stout ran out the top 8 on row 4. Max Walton, your championship leader, starts in P9. He's got Krita Chiliupa alongside. They go from the 5th row of the grid.
Then we do have Victor Alexander Rad and Radek Vavra on row number 6. Row number 7 is Daniel Bonconseil and Alexander Bekshov, followed by Itzizo Mabunda and Clara Kowalczyk. Row number 9 is Juris Sprudi and Jan Del Rio. Then we have Giorgio Tomasvili and Nikilej Raju. That's 20 drivers once again on track, 40 in total, coming from all 4 corners of the world. That's what the Academy Trophy has been about for more than a decade now, since its inception, and so many drivers that have been actually winning this particular trophy over the years, some of them making it to Formula 1, the likes of Charles Leclerc, for instance, but we also had the likes of Maxime Botti, Marta Garcia, Callum Bradshaw, Mari Boya, Caius Sixnelis, some of the winners over the years in the Academy Trophy. Last time out in Le Mans, the World Championship, we had Arthur Torisson, is the reigning winner of that Academy Trophy, who to take the title this year. A couple of contenders, one of them Max Walton, only 9 on the grid. Let's keep an eye on the recovery potentially from the Australian driver.
Let's find out then as drivers line themselves up into the tram lines. We've had 1 good start so far. Can we get 2? We can indeed get 2, and down they go, and it's a great start from Braun, who sweeps into the lead of this one. Dives in through turns 1 and 2 and has control of this race as they all dip down. It's a bad start from Coronel and off the track. Contact between a couple of the drivers, between Coronel and there was another driver as well. I'm not sure who's gone off the track. I'll try and let you know who that was.
Yeah, in just a moment. Apart from that, it's going cool for everybody. The 507, that is.
It was Radek Vavra.
Yes, indeed, from Czech Republic. He was in the middle of the pack in 12th position, got pushed a little bit in turn number 3. Rocco Coronel had a little push as well on his rear bumper. Apart from that, everybody's still on track, no one off, and the battle for the lead are already raging between the protagonists up in the lead. 5 drivers very close at the end of this opening lap. And there's a move already for the lead, and beautifully made by the 530. That's going to be a close call. Wojciech Yoda and Arthur Brohan battling along already as the opening lap is concluded, and Brohan is taking the lead from Romeo Hart, actually, who was in 2nd place. Wojciech Woda tumbling down in P3 under the pressure of Christian Tonalini and Karel Stout.
Yeah, good start then from the field. Nice little change there down the inside. Tonalini just under a little bit of pressure there from Karel Strauss as they go through the chicane now down in towards turn number 8. Now, nice little breakaway from Braun there as into braking. Wojciech Woda dives it down the inside and gets past Romeo Haig. Haig now under pressure from Tonalini as well, so they have to be careful now in these early stages. You don't want to get caught out sleeping. You need to maintain your spot and just find out what's happening all the way around you, because there's so much activity in these early stages as they whip left and right through turns 12 and 13. Now they start to wind it back up as they go through turns 14, 15, and round this little kink here, which is turn 16. Down the start-finish straight they go. Still Braun leading from Voda, Haig, Tonalini, Stout from Mayer, Walton, Panetta, Coronel, Kowalczyk and Yiriupa, the top 11.
Keep in mind that everybody is on equal foot with not only the same engine, same chassis, same racing suit, so equal chances for everybody. It's down to the driver in that category to be able to make a difference with the help of his mechanic, of course. But when it comes to pure performance, it really allows the competitors to give it all and try to find even the tiniest of margin to get ahead of their rivals. Brohan, 0.3 of a second from Wojciech Woda in 2nd. Then we have Hart, Tonalini, Stout, Mayer. Max Walton climbing 2 positions already. He's the championship leader. And he needs the point. Arthur Brohan, our leader, being investigated at the moment. That's interesting.
Now, he got a very good start off the start-finish line. Was it too good? That's the question. He did dive into the lead from the word go. So it may be under investigation for a possible jump start.
Yeah, it was a clean opening lap, so we didn't catch any move of the wheel that might have been considered unfair play. But that might even something to do with the start. Here's the replay of lights going out. It was just after crossing the start-finish straight, and the officials having, of course, both eyes and cameras focused on what's happening. Turn number 3, you can see the kick at the back of Rocco Coronel, and unfortunately, we had also someone else, Radek Vavra, who was spun a little bit outside into the grass. Might have been a result of the little kick that Rocco Coronel took in the rear bumper. He might have been surprised and went off a little bit wide. Here they come across again, lap number 5, as the 507 is also being investigated as it stands. This is Radek Vavra as well. So his race is going from bad to even worse at the moment, as Romeo Acht is taking the fastest lap. This is currently in P3, still with a good shot at the win. As you can see, the 3 leaders are only split by 0.6 of a second at the advantage of Arthur Brohan, the driver from New Zealand. Then we have further back Christian Tonalini, Karel Stout. The rest of the top 10 still relatively steady at this point. The drivers observe themselves, try to find the bit of a weak point to the rivals to try to open that door in one of the corners. And it's fair to say that there's more than one opportunity on that track to make you move. Jan-Philippe del Rio is being investigated as well, is at the moment in P14, climbing 4 places up.
So hopefully all is well there. Half race distance at the moment, and Wojciech Woda starting to close the gap now on Arthur Braun. The battle for the race lead certainly is looking very, very interesting. Question that I've not brought up just yet is, where is Max Walton? He's currently in P8, so he's still in a decent spot there. He's only gained 1 position, so again, he is in a championship fight here. He needs to score minimum 41 points, I think, to be secured, because he can't be beaten by anyone as long as he scores at least 41 championship points. But that is a tall order, especially when you're currently in P8. So, yeah, hopefully he sorts that one out as the weekend goes on. Eyes on this one, though, as down the start-finish straight we go. Wojciech Woda now in the slipstream. Is he going to have a look in towards turn 1? No, he's not. He's going to stay behind, possibly, though, in towards turn number 3 here as they dip through turn 2. Again, not close enough. Through the double apex here. There's turn 4. Now in towards turn 5, sweeping it round. Tight left-hand hairpin, as they then don't want to run out too wide. It gets dusty on the outside there. Through turn 6 and 7, through the chicane. Down the back straight they go now in towards the hairpin of turn 8. This is where we see most of the overtakes as drivers send it down the inside through there. Now we come into the snail section through turns 9, 10, and then into 11. So twisty and technical, this section here. This is where, again, we see overtakes. He could go for a move down the inside here. No, again, thinks against it. Now, Braun did leave the door open there. He was close enough for the move, but Wojciech Woda just biding his time here, not going for the move straight away. But he's got to be careful, because Romeo Hague is starting to close in. If he does not go for this move soon, he may have to start defending.
Yeah, and the checkered flag is getting near lap number 7, lap number 8, sorry, out of 10. And the battle for the lead is very much happening with, in third place, Romeo Hague keeping a close watch on what's happening in front of him, but trying not to get involved too much just yet. He might actually surprise them both, as Klara Kowalczyk is picking up a investigation flag as it stands, and she is at the moment in P10, climbing 6 places. So good effort as well for the driver from Poland. Rocco Coronel picking up the fastest lap in this race. Where is he? Rocco Coronel all the way down. He lost a couple of positions, down to 9th place for Rocco Coronel, so it didn't go according to plan after the little push into the opening lap. Here we go again, the top 3 entering what is lap number 8, is getting close, but it's getting near the conclusion as well of that race. It's pretty much now or never, unless Wojciech Woda decides to wait for the last lap and go maybe in one of the emergency spots, as Thomas Torsemanis put it so well. That means trying to go into the last sector, maybe turn at number 15, 16 could be an option as well on the very, very last charge. The first sector as well could be a spot chosen by Wojciech Woda. It's not an easy one in the 2 right-hander, very fast indeed in 1 and 2. This is not really where you want to go for a precise move. There he goes, on the inside on the penultimate lap, and he made that stick beautifully, but he puts actually Tonalini and Robert Haag, sorry, Romeo Haag into the battle as well. Here we go for the last lap.
Here we go then, side by side across the start-finish line they go, and it's Wojciech Woda now who leads the way of this race. Braun there's in 2nd place as he tries to defend from Romeo Haag. Now Haag now down in the inside, and he's into 2nd place. Braun under pressure now because Tonellini has closed in, Stout's closed in, Mayer is also closing in as well. This is now a 5-car battle for the race lead on the final lap. Here we go then through turn 7, down the back straight in towards turn number 8. This is where everyone goes to the overtake. Defensive goes Voda. Down the outside goes Haag. Can't cut the cutback. He has to concede the spot. He has to stay there in second place. Braun dives to the inside through turn 9. No, he can't quite do it. Stays there in third place. And now he's under pressure from Tonellini. Tonellini looks to the inside and again also can't do it. They're just edging those moves, but they just can't finish them. Out of the final couple of corners they go, and I think it's signed, sealed and done here for Wojciech Voda unless he can get the switchback here. Romeo Haig side by side. It could be a 3-way fight to the lead. Look at this across the line. Wow, how close can you be? It was Romeo Haig who got it. Romeo Haig gets the win across the line from Wojciech Voda from Arthur Braun. The top 3 separated by 1/100th of a second across the line. Absolutely fantastic. Well, it's only the second race of the day. You're not supposed to be that exciting, guys. You've got to keep that for the finals at the end of the weekend. But wow, Academy take a bow in Groups A and C. Their first qualifying heats of the weekend. A photo finish between the top 3 drivers. Brilliant.
Yeah, please keep them coming, please, for the rest of the day. We have a lot of races. That's what we like to see, of course. Excitement on track, overtakings. No matter what happened to the tires, just let's give it all. And we'll make the calculations after that. But the Academy Trophy once again up to its reputation, and there were 4 of them coming onto the start-finish straight. Fantastic photo finish. Sometimes it's between 1 or 2 drivers, 3 maximum. This time around we had 4 of them pretty much side by side, bumper against bumper. But it came to the advantage of Romeo Haig in the last few meters of the track. Wojciech Voda thought he had done the hardest part. He went defensive into the last lap, as you should do. But in the end, he just missed for 11,000 of a second on the line. P3 for Arthur Braun in front of Christian Tonellini. Karel Stout is climbing up to P5 from Simon Mayer. Santino Panetta, Max Walton coming home in P8 from Rocco Coronel, Klara Kowalczyk, Victor Alexander Rad. 12th place for Kritash Giaiu in front of Alexander Deshov, and the rest of the classification in a moment. Let's have a look at the replays first.
Yes, indeed. It was a brilliant start from Arthur Braun, but remember, he's under investigation. Was it too good of a start? Potentially coming away with a jump start on that one, hopefully not. Shaky start though for Rocco Coronel. He went a little bit high, wide and handsome. Also Radek Vavra, the other driver who unfortunately got squeezed out. One of the drivers just losing out a little bit of time. But certainly the rest of the racing certainly looked very, very close as drivers were battling side by side. Big moment there as off the track. Not quite sure who that was, potentially Samalashvili. Potentially. That was the move of Rocco Coronel diving down the inside of Max Walton. Now, Max Walton finished that one in P8, managed to get the move done back before the end of the race. This was the race lead move. This was the moment Wojciech Voda dived to the inside of Arthur Braun. Braun then immediately under pressure from Romeo Haig, and it was a very close scrap all the way throughout. That allowed then at this point the rest of the field to close in, because there you could see Christian Tonellini, Karel Stout, Simon Mayer all trusting to close in, and then this photo finish across the line. Every driver edging it 4 wide across the line. Absolutely fantastic. Romeo Haig taking the win though from Wojciech Voda, Arthur Braun and Christian Tonellini rounding out the top 4. Absolutely fantastic racing. Certainly looking forward to seeing the academies out later on today. If you are here for the academy classes, they are back out on circuit at around 2:30 local time here in Italy. So set your alarms, get ready for that one. Or feel free to stick around and watch some more racing, because coming up now, we've got the OK Junior category, Group B and F, making their way onto the circuit. Dries Langendonk there on your screen has certainly had a good start to his weekend. Yesterday, a first and a second place. He's second in the he's 7th in the championship, qualified second overall. Certainly has had a good weekend. We caught up with him after qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
Dries van Langendonk, well done to you. Fastest in Series 1 of qualifying here in Cremona. This is a good job for you, and you seem to have found your pace in Cremona.
Since the practices, we've been working on the pace. The speeds have been amazing, and in the practices, we've been testing a lot. And then in the qualifying, I just found my space. And my last lap, I put in a good lap and managed to do a 7-1. So.
What can you tell us about the level of competition? The conditions quite hot in here, so you expect a lot of fighting?
Yeah, it's a good track for fighting. The conditions is also very hot. The track changes a lot, so it will be difficult to know where the lines will be, but for the rest, I feel confident.
There we go, feeling confident there is Dries Langendonk, and he very well should be. I mean, like we said yesterday, win and a second place. Certainly has had a good start to his weekend. Can he maintain that one? Like we were saying, in the championship, currently is 7th in the point standings with 87. He's not in contention for the championship win this weekend. He just hasn't got enough points over the course of this one to try and close that gap, though. Arjun Kraling starting alongside. Well, Arjun certainly has had a good weekend. Qualified 6th overall, starting this one on the front row. 7th and a 3rd yesterday, so has struggled a little bit in that pace. 36th in the championship, so definitely himself is not a championship contender, but has been absolutely rapid around this circuit here.
It has been rapid indeed, and Dries van Langendonk has been one of the protagonists of the weekend so far. Let's remember that 2 weeks ago he was already fabulous in the prep race, that he won in that class, so he's going to be certainly willing to emulate that result in the FIA Karting European Championship. 7th overall, as Arjen Kraling, the younger Dutchman, the younger German driver by his side, will be willing to finish his championship on a high and pick up good points here in Cremona.
Yes, indeed. Well, there you can see the grids lining themselves up, getting ready to go for this one. Certainly is going to be an interesting race. What are you spotting? You're pointing at something, Guillaume.
Yeah, I'm pointing to the fact that you can see one line in the shadow, the other one in full sun, boiling hot already, because we made it here to the track before 8 o'clock in the morning. It was really very, very hot, above 25 degrees certainly. You can see it's partially cloudy, but I don't see any cloud above our heads at least, but on the horizon, that's for sure. A little bit of wind, no rain whatsoever announced throughout the weekend, 60%, 64% humidity, and 33 degrees in the air. That's even more than yesterday. And I do wonder if we do have the same temperatures as 2 weeks ago for the prep race. Yeah, last year for the first appearance of the FIA Karting Championship here with the gearbox classes, it was maybe even hotter. You might remember that boiling hot summer that we had last year in Spain and Italy, among other countries. And this time around, once again, very hot conditions. Some of them like it, some of them would appreciate a little bit more chilly sort of weather. Yesterday was kind of okay with a little bit of wind blowing onto the track. It was a little bit colder, so to speak, still very hot. But when we talk to the Italians, of course, drivers, team managers, and member of teams, very much used to compete on home soil, they're like, yeah, it's a bit cold today. While for us, people coming from cold countries like Belgium or Great Britain, this is still considered as very, very hot and unusual conditions. So everybody finds is sitting in there.
The United Kingdom isn't a cold country. It just isn't hot. There's Lewis Werrell starting on the second row of the grid. Second and the 3rd yesterday for Lewis. Qualified 8th, 3rd in the championship. He is, I think, in a spot here where he could potentially come away with it. It is going to be a challenge. I think he's on the cusp of it, but I think it is just a 2-horse race here between Ramikers and Alexander Bondarev over the course of this weekend. Sebastian Letamaki starting alongside yesterday, 2 sixth-place finishes, qualified 12th, 32nd in the championship. Again, not in contention for this one, but certainly has had a good qualifying and looking very strong here. He's had 2 good results, P6 in both, obviously dropping 2 positions from his original starting spot, P4, but still having a good one. Alfie Slater then starts on the road just behind. Alfie had a very interesting day yesterday. It went from really bad to really good, disqualified in his first heat, but then came back stronger in his second, taking a heat win. So Slater looking very competitive here this weekend, qualified at 14th, is 38th in the championship, so he's not in contention for the European Championship this year in the OKJ category, but certainly has got some good waft around Cremona.
Walking in the path, of course, of his older brother, Freddie Slater. Here is Alfie from Ricky Flynn Motorsport, the same team with which young Freddie took the European and World Championship titles a couple of seasons back. This year, crowned KZ2 European Champion. You might have seen that in Sarno a couple of weeks back. Brilliant achievement in a family. And Alfie Slater demonstrating that he has certainly the skills of his brother and father So once you got it in the genes, it keeps on following you. And Alfie Slater progressing to the ranks of that category with 1 heat win to get his weekend started properly. Let's see if he's going to be able to emulate that. He's going to be on the inside on the grid coming to turn number 1. That's usually, when it turns right, at least on that particular track, considered as an advantage. As the green flag is on and the whistle is blown in the air. Here they come. OK Junior, first race of the day, qualifying heat versus B versus F. Let's talk you through the grid once again.
Yes, indeed. And Dries van Langendonk and Arjen Kreiling starting this one on the front row. Lewis Well and Sebastian Lettemaki going from row 2. Alfie Slater and Chiara Batig, who as well had a disqualification in her first race, 10th place in her second race, starts this one on that 6th place spot on row 3. Zach Drummond and Tame Soleil, they go from row 4, from Filippo Sala and Andy Consani on row 5. David Cosman, Davide Botaro going from row 6. Marilla De Rocha and Tom Pappenberg round out row 7, with Derek Clark and Gregor Zavov rounding out row number 8.
Row number 9, we do have Oscar Repetto and Jacob Mikalev, as well as Matt Corby and Thomas Macedo on row number 10. Row number 11, Lev Krutoholov and Gabriel Cunningham. Row number 12, Koshe Oguma and Ashan Akshoy, followed by Sebastian Minz and Kara Ferrand. In total, 26 drivers on the grid, and Matt Corby, once again from VDK Racing, is nowhere to be seen, unfortunately. He missed on a qualifying heat yesterday. And that's another sign that maybe his weekend might be over before he even got to its decisive point. So Matt Corby from Switzerland was due to start a little bit further back onto that grid. Won't get a chance to play a part into that race.
No, big shame for Matt Corby. Hopefully he is all right. Here we go then. Drivers making their way through the red line on the circuit, meaning no overtaking from that point. Really, that should be the moment they are side by side, lined up, ready to go racing. They are not in that right now. Gonzalo Plata standing in the middle of the track. Don't stand there for too long. He now slows the grid down, gets them organised, and they do look organised. Lights go out and down and towards turn 1 they go. Great start then from Van Langendonk on the inside line. Even better start from Kreiling, though. Lewis Werrell following through as well. So all of them very, very close down the inside. Looks like Slater got a very good start as well as he dives to the inside. And I think he's up to third. 2 carts off, though, in the background. It's a CRG, I think, and an energy course. And who has come off, I think?
Could it be Gabriel Cunningham at the back end?
So it's
yes.
Georgi Zazov and Gabriel Cunningham. Yes, you are correct.
Yeah, quite unfortunate turning of event in turn number 2, just outside of that very, very fast right-hander. And they're out of the race, unfortunately, both of them taking each other out. The leaders here completing opening lap, as we do have one of the Ricky Flynns that might be Alfie Slater, indeed, making his way through up into P2. What a start of a race for the young Slater. He was actually P5 on the grid and already P2 1 lap later. Beautiful start of the race. As run inside goes one of the Saudi cards. That's Filippo Sala making his way up to P6 by the look of it on Sebastian Lettimaki. Slater in P2 at the chase of Dries van Langendonk, the young Belgian driver. Starting from pole, kept it alive at the end of this opening lap, as not only Slater does he have on his back bumper, but also Lewis Werrell, Arjen Kreiling, Zach Drummond, and now Sebastian Lettimaki and Filippo Sala.
I've got a feeling this is going to be a long race here, because these two drivers are going to go tooth and nail. Both of them with a race win over the course of the weekend so far. They will like to maintain that momentum. Neither one is going to concede the spot, but Van Langendonk does, as Slater dives to the inside, but Van Langendonk instantly down the inside again, fighting back fiercely. That's exactly what Van Langendonk does when he's at the front of these grids, and he holds on to it. Once again, Slater comes back now. Defensive goes Van Langendonk as they go through turn 1, and Slater gets it done. Werrell goes through as well, and Van Langendonk drops all the way down now to P5 as Drummond dives down the inside. Also, Arjen Kreiling got the move done. He's there in P3, and now Van Langendonk went from 1st to 5th in 2 corners. He will not like that.
He will not like that, certainly, but what a brilliant move that was from Slater, who just went for it in turn number 1. This is not the spot that you choose usually, unless you are really in on the need in the last few laps, but as the race gets started, he decided to go for that launch, and it paid off. As you said, Dries van Langendonk lost a lot of momentum, allowing Werrell, Kreiling, Drummond inside from 2nd to 4th. So it's all to be done again for Van Langendonk, but now Alfie Slater has a couple of new chasers just behind him, as he's receiving, of course, the advices from his mechanic on the side that I could see from the corner of my eye. He just told him, just go for the move, because there's no time to lose. Right now, he's going to have to go defensive, unless he's able to build that bit of a gap on Lewis Werrell. third in the championship. Slater, another name to play at the front, one of the fresh new faces in the championship that we didn't get to see, of course, too much in this position so far this season. Watch out for the back as well. We do have Salah from Sodicar trying to make his move on the Dries van Langendonk. He was trying actually to get the inside into turn number 8. He's going to have to do that all over again. But the longer he waits and the longer Chiara Batting from DPK Racing could actually make a move as well.
Yes, indeed. That's going to be a very interesting one. Chiara Batting with the fastest lap of the race as well. Keep a close eye on that one. Tame Soleil also at the back of this one. Look at this train. I'm liking this. The top 8 absolutely line astern through turns number 1 and 2, and now a bit of a break in the armory there. Crailing looking to the inside of Werrell. Werrell not able Werrell able to hold off the position. Crailing not able to get the move done as they go now through turns 6 and 7. Now down the back straight. Watch them as they go in towards turn number 9. Slater is breaking away here as defensive goes Werrell, holds that inside line, side by side, banging wheels, and off the track goes Werrell. And I think, is that Arjun Crailing off the track as well? It is. Both of them who are second and third now drop down, and look at that. Dries van Langendonk is back in second place.
This is not the way to do it. The weekend is long. They had 2 races. This is the third, 2 more after that, but already taking each other out. And it goes the way of Alfred Slater. Look at the gap. It was of 0.3 of a second the lap before. Now it just raised to 1.2 already. Van Langendonk back into second. Filippo Sala in P3. Drummond, Batig, Saleh, Lewis Rowell all the way down to P7 in front of Crailing. Both were actually lucky to keep going at that speed and keeping those positions. So they're not too much in trouble by the look of it, but they lost a lot of momentum and they especially lost contact with the leading field, as you have on screen, into turn number 8. This is the battle between the DPK driver of Chiara Batting and Zach Drummond. Yes, indeed. We have Zach Drummond from Parlin Motorsport under the pressure as Chiara Batting is being overtaken by Tame Saleh from the Sauber Academy. Around the inside in turn number 16, and he made that stake in front of Batting.
Yeah, nice little chop and change there, but crucially losing a little bit of time there to the drivers up in front, Filippo Sala and Van Langendonk, who are starting to break away. And I've got to say now, just very slowly closing that gap up to Alfie Slater. But Slater, I think, has got this one in the bag. He's 1 second clear. There's only a couple of laps left in this one as Jakub Mikulev receiving a warning flag. Good to see that Jakub Mikulev is on track. Of course, yesterday had a bit of a scare, a bit of a moment at the first of the race. Red flag coming out before he'd even started the qualifying heats. Luckily, he was okay. I think he just winded himself a little bit out on circuit. So scary moment for him, but he was all right. Slater, though, leading the way, and I'm just keeping an eye on these gaps here. Tame Soleil still at the front of this trio, but he's still there from Drummond. Drummond taking full advantage earlier on in the race to try and gain positions, now starting to fall back just that little bit. Lewis Werrell has kind of just dropped into the field a bit there. He's there in P7, but he's miles away from the drivers up in front, so a bit of a shame for him. He was looking quick in the early stages of this one and has now just unfortunately dropped off the mark. Chiara Batting, though, certainly a brilliant qualifying, the highest qualifying wildcard into this weekend. She has certainly done a fantastic job in these stages and has had some good results as well. P10 earlier on, I mean, disqualified as well in the first heat, but she will not let that tarnish her weekend. She is certainly doing exactly what she needs to do here, battling away with Tame Soleil and Zach Drummond. Certainly 2 very experienced drivers as well in the championship. David Cosma now is under investigation. Time is quickly running out, and Dries van Langendonk is closing in on Slater. That gap now is down to 0.6 of a second, so it's starting to get a little bit interesting.
Yeah, slowly but firmly, Van Langendonk taking actually Filippo Sala with him on the chase to the leader. Alfie Slater is going to have to watch over his shoulder very soon. Being able to keep that gap, that's the question. Behind in 4th, I was looking down at the results of Tame Saleh is the one who's in need to finish the championship on a high. He had a cracking start in Valencia back for round 1. He finished in a strong P4 in the final, but after that, in the destination of Republic Czech and Denmark, it didn't go so good for Tame Saleh. Was in need of good results to be able to climb into the classification for the Sauber Academy. He's down up into P4, having climbed 4 places, as long as he can keep it together in front of Chiara Batting. And Zach Drummond does the battle for P4. We enter the last lap of this race as The gap has just went from almost 7 tenths to 4 tenths of a second. We just let Van Langendonk. Filippo Sala is there for the taking as well. 3 driver in the same picture, ready to go for the battle, but Alfie Slater doing a great job as he did yesterday, holding on to the lead. Oh, that's going to be a hectic last part of the lap. Sebastian Letimaki, the fastest in this race. Currently EP11. After dropping 7 places, didn't go according to plan for Letimaki. We'll get back to that. But in the meantime, Alfie Slater clipping the curb a little bit into the last sector. One last kick of the throttle. That's going to be a tight one, but he should have this one in the back. Second win in 3 attempts for Alfie Slater. The checker flag is waving, and that's another great result for the Rookie Motorsport driver, winner of his second qualifying heat. And on the finish line, great arrival between Tom Papenburg and Sebastian Letimaki, split by 5,000 of a second on the line. Dries Van Langendonk gave it all. He gave that little bit of a push in the later stages of that race, but missed the win. That would have been a win number 2 as well for Van Langendonk for just 2 tenths of a second in front of Filippo Sala.
Yes, indeed, very close battle there, but Slater would hold on to it after the 10 laps of racing. Solid drive, another race win. Certainly will help out his fight here this weekend to potentially come away with his, I think, first final win of the year for Slater. I don't think he's had one over the course of this weekend. He'll certainly like that one. There he is on your screen now, heading towards the technical area, getting weighed up, making sure all is in order with the kart. The team there ready to collect him. There he sees JP with his slick back white hair. He always looks good with that hairdo. Very good race. Good stuff from Dries Van Langendonk, though. Certainly was closing that gap up. Yes, lost a lot of time, dropped down well into the field, but certainly came through the field. He will finish that one in second place from Filippo Sala. Tame Soleil and Chiara Batti from Zach Drummond, Lewis Werrell, Arjun Kraling from Andy Kansani, Tom Papenburg from Sebastian Letimaki, from Davide Bottaro, Jared Clark, Lev Krutulov, and Jakub Mikulev rounding out the top 15. The driver from Ward Racing, certainly a good effort from him. Further down the order, Sebastian Mins from Oscar Repetto, Thomas Macedo from Carrera Ferrand, Alpak Soy, Kosei Aguma, running out the 21 karts that finished, 4 retirements, 1 non-starter, Marilla De Rosho, David Kozma, Georgi Zazov, Gabriel Kernigan, Matt Corby not starting the race. Hopefully he is okay. Certainly a very good race, interesting start as well, and the long train of karts that we had all the way throughout that battle was fantastic to watch, wasn't it, Kim?
It was, and it's a fair point as well to say that all the starts have been managed very well by the pole sitters on the field. Yeah, touching wood indeed, because yesterday wasn't so much. You could feel that it was the weekend getting slowly into motion, but so far so good. Let's keep it that way, because we do have a big schedule ahead of us, and everybody is eager to get going onto the track. Here's a replay of the start with the pole sitter, Dries Van Langendonk, taking the inside line from pole. Good start as well from Lewis Werrell, but the young man to follow was Alfie Slater, climbing through the ranks. First incident into the opening lap between Gabriel Cunningham as well as one of the CRG driver. That was Gabriel Cunningham and Georgi Zazov, who went together in turn number 2. But Alfie Slater went from P5 on the grid to P2 in the course of 1 lap. On the inside, going for the move was Filippo Sala, who would be one of the protagonists on the way to the checkered flag, battling for the win. But here's the first inches of the battle to come between Van Langendonk and Alfie Slater. Lewis Werrell coming close as well from P3, but there was no waiting around for Slater, who just died on the inside in that very rapid turn number 1. Something we haven't seen that much so far since yesterday, so it was a very ballsy move from Alfie Slater, but that's the way to do it, and it actually went very wrong for Dries Van Langendonk, who at some point dropped all the way down to P5.
Yeah, it did. Certainly would fight back later on in the race, so to get it back up into second place and close that gap. This was the moment where we saw the battles further down the order, where we were seeing the battles coming through, but very close across the line. Checkered flag, though, would come out to Alfie Slater. Another win for him from Dries Van Langendonk and Filippo Sala. Very good running as the cleanup operation gets underway for the drivers who unfortunately retired from that race. We turn our attention now to the senior category, the OK category, making its way out onto the circuit in just a moment's time. And there on your screen, René Lammers. Whoa, what a weekend he's had so far. Qualified second yesterday. We caught up with him. Here's what he had to say.
René Lammers, qualifying is behind you in Cremona for the European Championship. A strong job for you, P1 of your group. That's looking very, very strong indeed for the qualifying heats.
Yeah, I think me and the team did an amazing job in quali. It gives us a lot of hopes for the heat and for the championship. So, yeah, it gives us a strong start.
A couple of points only, splitting you and Gabriele Gomez for the title. So this is on between you two, but there's more than one protagonist in the field to battle for the win this weekend.
Yeah, Paul is also kind of close. Yeah, we have a solid gap over him, but still there's not so many to not watch out for. But yeah, if we just focus on our own thing, then if we do as good as we can, then it's the best way to prepare.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Well, great to catch up there with René Lammers. Certainly has had a good start to this weekend. Second in qualifying. And yesterday, 2 race wins. Certainly doing exactly what he needs to do to defend his lead in the championship from Gabriel Gomez. Remember, they went into this weekend 6 points, separating them in the point standings. Gomez, though, has certainly had a challenge in these early starts of the weekend. Still not racing against each other at the moment. There on your screen, though, Ian Aikmans yesterday qualified at P6 overall. Starts this one on the front row. Yesterday, second and a third place finish. Again, good results matching where his starting points are. New team for him for the second time. First race with them at this circuit here, Cremona, 2 weeks ago with the Charles Leclerc team. But this weekend, certainly showing that he's got some pace with the Lennox team.
He always had the pace, Ian Aikmans. Whatever the team has been showing that for many, many seasons now on the international level. But he decided indeed for this end of the year to switch a team with maybe some nice, interesting project for next season. We'll keep you updated. Kid Nakamura Berta shaking the hand with his mechanic. One last few words before getting ready. Kid Nakamura Berta, of course, name very familiar to you guys following the karting world for the past few seasons. The reigning European champion in the junior category last year in that fantastic battle that we had in Italy in Franciacorta with Kid Nakamura Berta, certainly one of the young names to follow for the years to come. World champion, of course, in the junior category in Campillos 2 years ago. European champion last season against Alex Powell for what had been a fantastic finish of season in Franciacorta. It was the OK class, so second season in the senior category for Kid Nakamura Berta. He was one of the young drivers in the Alpine driver program for the past season. By his side, Teresa Babičková from Czech Republic, and one of the best weekends so far with a third and a fourth results in 2 first qualifying heats yesterday. Teresa Babičková that we've seen competing as well at the highest level for the past few seasons with the Teps Racing team, but like Ian Aikmans, she decided that for the last few races of the season she went to Forza Racing, and that's the kind of move that seems to be paying off for Teresa Babičková, whose pace has always been up onto the track, up for us to witness as well. But really, she put it together since the start of the weekend, a third and a fourth, and on a really strong form. One of the 3 Babičková sisters, as we have 2 of them this weekend competing in the class, and Teresa doing a great job. She will be starting from second row of the grid on the outside though, but it can prove to be fruitful at some of the starts of the races.
There's Emanuele Oliveri for the IPK racing team, starting this one on the third row of the grid, P5. Yesterday, P11 in his first race, P8 in his second after a time penalty added on at the end of the race. The Italian driver certainly having a shaky start to his weekend. Qualified at 14th, like I say, starting this one on the third row, P5, has got his work cut out of him over the course of this weekend, but certainly has been a force to be reckoned with, has been always up there, just losing it at some of the last moments, always involved in big battles. Starting alongside him, though, is Miguel Costa, the Brazilian driver who qualified at 18th overall. Yesterday, 10th and an 8th place finish. Certainly a driver who we would always see up at that sharp end of the field, and is certainly going to be doing that over the course of this weekend. Yesterday, shaky start. Hopefully today is a better day. Paralin team, very quick. They know what they need to do.
They do, certainly. Miguel Costa, well, one of the youngest drivers at the forefront of the European Championship this season, is currently 9th in classification, taking his best results all the way back to Denmark in Rodby with 25 points in the bag. It's close on points to Jan Perezolski and Nathan Tai just in front of him. That's for the end of the weekend calculation. We can see here on the left side Rick Driesen very quickly, one of the coaches and former European champion in the karting world back in 2014, coaching many young drivers into the class, including the young Douwe Dodeku. I think it's still the case. The Belgian driver who is competing this season in British F4. As the countdown is on and the green flag is waving into the air of Cremona. Drivers allowed to make their way onto the track. Here we go for the qualifying heat B versus F of the senior class.
Yes, indeed. They make their way onto the track. Let's take you through then the starting lineup for qualifying heat B and F. René Lammers and Ian Engmans then. They start on the front row of the grid. Kia Roberta and Teresa Babichkova going from row 2. Emanuele Oliveri and Miguel Costa going from row 3, from David Volta and Jakub Kamenek on row 4. Mark Dubnitsky and Simone Bianco going from row 5, with Luca Samalisto and Artur Lane rounding out the top 12 on row 6.
Row number 7, we'll see Jeming Wang and Michael Heder. Then we have Ryan Vincent and Guillaume Bouzard, followed by Marty Reitanen. Then we have Dat Sauer, as well as Dimitro Moabicic, Adrian Farrer by his side, and Matteo Giaccardi. In total, 21 drivers on this grid, 21 on track for the warm-up and grid formation lap. The occasion to get the tires up to temperature. This is the third race of those two groups, the first one of the day. Important to get your second day of running started on a good note. Always easier said than done, of course. The crash or the risk of incident is sometimes close. But this time around, we've seen some good and clean racing for the start of the day. Good starting procedures as well as the officials. Mr. Nigel Edwards on your picture is, of course, all the officials very much focusing on everything that's happening on track all throughout the circuit. Help with the camera system that, along with the streaming, is making sure that every single action can be spot on. And making sure as well that if a driver complains, well, he can have the support as well of visual confirmation or any bad maneuver that could be witnessed out there into the field. A highly competitive category, the senior class, making their way onto the track for the first time.
Here we go then into the tram lines, and it is lights out and off they go down and towards turn 1. Great start then from Lammers, who holds on to that race lead as they sweep to the outside. Eitman's getting squeezed because Nakamura Roberta goes down the inside. I think Eitman's gone down in towards P4 now, as I think Emanuele Oliveri got through as well. I think he did, yes. So good start then from the field as they make their way round in towards turn 6 and 7, down the back straight in towards turn 8. It's all clean through the first section, and already there's an issue. The 426 with a mechanical flag. That is Matteo Giaccardi, who started at the back of the grid. His chain guard has come off.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for Matteo Maccardi. He's going to have to come back to the pits very soon. He has 3 laps to do that because his car is deemed unsafe to keep on running. But apart from that, a pretty clean opening lap for everybody. Important to find the easiest of racing line to put yourself in good contention. As we have a move from one of the CRGs, Mark Dubnitsky, I think, trying to make his move on Artur Poulain. We're going to keep an eye on that one. As Emanuele Oliveri, we can see putting the pressure already on Kia Nakamura in P2. René Lammers, no trouble at all for the Dutchman. Went from pole and kept it alive all throughout the first of 13 laps for this qualifying heat. Lammers, Kia Nakamura Roberta, Olivieri with the IPK Racing Team. Ian Engmans dropping a bit of momentum down in P4. He's leading the second wagon. He's going to try to catch up as much as he can. Taking with him Miguel Costa. That beautiful racing helmet, if you haven't spotted it. As around the inside goes the 423. This was further back. Yeah, this is Michael Heder on Artur Poulain. This was first move attempted in the opening lap, and now he's made that stick for P9.
Indeed. Well, the race goes on, and it's starting to get a little interesting here. Emanuele Oliveri now latching on to the back of Kia Nakamura Roberta for P2. Nakamura Roberta, who got a pretty decent start, following René Lammers through turn number 1 on that inside row. Not able to really close up that gap. They were about 3/10 of a gap between the two of them, and into the pit lane comes the 426 of Matteo Giaccardi. That chain guard not attached, and unfortunately his race over, and you can imagine his frustration.
Quite unfortunate for one of the 6 drivers run by the VDK Racing Team, same team as young Thibaut Ramakus in the junior class, to name just a few. As we're back in the lead, and Kia Nakamura Roberta trying to shake off a little bit the top 3 with Emanuele Oliveri from P3 trying to keep up the pace as well. But Cremona, his gap went down to 1 little tenth of a second on René Lammers. We might see a move coming up very, very soon, as we could hear a sound, one of the tires into the opening corners. And it's kind of slippery in some parts of the track. The drivers going flat out pretty much every lap as much as they can into that opening corner before lifting it a little bit. Turn number 8 outside of the hairpin, where motricity, of course, is crucial to get yourself into that last sector. Twisty last sectors with turn number 13, 14, and 15, 16 on the way to the start, finish straight. Wheels on the curb, and this last curve, this one here, when the drivers really launch themselves to get at high speed onto the start finish straight. This curve has been sometimes pretty slippery for some of the drivers yesterday. We've seen some of them actually about to lose control of their cars. So far so good, as Cremona right now is certainly waiting for the right opportunity. He's staying with René Lammers, putting the pressure on the Dutchman to make his mistake, but knowing the experience of the British-Japanese driver, is going to certainly try to wait until the later stages.
Yeah, certainly so. Remember, tyre management is key for these drivers as well. You don't want to be pushing them by battling in these early stages, and he is aware that he's got Emanuele Olivieri behind him as well, so when he does go for the move, he's got to do it in a place where no one can retaliate and come back at it. Back onto the start-finish straight they go, very, very close. The gap did close down to less than a tenth between the two drivers. It's now opened up to 2/10 of a second once again. Battle still ensuing further back, though, in the grid. Still very, very close all the way throughout. David Walter leading a huge trio, huge train of drivers as well, with Teresa Babichkova, Michael Adair, Bianca Stale there as well from Costa and Boulain. So still very big battles happening. René Lammers, though, again, another fastest lap of the race. He is extending that gap now back to 0.3 of a second. I thought that Roberto had found some pace there and had matched the rhythm to close in, but again, and this later lap seems to be just dropping that little further back now. Again, could be in a maintenance mode here, just protecting everything.
Let's see how it's going to play out between the protagonists, but the gap is slightly extending indeed, as you said, between the two leaders. Now it's decreasing last good sector from Cremona. Olivieri down in third. Ian Hickman's trying to get close. He still has 0.4 of a second to try to climb to join the party and the battle within the top 3. Then we do have David Walter, Babichkova, Michael Herder, Miguel Costa making his way up to P8 in the meantime, in front of Simone Bianco for CRG. Then Arthur Poulain rounding up the top 10. Climbing through the ranks as well Guillaume Bouzard and Martti Rittonen in P14 and 15 respectively. As we do still have everybody on track. Matteo Giacardi was the first to retire of this race. The senior category are always more, I would say, on track. It takes sometimes more laps to initiate an overtaking maneuver. It's down to the high level of the category. You can feel the experience, of course, the drivers trying to get as close as possible, but that might not be as feisty as we could see in the Academy of the junior class on the distance of one race, because this is only the first one of many races to go into that OK category. And this is a long game, as we call it, in terms of time management, and it's about to consolidate your pace and your results, because what counts, of course, is by the end of those qualifying heats, the points for the championship. Try to finish that season on a high and get yourself as high as possible on the superheat grid on Sunday morning on the way to the final. But that's for tomorrow, and what counts as well for today is not to put a wheel round onto the track. And you can see now that the trio is splitting in half. I mean, Emanuele Olivieri just lost quite a bit of momentum in his last lap. He did 48.4, while Cremona was lapping 48.2, 48.0 for René Lammers, who made the difference here. Fastest lap in the race, you can see, for the Dutchman, who took a bit of a gap. We just went from 2 to 0.6 of a second now on Cremona. So here's the charge from René Lammers.
Yes, indeed. And again, he just keeps putting in fastest lap after fastest lap, does René Lammers. This one is going to get interesting, though, further back, as Olivieri now, like you were saying, dropping into the clutches of Ian Ekmans here. And Ekmans is starting to go for an attack here, I believe. Down the start-finish straight they will go. And again, that gap just edging ever so closer. Now 0.3 of a second between second and third. You can't take it away, though, from the drivers behind as they're starting to also spread out a little bit now as well. Volta Babičkova, who's there in the 5th and 6th place. They are just, again, driving along, doing what they need to do. As Jakub Kamenek sees a warning flag. Again, that does not come with a 5-second time penalty. It's just a flag, but still, you don't want to see one. Eichmann's here, looking like he's putting the pressure on now to Emanuele Oliveri as they go through the snail section. I can just imagine that he is hearing that kart just edging ever closer right behind him. When is the point that Eichmann is going to go for the move? He knows that he's not going to be able to catch up to Nakamura Berta or Lammers. He's not close enough for that one. They've broken away, but he could get 3rd place here in this qualifying heat, but can he go for the move? And will he go for the move? He might just sit there in P4. Time management, you know, P4 is a good result. It's what he needs, you know, in the championship. Eichmann's at the moment. Where is Eichmann's in the championship? He is a little further down in the order. I don't think he's in contention. No, he's not. He's P14 in the championship, so he's not in contention for it. But certainly, he wants a good weekend.
He wants a good weekend, and he's pushing like never before his TM engine machine. Let's try to see if he's going to be able to make that switch. A 2nd and a 3rd yesterday in his first qualifying heats. As it comes with practice as well to get used to a new team. As he's been competing with the family team of EGP for the past few seasons. World Racing as well, being the other formation he's been competing with. This is a new racing suit, new machine as well, new habits for the young Belgian driver. And this is the penultimate lap, 7/10 of a second between Lammers and Kim Nakamura Berta. Oh, get this right. We would have thought for a minute that Nakamura could have been able to shake that order a little bit, but René Lammers was the strongest on that one, on his way to what could be heat win number 3 out of 3 for the current championship leader. Still Olivieri. Eichmann's close like never before. Just a couple of 2/10 of a second at the advantage still of the IPK driver in 3rd. David Walter, Babičkova as well further back, split by 1 tiny tenth of a second. Interesting battle as well further back as Teresa Babičkova is certainly willing to switch that position as well. Here we go for the final lap. Will Eichmanns get past Olivieri? Can Babičkova shake off David Walter a little bit into the last lap?
Let's find out then as the drivers make their way round this final lap. There's Lammers, though, leading the way, comfortable at the moment. He's under no pressure whatsoever from Nakamura Berta, but certainly this is a challenge that he has got ahead of him. He's looking for 3 for 3 so far out of the 5 qualifying heats they'll get out of the course of the weekend. But he will certainly want to do his best in all 5 of them. But in this one, in the 3rd one, it is looking very, very good. Only a few more corners to negotiate. He's opening their gap up to nearly a full second now between himself and Nakamura Berta. The battles further behind, though, are still raging on. Oliveri and Eichmann still in the same position, but out of the final corner, René Lammers will take it 3 for 3 over the course of the weekend. Perfect result so far for René Lammers. Remember, he needs to score a minimum of 39 championship points if he wants to make sure that he can get away with the win. But of course, he's got to remember Gabriel Gomez is right there. Gomez so close in the championship, only 6 points behind. But your winner, René Lammers, 13 laps of racing, takes the win for the Paralympic Motorsport team from Kia Nakamura Berta, from Emanuele Oliveri, from Eichmann, who finishes in P4. That overtake did not happen. The same with David Walter and Teresa Babičkova, 5th and 6th for those two, not able to get the move done. Michael Adair setting the result for the wildcards in that one, the 4-2-3, gaining 7 positions and finishing in P7. Solid result from Miguel Costa, unfortunately dropping down 2 places, finishing in P8 from Mark Dubnitsky and Simone Bianco running out the top 10. There, though, on your screen, René Lammers for Paralympic, certainly looking like he could come away with a European Championship at the end of this weekend.
A very impressive showing from René Lammers and run of results since the start of the season. René Lammers, who took the win in Denmark last time out in the rugby. Just outside of the top 10, we do have in 11th position Lucas Amalista from Arthur Poulain, Jakub Kamenek, Marty Ritonen from Dimitrio Muracic in P15, followed by Ryan Vincent, Adrian Ferrer, as well as Datso, Jimin Wang, Guillaume Bouzard, and Matteo Gicardi, the only retired drivers in this race. But talking about René Lammers, indeed, his season just kept on going better and better round after round, as he was climbing to 2nd places in Spain, in Valencia. Third place in Spain for the start of the championship. Third place again in Třinec in Czech Republic before making it second place before making it to the highest step of the podium in Rugby. So a strong a strong trend of fantastic results for René Lammers. And if I were Gabriel Gomez, I would start to worry a little bit, because Gomez having to start from a little bit further back on the grid for each of his qualifying heats, having to give it out to try to climb those positions. But the battle for the OK title is most definitely on.
It most certainly is. Lammers leading that one then with 150 intermediate classification points. We turn our attention now to the OK Junior qualifying heat C and E. Lewis Francis there on your screen, the 274 from Australia. Certainly has had a good start to this weekend. Qualified third overall, starting this one on pole position. Yesterday had a fifth place finish and a race win, his first race win I think of the season, so certainly had a good weekend yesterday. He has got Jacopo Martinez starting alongside him. Yesterday he had a second and a race win as well. He qualified fifth overall. Certainly a very interesting dynamic grid we're going to see on this one with groups C and E, so looking forward to see what is going to happen. But like we say, we have seen up and down races, we've seen close battles at the front, we've seen open split battles at the front as well, we've seen trails of 8-9 karts all battling for first place. Who knows what we're going to see over the course of the rest of the day, because there is plenty to happen over the rest of the day. Remember, this is the second of the junior races that we are going to be seeing today, Group C and E. There are two more junior races to happen before the lunch break. 3 more senior races to happen. But yesterday in qualifying, Lewis Francis put it pole in his group. He starts this one on pole. We caught up with him yesterday.
Lewis Francis, great performance for you ahead of your group. I guess this is a first for you in the European Championship. How do you feel after that performance?
Well, I'm feeling very happy. I'm so proud of the work that I've done with the Car Republic and my family. And yeah, I'm over the moon.
Over the moon, and we can easily understand why. Can you share with us your experience in the competition on this track so far? And how has it been track-wise?
It's been good. The weekend has been good so far. The track's been getting more grippy, so I've been adapting. But the session was really good. We had good track position and I managed to do a good lap.
So now you're going to be starting your qualifying heat ahead of a competitive field. What do you think you can achieve this weekend? There's going to be a lot of fighting certainly behind you.
I'm not going to think about the result. I'm just going to work as hard as I can, push as hard as I can, look forward and try my best.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Great to chat to him yesterday. Like I say, starting this one on pole position. He looked pretty comfortable there, didn't he, Guillaume?
Yeah, spoken like a true professional, and you need confidence as a racing driver, especially when you find yourself in that position for the first time of your young career. But Lewis Francis definitely a P5 and a P1 to get his weekend started yesterday. So he was able to translate that pace in qualifying into strong results on track. But watch out for the young man from Italy that's going to have by his side on the front row Jacopo Martinez, a P2 and a P1 as well to get his weekend started yesterday. Jacopo Martinez, of course, one of the young protagonists in this year's championship as well, who took his best weekend back in Denmark when he was third of the final after leading the qualifying heats and the heats as well. Jacopo Martinez, who took strong results and confidence on the track of Rugby last time out. So let's see what he can do on home soil. Certainly more than willing to shine in front of his peers.
Yes, indeed. There is Vivek Kanthan, though, starting on the second row of the grid. The driver from the USA. 2 second-place finishes yesterday. Certainly has had a good start to his weekend. Can he maintain that momentum over the course of this one? There, one of the grandstands absolutely filled. Mechanics, friends and family lining the sides of the circuit, watching the racing over the course of this weekend. Plenty of viewing spots. If you are a local watching in the northern part of Italy, do come on down. It is an open event. You can join us. There, though, starting alongside is Mateus Orjuela in the 248, the Colombian driver who has also himself had an interesting day. 9th in his first race, 6th in his second, qualified 11th. He has been there. He has been at the sharp end. Certainly one to keep an eye on this weekend.
Mateus Orjuela was shown great flashes of brilliance last year as well for his season in the Academy Trophy that he finished in P3. This time around in the junior class, more than willing to keep on going on that trend, and is going to be on the second row of the grid on the outside of the line. Niklas Schaffler just behind from DPK Racing, the young driver from Austria, who was 2 weeks ago the fastest in qualifying, took it on pole. Great results as well for Niklas Schaffler with the last handshake from his mechanic. Niklas Schaffler at the moment is sitting in P12 in the championship. Had a good start to his season down in Valencia, picking up a couple of points all throughout the year. But certainly a good start to his weekend as well, with a P3 as best result. It would be a 5th on the grid.
Certainly would be. Well, keep a close eye on him throughout this race. He'll have Scott Lindblom starting alongside for this one. Nearly time to get going for their first race of the day, Group C and E. Certainly a very interesting set of races they've had over the course of this weekend so far. Engines fire up and they make their way out onto the circuit then for their first race of the day. Let's take you through the starting lineup then, with Australia's Lewis Francis starting on the front row, with Jacopo Martinez representing Italy alongside Vivek Canthan and Matteo Orjuela going from row 2, with Niklas Schaffler and Scott Lindblom on row 3. Kian Fardon and Jenson Burnett go from row 4, with Ludovico Busso and Alexander Bondarev. Remember, Alexander Bondarev, who is in the championship fight this weekend. He is currently your championship leader. What can he do from the 10th place spot? Sun Zhao Yu and Zhang Jose rounding out row 6. Alphonse Mitterden and Roman Kamyab going from row 7.
Row number 8, we do have Vladimir Ivanikov with Bernardo Gentil by his side, followed by Kit Belowski and Luca Alton, Louis Cochet and Elliot Kaczynski, row number 10. Row number 11, Henri Domain, Oliver Kinmark. Then we have Ando Arata and Daniel Kelleher, Giulio Mazzolini, Enzo Ruggiero, as well as Javier Herrera. A total of 27 drivers onto this grid as well as onto the track. We do have everybody in for the information lap, 10 laps to go through for the junior category C versus E. We had a couple of races already in that class yesterday and today. Half later, taking the first win of the day in the previous confrontation. Let's see what Lewis Francis or Jacopo Martinez will be able to do. They have 1 win each so far. And in the point classification as for now, Dries van Langenong, the young Belgian from Forza Racing, is your current leader after strong finishes so far, P1, and 2, P2. Lewis Warrell in second, so it's a full Forza lineup leading the junior category so far in Cremona from Alfie Slater, Kralling and Filippo Sala in P5.
Yes, indeed. Certainly a good shake-up then. Here we go. It's been a perfect weekend so far with starts, and it continues today with another green flag start from the word go. Schaffler to the inside, 3 wide through turn 1. How on earth they all came out of that one? Kian Fardon was sandwiched in between the middle of that one. So lucky.
Oh.
It was not lucky for these drivers, though. Off the track goes the 279, I believe that is, off the circuit, and they tumble down the order. That is Sun Zhao Yu for the Ward Racing team. He is out of the race, out of the car, and furious.
Furious he can be into that double hairpin in 3 and 4. Was taken out by the look of it. We're going to need to see that again. But apart from that, it's going pretty well for everybody into the field. Trim line of drivers into the last sector already, led by Lewis Francis, who kept it alive from a pole position into that first few corners. Under the pressure already by Jacopo Martinez. Let's see if the Italian is going to be able to make that switch as early as lap number 2. But the pressure is rising. Niklas Schaffler had a good opening lap, climbing 2 places up to P3. Kian Fardon down in P4. And we have Vivek Kahan, Matthias Orjuela dropping 2 positions in P6. In front of Ludovico Busso, Alexander Bondarev climbing to P8. The championship leader needs the results from Alphonse Mitterden and Vladimir Ivanikov running up the top 10. Good recoveries into the midfield as well. Watch out for the battle for P4. It's all contact!
Oh.
Niklas Schaffler and Cardin coming together. Unfortunately, Kian Fardon climbing onto the cart of Niklas Schaffler. 2 drivers seem to be okay leaving the scene of the incident, but what a big crash that is into turn number 5. That was quite an unfortunate turn of event between 2 of the contenders for the win in that heat and in the this weekend's final. But the cars are still onto the track, as you can see, as the 205 is picking up a warning flag. Alexander Bondarev is being warned by the officials in the meantime, but what a big shunt that was.
That was not nice to see. Luckily, both of them out of the car, Schaffler and Fardon. It couldn't have been the smallest driver and the tallest driver on the grid that had it coming together there through turn number 8, but certainly they are both okay out of the carts, but their race is over, and that is a very dramatic way to end their race. action, though, back at the front here. Martinez still leads the way from Lewis Francis, who's still there. Vivek Kanthan right on his tail, though. Might not be for too much longer, though, as he may look down the inside here through turn number 13. And he does look down the inside through turn 13. Takes full advantage there of Francis not going defensive into the corner and moves up into second place. Down the start-finish straight they go. Now he will try to close that gap up back to Martinez as they start to just drive away from the rest of the field. Mateus Orjuela still there as well, just behind. You can see him there. He's under pressure from Bondarev, who has latched on to the back of this group. He has certainly had a good start to his race. Now he gets another one, gets down the inside of Orjuela, and Orjuela cannot defend it as Bondarev sets the fastest lap of the race.
And the Car Republic machine is showing the strength into those opening stages of the race. Bondarev, the fastest lap for the Ukrainian driver, making his way up to a P4. Good job as well from the American driver. In second place, Vivek Kanthan trying to chase Jacopo Martinez, taking advantage of the battles behind him to try to get himself as far as possible. Always easier said than done. And once again, Alexander Bondarev is being investigated, certainly for a move as he was making his way up into the classification. We'll find out more about what this could be about, but Bondarev is going to have to be careful about the next couple of laps.
Here's a replay then of that incident between Fardin and Schaufler, and the gap just closed. Fardin was on the inside and the gap just disappeared and right over the head there of Nicholas Schaufler, and so dramatic. Thankfully, both of them up and out of the karts, but scary moment for the drivers.
Yeah, scary it was, and quite unusual because the cornering speed was quite low into that particular corner, actually 3 and 4, so it's not really. Oh, and there's a move on the inside from Kanthan on Martinez. Here's your move for the lead, and watch out because Jacopo Martinez now finds himself under pressure from Lewis Francis on the inside. They're gonna go bumper against bumper the way to turn number 1, and Francis has the inside line, but Jacopo Martinez keep on resisting and hold on to first. As further back, Alexander Bondarev is back in the fight as well and take P3 inside of turn number 3.
I have never winced more in my life than that moment there. How close were those drivers through turns 1 and 2? Fantastic racing, and Martinez has come back out on top of it. Francis, though, doing exactly what he needs to do, but Vivek Kanthan certainly is impressing me over the course of this weekend. So is Bondarev. Bondarev right there now in third place is doing exactly what he needs to be doing here. This is wicked stuff between these top 5 drivers. It's just allowing everyone to close back in as well. Mateus Orjuela goes back in as well. He certainly will be liking this. Alphonse Mittinen still there as well. He's just behind. You can see him trying to come through now in the Koski Motorsport team. He is not able to latch onto them just yet, though. Give him a couple more laps. There is only a couple of laps left into this one. Martinez, though, still controlling this race.
Lap 7 out of 10, and the Car Republic drivers have to play it smart on that one because they are from the same team. As on the inside goes Kanthan. The American driver is certainly not particularly happy about the turn of events. He was potentially leading that race and now finds himself in P3. So having to chase Alexander Bondarev, who's taking well advantage of all those events and moves between the drivers in the lead. Now making his way up to P2. He was only P10th on the grid, Bondarev, after that difficult qualifying of his yesterday. But Martinez, in the meantime, is not looking over his shoulder, trying to increase that gap. Half of a second now on Bondarev, but the chase is on. And Vivek Kanthan in third place wants to take part of it. As we enter lap number 8, the checkered flag is getting near and near. Still the same gap between Martinez and Bondarev. Kanthan focusing on the Ukrainian driver just in front of him. Francis, Orjuela, Mittinen, Kamiab, Houghton, Rousseau and Belowski, your top 10. Coming close to the conclusion of that race.
Yeah, it is nearing the end of this one, and certainly they have started to calm themselves down. I'm looking there, look at that front bumper there on Bondarev. That was wobbling quite a substantial amount there down the back straight. He might have a nose cone penalty at the end of this one, but that will be confirmed at the end of the race. But still looking very tentative there was that front nose cone. He's still there in second place, so looking good. This is a battle further down, though, as Alphonse Mittenen's under pressure from Roman Kamiab. Kamiab sends it down the inside through turns 13, and I think he managed to make that move stick, though. Back with the battles a little further up the field, though, as still Jacopo Martinez leads from Bondarev, Kanthan, from Francis, Orjuela, Kamiab, Horton, then it's Mittinen, then it's Busso, Belowski, and Ivanov, who are there in the top 11. Very close battle all the way throughout. And there you can see the top 11, top 12 separated by just over 5 seconds as well. That shows how close it is. And if, of course, Bondarev has got that nose cone penalty, 5 seconds would drop him down to P11 on track. So, yeah, that will not be a good result for him.
Yeah, definitely not. To be confirmed, though, because the position, sometimes the flexibility of those front fairing in the start-finish straight could sometimes be misleading. Sometimes move quite a bit, and maybe by the look of it, the position seems to be rather okay. To be confirmed after the race. As you can see, the classification as for now, as it stands, Martinez is taking the lead. If he keeps it together into that final lap, that would mean not only win number 2 for Martinez, but the leading as well, leading position into the intermediate classification from Van Langendonk and Bandarev would make a huge jump into P3 from Kahan and Lewis Francis. But for that, you need to hold on to that position. But I think into that last lap, it's unlikely that we're going to see any other move coming our way. At this point, it's about keeping the results alive, and Jacopo Martinez has been in full control of that second part of the race.
Yes, he has been. He controlled that one very, very nicely. Only a couple more corners left to negotiate, and Jacopo Martinez would be coming away with another race win. It was a second place earlier on yesterday in his first race. It was a race win in his race 2. Race 3, it's another one. He crosses the line and takes the checker flag from Alexander Bondarev. Question mark, though, on Bondarev's front bumper. And remember, he is also under investigation during that race, so it might not be over for Bondarev. That race result may change at the end. Vivek Kantan, though, takes third place from Lewis Francis, Mateus Orquela from Roman Kamiab, Luca Horton and Kip Bolowski from the rest of the Vladimir Ivanovakov finishing in 9th place at the end of that one from Louis Cochet. Zhang Jose finishing in the top 11, very, very close. But like you said earlier on, Jacopo Martinez now takes the lead in the intermediate classifications. 144 points from Theresa Langendonk with his 138. Alexander Bondarev currently sits with 132 in 3rd. Again, though, that may change with this next race result.
To be confirmed, of course, all the results available to you on FIAKarting.com. And if you're willing to follow the races live as well with the live timing, go to apextiming.com, localtiming.com as well. All those links available on the official website of the FIA Karting Championship and on social media as well. Here's your classification in full. Jacopo Martinez taking his second win of the weekend so far in front of Alexander Bondarev, picking up his best result after climbing for P10. Then we have in 3rd place the American driver Vivek Kahan from Lewis Francis, Mateus Orquela, Roman Kamiab, Luca Houghton, 11 places gained up into P9 from Louis Cochet. Then we have Ujai Zheng in P11 from Scott Lindblom, Daniel Kelleher, Oliver Kinmark, P15 for Elliot Kaczynski, and outside of P15 we do have Ludovico Bosso from Henri Domain, Jetson Burnett, Enzo Rudu Giro, Bernardo Gentil, Javier Herrera, Endo Errata and Giulio Mazzolini. Couple of drivers that we lost in the process to Yeonju as well as Ken Fardin, Niklas Schauffele and Alphonse Mittinen. Ken Fardin and Niklas Schauffele coming to get Niklas Schauffele, who actually got tangled into that corner, turn number 8 into the hairpin with Ken Fardin as well. Quite a disappointing end of a race for them too. Here's a replay of what happened on track. Here's the start on the inside.
3 wide through turn number 1. Look at Niklas Schauffele on the inside there, absolutely side by side. Jacopo Martinez held it round the outside and just sweeped into 2nd place. Brilliant start. This is the moment where we lost Sun Zhao Yu, who just dropped out. The rest of the field, I think, a couple of other drivers who were involved in that one. I think that may have been Alphonse Mittinen and Giulio Mazzolini also involved in that fray. But certainly it all kicked off a little later on in the race as well, as we saw another one of the Ward drivers going a little bit wide. I think that was Endo Arata who went slightly wide. There would be drama all the way throughout this race. This was one of the biggest dramatic moments here, as down the inside went Kian Fardin on Niklas Schauffele, and it just all went wrong. And it's such a scary moment for these two drivers, but I think thankfully both of them were okay. That was through turn 8 of the circuit in the early stages of the race. Not nice to see. Kantan making the moves, though. He would move up into P2 at the expense of Alexander Bondarev and Jacopo Martinez. They would then battle all the way throughout this one. Kantan would take the lead of the race. Not for long, though, because straight back through would come everyone. They would go 3 wide. It got very interesting and a very close moment between the entire grid of drivers through this one. Bondarev just slowly bringing it all the way in. Lewis Francis certainly doing a very good job of maintaining his track position, though, but he would finish that race in P4, which is not his worst result of the weekend, but still not one he would have liked.
The move keeps on going. Here the 205 making his way up. Alexander Bondarev 10 on the grid and finishing in a strong second position. As we lost as well the 276 of Alphonse Mitinen from Koski Motorsport, the fourth driver who didn't make it to the final. But in the lead, Jacopo Martinez was really uncatchable until the end. For 3/10 of a second, he took win number 2 for the Italian from Bondarev and Vivek Kahan. Still very much sunny and warm here with 27 degrees in the air in Cremona. Let's focus ourselves on the next race. Let's switch back to the senior category, the OK class, with this young man on your picture, Enzo Talvanishkul from Thailand, one of the young standard bearers from the Prema racing team with Car Republic, of course, and one of the new protege of Mr. Helmut Marko in the Red Bull Junior program. Enzo Talvanishkul, who took the World Championship title in the junior category last season in Sarno. You might have seen that back in September, and doing his bit here in the OK category this season. Enzo Talvanishkul, who has been collecting a couple of points and strong results ever since the start of the year, needs to finish this season on a high, as so far he picked up 2 first places out of 2. He will be starting from pole position. We caught up with him yesterday. Enzo Talvanishkul, qualifying done here at Cremona. A good lap for you that puts you up there for the qualifying heats. So you're feeling positive for this weekend?
Yeah, the pace is not bad. We're there in the front, so as long as we can keep calm and do what we have to do, I think we have a good shot to have a good position for the superheat. The circuit of Cremona seems to be to your liking. You're facing strong opposition this weekend. What do you think you can achieve? I think the track is obviously now it's very hot, and also the surface consumes a lot of the tires, so I think only pace won't be the deciding factor. Also, the people who can manage the tires the best and keep everything as cool as possible will have an advantage, because at the end, I think when the track is like this, you have to have a lot of control over what you do when you drive also, so it's going to be difficult for sure.
Well, there we go. Difficult is a good word, I think, to use over the course of this weekend. Challenging conditions that they've got. Air temperature currently sitting at 27 degrees. So definitely not as hot as what it was a couple of weeks ago here, but certainly a very good one. There is Luigi Coluccio. Nice little wave there from Luigi. Certainly having a good run his weekend. P9 in his first race after a post-race penalty. Race win in his second race. Qualified 5th over the course of qualifying. Let's see what he can do at the front of this on the Tony Kart team. Certainly did well 2 weeks ago. They had both their drivers, Coluccio and Pavan, or 2 of their many drivers, I should say, at the front of the grid. Pavan not been there this weekend, which is a big shame. But Coluccio has been there. Keep an eye on him. Matteo Colnaghi starts on the second row just alongside Finn McLaughlin. There is Matteo Colnaghi, the Italian driver, in the 173. Qualified 9th yesterday, is liking the second place spot, as he has had 2 of them. Second in both his first and second qualifying heats over the course of the weekend. Can he replicate that today, or can he better it? Let's find out. By his side is going to have Fionn McLaughlin from Ireland, one of the fastest drivers in the squad of VDK Racing in that class. Fionn McLaughlin, who had a good start to his weekend as well, with a P5 and a win for Fionn McLaughlin, whose pace has been really progressing on the Cremona circuit. McLaughlin, here it is for VDK Racing. Not a contender, obviously, when it comes to the battle for the title, but certainly eager to finish that season on a high. Watch out for Fionn McLaughlin, P1 and P5, and all he needs to do is to climb those 3 little places in front of him to emulate that performance of yesterday. A driver starting alongside, though, and just behind, actually, you've got Roland Cooklane and Gabriel Gomez, and it is an important one for Gabriel Gomez, the Brazilian driver. He is looking to get away with this one. There, though, Roland Cooklane, the driver, is asleep. No, I think he's focused. I don't think he's asleep out there. I'm sure he got a full night's kip before the start of this race. Are you sure? Is he actually asleep there? I'm not too sure. He's doing a Kimi Räikkönen on that one. He's very focused there, is Roland Cooklane, the Estonian driver, for the Ward Racing team. Currently starting this one fifth on the grid on the third row.
He's just enjoying the shadow a little bit, you know, and
yeah, he's enjoying
it
that.
does him good, and you know, he's actually being very relaxed by the look of it. That could be one way to approach racing, like you know, old Iceman Kimi Räikkönen used to do in Formula 1, to fall asleep in his car just minutes before the start of a race.
Like I say, fully focused. This man here, though, I suspect is also fully focused. Gabriel Gomez, the CRG driver, who is in the fight for the championship between himself and René Lammers. 6 points separated the two going into this weekend. There is still 6 points separating the two of them because we have not yet had the first of the point scoring opportunities come through fruition, which happens at the end of the qualifying heat. Right now, though, René Lammers is leading that one. Gabriel Gomez, I don't think, is even in the top 8 at the moment in that one. So he's got some work to do here in the second half of the weekend. Today is a very important day for Gabriel Gomez. Focusing is going to be crucial for him.
A P4 and a P2 so far for Gabriel Gomez. By the side, some drivers keeping a close watch as well. I do think that it was maybe Alex Powell that we could see there. But on track very soon, the green flag is out as the qualifying heat C versus E is making his way onto the track. The senior category is back on with Enzo Talvanishkol, Luigi Coluccio sharing the front row of the grid. Second row, Mattia Colnaghi and Fiamma Coughlin. Third row, we see Ron Coughlin and Gabriele Gomez, followed by Xavier Avramides and Kazi Motorkar on row number 4. Row number 5, Petra Babichkova and Peter Hagiv. Row number 6, Alexander Bogunovic and Joel Bergström.
Row number 7, we'll see Leon Nielsen and Marcus Sater with Simon Reckenmacher and Emily Kavisto going from row 8. Kasper Henriksen and Maximilian Popov from Maxim Haradunian and Preston Lambret going from row 10. And the top 20, Zofarescu and Kirill Kutzkov then will round out the 22-car grid on row 11. And this is certainly going to be an interesting one. Right, I've got the intermediate classifications up in front of me now, and I can confirm, yes, Gabriel Gomez not in even the top 10, actually, at the moment in the intermediate classification. So he's certainly got some work to do here this weekend. But luckily for him, he's only 6 points behind. It's still very close. He still has a chance here of gaining good spots. But right now, yeah, he's starting this one on the 6th spot of the grid. Let's see what he can do. Here we go then, drivers getting themselves lined up. And I can imagine tense moment for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, because the points are one thing, but the confidence you're able to build as you go through that sort of weekend is another. And when it comes to René Lammers, 3 races, 3 wins, unlike Gabriel Gomez will be P4 in a second, but it's having, of course, disadvantage of having to climb through the ranks of the field as the grid is making his way on the start-finish straight. The lights go out. No, they don't. We go for one extra lap, the first one of the day, and it took more time for us to have that extra round to get the tires up to temperature. But this time, if I think that the grid just in the middle of it maybe wasn't deemed good enough, and certainly might have to do with Enzo Talvanishkul, eager to go for battle and maybe accelerating a little too soon to the liking of the marshals.
There's a replay of the start, and yeah, no, from that angle it looked fine. It looked like they were all in a row. From the side angle, I suspect it looked a little bit different, and I suspect from our race director Pasquale Lopole's position it looked a lot worse, which is why he did not allow that race to begin. So drivers being formed up once again. They will be slowed down. Gonzalo Plata again will do the job of standing on the effectively the start-finish line while the cart's coming towards him at nearly full chat. Hopefully, yeah, he gets out of the way promptly. So all is well, but he'll have to slow the grid down. Again, they're not formed up just yet. Very late formation once again. They've got to get that sorted out a little bit sooner, making sure they're all in formation. Now it's looking good. Into the tram lines we go. I think it's going to be a green flag start this time around, and it is. Down they go in towards turn number 1. Great start from Coluccio. Sweeps to the inside. Tarvanitschel getting swamped by the pack. He's gone round and off. In the background, 4 carts have gone off, 1 nearly rolling. One of them's the Sodi kart as well. The 187, I think that is, that's gone round. And that's an absolute disaster there. It's Preston Lambret, one of them. The 161 is also there as well.
We have lost Leon Nilsson, as well as Simon Reckenmacher, the German. That was a CRG, as well as Preston Lambert, as you've seen.
Yeah, 3 carts then going off. I think there was a 4th, but they got going. I think it was a CRG that got going as well. So certainly a bit of a shame, a dramatic opening lap then. But eyes on this front 2. as now Coluccio and Finn McLaughlin there in second place. McLaughlin certainly having a good weekend, a race win and a 5th place yesterday, wanting to replicate that today with another race win. He's there in P2, looking very strong. And look at that, who's in 3rd place? Gabriel Gomez. This is a much better start.
And still a yellow flag being waved into the opening sector of the track. The time for the Tony Kart chassis of Leo Nielsen to be put out of the way. I think this has been done, but now the green flag is out outside of turn number 2. So back to racing as Luigi Coluccio had a cracking start. Well, watch out for the comeback of Fiona McLaughlin. Another great start as well in opening lap for the Irish driver, protecting 2nd place. But watch out, Gomez has had a much better getaway than previous races as well. He knows that Saturday counts even more than yesterday. And after a P4 and a P2, now it's about time to go for hammer time. But Tal van Ischel is having other plans as well and just went for the move. Tal van Ischel back in P3, Gomez protecting 4th place, and he has one of his teammates from CRG, Matteo Colnaghi, and Colnaghi actually went through as well. So Gomez went from P3 to P5 in the space of 2 corners.
Yeah, and again, this is what we've been seeing from him yesterday, going for those moves, but it just not coming back to him in the important stages, and then gets swamped by the rest of the pack. He's got to be careful. He's got to be careful where he chooses to go for these overtakes. He's a very experienced driver. He had a dominant weekend in the Czech Republic. I think he took maximum points in the Czech Republic, did Gabriel Gomez. Yes, he did. Even the fastest lap in the final as well, with that extra point that you can get. So he knows how to pedal his kart. It is a very quick one, but right now in these qualifying heats, he is just struggling that little bit there as Maxim Haradunian is receiving a mechanical flag, and I believe that is for a damaged side left pod.
Yeah, certainly the result of the trouble that we had in the opening stages. Lap number 4 is on. Coluccio 0.2 of a second. Jan McLaughlin feeling the pressure of Enzo Tal. That's certainly the best pace we've seen so far this season from Tal, who took the win in the final of the prep race 2 weeks ago. Certainly more than willing to emulate that performance, but with 2 wins in the bag already, is looking very, very strong and goes for the move in turn number 8. Run inside. He made that stick beautifully, the Thai driver, up into P2. Jan McLaughlin, another one showing great flashes of pace so far, up into P3.
Luigi Coluccio is under investigation again. Another amazing start at the beginning of the race. Was it too good?
And watch out for the battle between the CRGs, Colnaghi and Gomez. And Gomez just trying to make his way through, but it could be everyone for themselves. But once you're part of the same team and knowing the position of Gomez in the fight for the championship, it might need a strong result. It doesn't mean that Matteo Colnaghi will give it on the plate, but the race is still long. Only lap number 5 out of 13, as Kulikutskov, sitting in P9, is putting the fastest lap out there, climbing 13 places. Kulikutskov at the wheel of his Czech Republic machine, qualifying very, very difficult, but it's climbing for the field, representing, of course, the colors of the Spanish team of DPK, using KR, as he puts himself into P9 at the moment, at the chase of Peter Hagiv in P8.
And I believe that was another one there. So making moves all the way throughout the field. Now this is starting to close in. Coluccio and Tal van Ischel. Tal van Ischel now on the charge back. The gap closing to under 0.3 of a second. This could get interesting here, as McLaughlin still there in 3rd place, is just trying his best to keep up with these two at the front. There, though, Matteo Colnaghi now setting the fastest lap of the race. If anything, Colnaghi is punching a hole here for Gomez to try and catch up to the rest of the field. I reckon there still could be teamwork going on here.
Yeah, definitely working together, as Colnaghi might be slightly faster at the moment. 48.5, 48.8 for Gomez. But like we say, and like you said, this could be teamwork indeed, working into place. As let's have a look at the replay of the start. You can see on the right side of the picture, Luigi Coluccio having a cracking getaway, with Enzo Tal van Ischel being stuck a little bit. And yeah, what happened further back, coming together, 3 of them, as the Sony car got stuck into the grass. But in the end, it will be the World Racing driver Leo Nielsen who would face DNF.
Yeah, well, Leo Nielsen, yeah, facing that one. Preston Lambert
Yes,
also
well,
facing that one. Yeah, it looked like it was actually, from that replay, Leo Nielsen who actually got the sideways move first, and then the rest of the field came through with the Soda Kart Preston Lambert as well. as the CRG. I think that was Emilio Covisto. No, it wasn't. It was Simona Recamacher who came through as well. They were very, very close and just latched onto the top of each other, which, again, another very scary moment. A few more laps to go in this race. Plenty still left to happen. There on your screens going through your shot is Joel Bergström and Kirill Kutskov. Their battle happening in P7 and P8 on your screens as they fight their way through, though, keeping an eye on this battle here. Tav Initial, it's not closing in that gap. If anything, it's opened up just that little bit more now. 0.4 of a second between himself and Luigi Coluccio. The only thing that Tav Initial's got going for him here is the fact that Coluccio is under investigation for a possible jump start. And
he just responded to that with the fastest lap, trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and the Thai driver in second. The gap is for 0.4. Let's see if he was able to extend that with the fastest lap in the bag. Pierre McLaughlin still holding on to that third place. And of Konagi, Gomez, Coquelin, Bergström, Kutskov, Agiv and Motorcar for your top 10 at the moment. Kutskov keeps on climbing the ranks. Talking about Joel Bergström, climbing 5 places up to P7. Not so long ago, Bergström, he was representing Sweden in the FIA Motorsport Games down in Paul Ricard at the end of October. And if followed that, Emilio Covisto being investigated as well is at the moment at the back end of the grid. We'll get back to that. At lap number 9 about to be completed as Coluccio putting another fastest lap. Still, the gaps remains the same. Van Ischel having still both of his eyes really much focused on the leader, with still a chance to take that third win. Coluccio has won already, a win that maybe he wasn't supposed to get, because you might remember that yesterday what happened is that the young Luis Iglesias, one of the new additions to the OK category, was leading for a full second in front of Coluccio before, unfortunately, leaving the track in turn number 3 on dirt that had been deposited over there, left there by another driver. So he lost the win and gave it on a plate, so to speak, to Luigi Coluccio, who was pushing like never before. But a win is a win in whatever conditions. But Coluccio is proving once again that he will be one of the contenders. He was one of the fastest 2 weeks ago in qualifying, put out some strong results into the races as well. And that could mean victory number 2 if he's able to hold that positions and hold off Enzo Van Ischel, who responds to the Italian with the fastest lap.
Yes, indeed. Well, here we go then. And still Coluccio holding on to that race lead gap, slowly coming down. We've talked about some of the big movers there, Kirill Kutskov being one of them, but he is under investigation in this race as well. So maybe some of those moves weren't to the steward's liking out on circuit. Rest of the big movers as well. Maximum Popov, 3 positions gained. Zoflorescu also 3 positions gained. Joel Bergström, 4 positions gained up into P8. But we continue to watch here the charge from Coluccio and Tav Initial, who once again just swapping lap times here. And the gap's just bungee jumping at the moment, sticking around that 4/10 mark. Not much happening at the front of that one. The rest of the field still relatively spread out as well. So a relatively calm race, this one, which is a nice change after this morning's pace that we've had. Certainly has been an interesting one, but right now Coluccio doing what he needs to do. Not in that title fight, but certainly he's keeping the likes of Gomez at bay, and you know, Gomez there in P5. You've got to think, what must he be feeling right now? Because right now he's pushing as hard as he can. He knows he needs to get some good results. He is getting good results. He's been there and about at that sharp end, but he's been going for moves that just haven't worked out.
Oh, the 169. This is Zoe Forescu Potella.
Oh, just
another one, I think, for Zoe Forescu. Didn't have they were one of the best outcomes in yesterday's races. Zoe Forescu having to retire. As we're getting near the conclusion of that race, is never, of course, DNF is always very cruel, but even more difficult, so it intervenes towards the end of a race.
I say you could probably blame me for that one. So I just said you gained 3 positions in the race, and now all of a sudden you find yourself broken at the side of the track. So commentator's curse kicking in. I do apologise. We are on to the last lap now, and Coluccio and Tav Initial, that gap has closed down just that little bit more. It's still 0.3 of a second. Coluccio doing what he needs to do. McLaughlin, there is Zoflorescu. I can imagine the frustration going through her body right now. What a disaster for her. But still, eyes on this one. I don't think we're going to see a move here from Tav Inicial. I don't think he's close enough. He has done a brilliant job to keep up with Coluccio. He will be clutching onto that investigation flag that went out for Coluccio. But Coluccio just doing what he needs to do here Couple more corners to go, and he will take another heat win this weekend here at Cremona. Out of the final corner, and Luigi Coluccio takes it from Enzo Tarvanechko. Finn McLaughlin takes third place from Matteo Colnaghi. Gabriel Gomez finishing in P5 from Roland Cooklane finishing in P6, the highest of the 2 wildcards out on this grid. Kirill Kutskov with an impressive 15 positions gained, finishes in P7 from Joel Bergstrom, from Peter Agiv finishing in 9th place. Gazi Motlaka rounds out the top 10 for the KR Motorsport team. Certainly a good result though, but Luigi Coluccio for the Tony Kart Racing team representing Italy takes the race win after 13 laps of races. In towards technical they go to make sure all is above board. Remember, all the race results that we talk about are provisional.
And a great result for Luigi Coluccio, a second win that puts him 4th in the standings, led by René Lammers from Enzo Tarvanechko, Nakamura in 3rd, and Coluccio in 4th from McLaughlin and Colnaghi. Still very much provisional, as those drivers will have 2 more races to go through this afternoon. But another win for Luigi Coluccio, certainly much to the liking of Signore Robazzi, the president of the OTK Kart Group, that is with us this weekend to support the Tony Kart factory effort. Coluccio wins from Tarvanechko, McLaughlin, Colnaghi, Gomez, Kuklai, Kutskov, Bergström, Hagiv, Motorcar, Seide, Bokunovic, Petra Bichkova in P13, from Xavier Avramides and Kasper Eriksson, P16. Following is Maximilian Popov from Hameli Kovisto, Simon Reckenmacher finishing the top 18 after that incident into the opening lap, and a couple of drivers that we lost, Preston Lambert that we lost as well, and Leo Nilsson, which drivers who got caught up into that opening lap incident. And we did lose as well Maxim Arutunian, and you've seen it as well, Zoe Florescu, unfortunately towards the end of the race. Thanks again to the marshals and the operating team of the Cremona Karting circuit, making sure that the track is clear in no time for the race to get going, as we can switch our attention to the next race. But before that, let's have a look at the replays. A great start from the outside from Luigi Coluccio.
Yeah, it was, and it was a good start as well from McLaughlin, who followed Coluccio around the outside line. We were talking it was a good start. Was it too good? Because remember, he is under investigation. Then this happened just in the background now. Preston Lambert, Leon Nilsson, and Simon Reckenmacher involved in that one. Unfortunately, the 2 retirements from that, Leon Nilsson and Preston Lambert, not what they wanted to see. Then we started to see moves from Gabriel Gomez trying to get up in the order. He did manage to do so. He was up into 3rd at one point, but then just slowly started to get squeezed down. Matteo Colnaghi going through, taking that spot as well, and then he would be under trouble from the drivers behind as well, as Roland Cooklane started to make some decent moves as well. Unfortunately, he did drop down only 1 position from his original starting spot. There was a moment that Tarvanechko took 2nd place and then would maintain that 2nd place for the rest of the race, would slowly reel in Luigi Coluccio, but were not able to get the overtake done. That was the moment again further back where we saw Gabriel Gomez getting past Matteo Colnaghi. Colnaghi would then instantly fight back. So despite the fact that he is his teammate and he knows that Gomez is fighting for the championship, everyone is racing for themselves this weekend. Team orders are not a factor, but you could say that it was possibly helping, pushing him through. That was the moment that we lost Zoe Florescu, the 169, the Tony Kart driver, coming to a grinding halt on the last couple of laps. But the race win would go to Luigi Coluccio, but remember, he is under investigation for a possible jump start from Tarvanechko and Finn McLaughlin. Solid race, solid performance from the drivers.
It was indeed, as we're getting near the start of the next race, less than 3 minutes to wait before the OK Junior are back into action with the qualifying heat opposing Group A versus D, with this young man, Thibaut Ramakers, the Belgian sensation, who took a 3rd and a 2nd place so far from pole position. He will be starting, and we caught up with him after qualifying yesterday. Thibaut Ramakers, congratulations on your amazing performance in the last few seconds on your last lap in qualifying practice here in Cremona. You put it ahead of the rest of the field. Talk us through that lap, because that was a hectic moment for you.
Yeah, it's a very good quali. My first lap is not very good, but the second is perfect, I think. So I am very happy.
you can be very happy because you know, you will be one of the strongest certainly this weekend. In terms of tire management, with the temperatures, the track being hot, how do you think this will play out this weekend? What can you do?
I think I can make a podium, but the track is very hard, and the tire is hard. So.
And talking about the track, how do you like it here? It's very technical, narrow. Is it the type of circuit that obviously you might like considering your pace?
Yeah, it's a good lap. It's a really speed track, but I think it's very good. So.
Well, great to chat there to Thibaut Ramicus. His English is getting a lot better, isn't it? He's very well done to Thibaut Ramicus. Again, perfect little interview there. Christian Costoya starting alongside him, though, on this front row. Race win in his first race yesterday, fourth in his second. He qualified fourth overall. The Spaniard certainly having a good weekend. Costoya in the championship is sixth, but he is just around 100 points behind Alexander Bonarev. So, again, not in contention for the championship for this weekend.
And mentioning Alexander Bondarev, we had a doubt about his previous race and maybe something to do with the front fairing, and checking out the results, there was no penalty.
Okay, so he is all good on that front, and he does remain there third in the intermediate classification with 132 points as well. So good to see that all was well after that race. But the next one on your screens here, qualifying heat A and D for OK Junior, is nearly ready to go as the green flag goes out and the karts start to roll off the pre-grid. Here we go then for OK Junior qualifying heat A and D. Here is how they will line up. Thibaut Ramicus and Christian Costoya go from row one. Jack Iliff, who finished 24th after retirement in his first race yesterday with a fifth in the second one. What can he do from the second row of the grid? He's got Stepan Antonov starting alongside, who has finished both sixth in both of his heats. Noah Montero and Selim Hana, who's finished seventh in both of his heats. They go from the third row of the grid with Noah Wolf and Kirill Ditiev alongside on row four. Alexander Chartier and Travis Teo go from row five and running out the top 10 from Tiziano Monza and Joel Pocela on row six. Maria Neto and Louis Castellini, they round out the top 7 rows and the top 14 positions.
Row number 8, we do have Meryl Paldus and Jidush Pezel, followed by Mace Hoban and Theodor Bergersen, Efim Derunov and Sasha Van Tantbosch on row number 10, row number 11, Nikita Nikishov and Boris Lezen, followed by Luna Flusha, Harold Sepsis, as well as Ethan Lennon, Mary Barberg, as well as Amelia Wisho-Mirska by the end of the grid. As we do have 27 drivers on this and 27 with us for the formation lap. 10 laps to go through for the qualifying heat A versus D in the junior class. One more junior race after that, 2 more for the OK class, and then we'll have a well-deserved lunch break. And after that, some more action at 12 races this afternoon. So busy program. Stay with us on FIAKarting.com not to miss anything of the big finale of the European Championship in the junior category. Jacopo Martinez, the Italian, is leading on home soil, just 6 points ahead of Dries van Langendonk, Van der Red in third, Kahan, Francis Worrell, and the rest of the classification. That might change, of course, once again at the end of this race, as the drivers make their way onto the start-finish straight in order. Thank you, Gonzalo.
Yes, indeed. Here we go then into the tram lines. Grid bunched up. Looks good to me, and it is good. Lights go out and down and towards turn one they go. Great start from the front row. Christian Costoya and Ramicus both getting away well, but Ramicus would get the whole shot through turn one and takes the lead of the race. Rest of the field goes through. Iliff there with a good start. He's still there in third place as he latches onto the back. 2 of the Cup Republics there look like Stepan Antonov, who's there in fourth place, also with a good start. This is nice to see from the grid. Everyone through the first few corners unscathed.
And good start.
But not for long.
We've spoken too soon indeed. At the back end, someone is spinning. This is a 203 from Tony Kart, at least driving a Tony Kart machine. We start to see that this is Kirill Ditiev. Kirill Ditiev, unfortunately, you can see he was starting from the early parts of the grid. Let's see where he was, Kirill Ditiev on that grid, but unfortunately that didn't go according to plan, and he finds himself into the grass and out of this race. Not even actually at the end of lap number 1, so it didn't go that far into that race. Kirill Ditiev, quite unfortunately, into this qualifying heat. He was P8 on the grid, and he was tumbling down the order before that incident. So I do wonder what happened to him. Certainly not the start he had expected, as we have one of our marshals running onto the track, maybe a component, a piece left onto the tarmac somewhere, but in the meantime, overtaking happening all over the place. In turn number 8, some drivers trying to make their way through, some of them fighting as well to defend their positions. Thibaut Ramakers was able to hold off the rest of the field, but Christian Costoya is very much on his tail.
Yes, he is indeed. Top 2 breakaway now as they make their way out of the final corner, back onto the start-finish straight, looking very comfortable there. Battles raging off further behind there as down the inside goes Alexander Chartier on Stepan Antonov to try and get up another position, and he does get that move done. Antonov down another position. Actually, the move was done on Noah Montero. Antonov still in front. So Noah Montero down to P6 now as we keep an eye on our top 2. Ramakers and Costoya now looking very comfortable between themselves, but between the two of them, I suspect it's quite a tense atmosphere that these two have got. Keep an eye on the rest of the field just behind, though, as it's still starting to kick off in the background. Right now, eyes are fully focused on our top 2.
Ramakers, winner already this season in Valencia for the opening round. Christian Costoya, pole sitter in rugby earlier back in June in Denmark. So 2 of the protagonists with Thibaut Ramakers, one of the contenders against Alexander Bondarev for the title, where Christian Costoya is currently in the P6 overall in championship. Warning flag for Louis Castellini, and watch out for the move coming up. Certainly 3/10 of a second now between Ramakers and Costoya. The Belgian driver just putting himself a little bit of a cushion, but not quite enough to feel comfortable just yet, as both are lapping pretty much in the same lap times, 49.6, 49.7 for Christian Costoya. Salim Hanna put out the fastest lap in this one, and look at the gap that those two have been able to build on the rest of the field. Stepan Antonov is 1.4 seconds down, having to fight against Jack Hylif and Alexander Chartier. So we might see certainly a lot of switches of positions into that hectic battle. Up to 6 drivers into some picture. Around the inside goes a 207, beautifully made by Salim Hanna, who fought its way through to get ahead of Alexander Chartier.
Yeah, nice little move there down the inside through turn 13. A common place for drivers to get an overtake done, and again, seeing that again now in the early stages of this race, it is good. Eyes here, though, as Montero on the back of another one of the drivers. Actually, no, I think that was Stepan Antonov and Jack Hylif, and I think that was the battle for 3rd place, and yes, it was. And now Stepan Antonov up into P3 as Ethan Lennon sets the fastest lap of the race, 49.378. He is rather far down the order. He is currently in P15. 10 positions gained, though, for Ethan Lennon. He is a driver on the move, but eyes here still watching as Jack Hylif starting to fall down the order just a little bit now.
Yeah, he's going to have to push a little bit back, Jack Hylif, the American driver, especially since his 24 results after an incident yesterday. Here we go, lap number 6 out of 10. Thibaut Ramakers extending his lead up to half a second now in front of Christian Costoya. Stepan Antonov down in 3rd, just 3/10 from Noah Montero, the son of former Formula 1 driver and touring car star Thiago Montero. He was busy this weekend in the Formula E coaching other drivers, but is following, of course, his son's performance up close. As around the inside, we saw a move indeed from Alexander Chartier. Wasn't it? No, it was from Salim Hanna. My apologies. Yeah. On Jack Hylif, a battle for P5 that was, but Salim Hanna, you see him, the Rikofin Motorsport driver, the 207, just made his bit on Jack Hylif for P5. And I think it was even further up. Yes, it's just Jack Hylif. I was going to have to switch that position back. And defending at the same time against Noah Wolf. Let's watch that back, shall we? Ooh.
Ah, that was the moment then that we lost Krill Diltiev, yes. And it was just a clip of that rear axle through the corner. And not sure who that was with, actually. Who was he near at the start of that race?
That's quite unfortunate because, as we said, Kirill Diltiev was P8 on the grid, but he seemed to have had a very, very bad start, and he was actually tumbling down the order already when he got clipped and pushed into a spin over there. So very, very hard to see. We might need to see that again into the post-race replay. But in the meantime, we're here with one of the Leclerc Balenox machines as a driver having to retire. This is Harold Sepsis from the Gemoto racing team from Italy. Fortunately, this is one of the wild cards actually competing this weekend in Cremona. As we're back here for the battle for P6. Jack Hylif under the pressure of Noah Wolf with the redeveloped machine by Lennox Racing. Let's see what he can do against the Parolin driver. Khalif in P6, and while he's having to defend, he's losing a bit of momentum and contact to Salim Hanna, trying to make the connection in front of him with Noah Montero.
Yes, indeed. That is still kicking off, though. Not kicking off so much, though, at the front. Rameka's doing what he needs. That gap opening up to 0.6 of a second, nearly 0.7 now, as they make their way onto the start-finish straight between himself and Christian Costoya. Big gap to the battle further back. It's Stepan Antonov and Noah Montero. I've got to say, Stepan Antonov and Noah Montero look very similar when they've got their race suits on. Both in Cup Republic karts, both in Cup Republic suits, both have a yellow fluorescent helmet. It's just slightly different marks on them. Makes it a bit difficult to spot the difference between the two of them.
Yeah, we could actually ask them to put like a big red sticker on their racing helmets actually to make a difference. But yeah, you're right about that. From a distance, yellow crash helmet and a bit of yellow as well on Salim Hanna's crash helmet as well. But Noah Montero finds himself under more and more pressure from the Rickerton Motorsport driver, who is trying to get as close as possible. As in the meantime, dropping momentum is Christian Costoya by the look of it, 7/10 on the lap before, as we enter the last round of that qualifying heat that has been dominated so far by young Timo Rönakers. This is certainly one of the strengths of the Belgian driver, because it's shorter and lighter than some of his opponents. So once he's in the lead, his roaring pace, of course, is obvious for everybody to see. But once he's in the lead and he finds himself comfortable with his machine and the track conditions, he can be absolutely uncatchable. And once again, he's demonstrating that he's gonna play for the title up until the end. Alexander Bandarev, P2 in his last race, might start certainly wondering about the final outcome of this weekend. He might start worrying a little bit, but that's good for the show, that's good for the battle. And so far, so good for each of the two title contenders, battling from a distance before fighting themselves against one another. Victory for Thibaut Rönakers, the second one for the first one, sorry, for the Belgian driver, a third, a second, and a first. So the trend is positive so far for Thibaut Rönakers, who wins from Christian Costoya. Stepan Antonov taking third place from Salim Hanna, Noah Montero, Jack Halif, Germano Neto, Noah Wolf, Alexander Chartier, and Mace Hoban for your top 10. Good recovery for Mace Hoban, the Dutchman who climbed 7 places up to P10.
Yes, indeed. Nice little change there. Ramekers will put himself up third in the intermediate classifications now, with Christian Costoya putting himself fourth. Of course, when we see the next group go out later on, that will, of course, change once again as the order sorts itself out. Well, after 10 laps of racing, there your race winner, Timo Ramekers, his first win of the weekend. Like you said there, Guillaume, third place in his first, second in his second, and now a race win in his third race of the weekend. He'll be delighted with that one, certainly helping out his fight this weekend. Remember, he is second in the point standings. Every win helps for him. There is the recovering Komoto kart of Harold Shepskis, who unfortunately did retire in that race with 4 laps left to go. But Ramekers will take the win then from Christian Costoya, Stepan Antonov from Salim Hanna, Noah Montero from Jack Eilif, from Maria Neto, from Noah Wolf, Alexander Chartier from Mies Huben, Ethan Lennon and Travis Teo, Tiziana Monza and Mira Peldis. Efrem Duranov would round out the top 15 out on track. And Boris Lysin would finish 16th place after gaining 6 positions. The same, Luna Flusha also gaining 6 positions, but I believe also saw a under investigation flag. 251, yes indeed, the Premier Racing driver not having a good race there was under investigation. Nikita Nikashov then getting 3 places and finishing in the top 18 from Jörg Pokala. From Bergson, from Marie Barryberg, I should say, in 21st place. From Emilia Vimeska, finishing in 22nd place. Louis Castellini and Sacha van Bad Bosch in Peschel rounding out the 25 karts that finished that race. Certainly an interesting one. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of that one. And I really want to focus on the Krilditiev incident, because I've got a feeling that it may have been his teammate that had coming together with him. Jörg Pokla out of the final corner, was a right, I think, it was the 213 that had a bit of contact. Now that was Maria Neto. That's the reason why I believe she's under investigation. So it was a teammate then.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. That's certainly something you don't want happening between two teammates, as the 221 was making his way to Alexander Chartier on his way to only P9 after a strong start to his race. Salim Hanna fighting his way through to what would be a P4 finish at the end of this race. A good recovery for the Ulrike Flynn driver, as up into P2 was going the 243 of Noah Montero, by fighting his way through against Christian Costoia, and battling all over the place to 13 as well of Germano Neto, before losing a bit of momentum. A couple of drivers that we lost: Harold Sepskis from Gamoto, who was nowhere to be seen after 4 laps. But in the meantime, Thibaut Ramaker's one-seater lead was pretty much uncatchable by Christian Costoia, who had to make do with second place for 9/10 of a second. Stefan Atov taking P3. Now, let's get ourselves focused on the next race. The OK class is back on track, and this young man, this new face to the senior category, Louis Iglesias, certainly one of the revelations on the French karting scene, as he's been joining the CRG squad for the first time this season. Joining, of course, his uncle Jeremy Iglesias, world champion of karting 3 seasons ago. Louis Iglesias, the son of Yannick Iglesias, former great karting drivers. And Louis Iglesias has been doing wonders since the start of this weekend. He put in on pole in the category. We caught up with him yesterday.
Louis Iglesias, congratulations on a mega lap, first appearance in the European Championship, and you're on top already.
Ça s'est passé super bien, j'ai eu l'aspi qu'il fallait, j'ai pas fait d'erreur, tout s'est déroulé à merveille.
This is a fresh experience for you, the European Championship, new rivals, fresh new layout for you. What do you expect you can achieve this weekend?
J'espère forcément la gagner et surtout je suis ici pour acquérir en expérience, à moins de préparer au mieux le championnat du monde.
All eyes on the World Championship. Wise words from young Louis Iglesias, the third generation of the Iglesias family in the karting world. This is his first appearance, as you heard, in the FIA Karting Championship. It's third race only at this level for his first season in the category, and already is showing the old guard, the more experienced drivers, how it's done out there. So he was very, very close to take his first win yesterday, but let's find out if he's going to be able to emulate that on track today.
Yes, indeed. Nicola Coman then starting alongside the Forza Racing driver, certainly having a relatively decent start to his weekend. Qualified at 4th in qualifying, 3rd place in his first qualifying heat, 6th in his second. Hopefully he can better that today and put himself roughly in that top 2, maybe even a heat win. I'm sure he would like that one. He starts alongside Louis Iglesias on that front row. The second row just behind Dmitry Matviev. There he is on your screen, 7th in qualifying. And, well, yesterday, 4th place and a 3rd, has just been in his spot, happy with his positions, not losing or really gaining any positions there. Certainly a controlled weekend for him so far.
A controlled weekend for Dmitry Matveev, of course, one of the former winner and of the Academy Trophy. No, it was Master Clalis, my apologies. But Dmitry Matveev certainly doing wonders in the OK category this season, with a 4th and a 3rd. So far for the Czech Republic driver. By his side is going to have Martin Molnar, a 6th and a 10th for the Hungarian driver, representing Energy Corse this weekend, of course, as he will be outside of the grid on the way to turn number 1. But Martin Molnar certainly one of the names to keep an eye on this weekend, having to, of course, finish his season on a high, hopefully. Here's a look at the schedule ahead of us as we're waiting for the start of the next qualifying heat for the OK category, A versus D. We're going to have then the junior, the OK back again, and then it will be about time for a short lunch break, as we will be back with the Academy Trophy at 2:35. We'll be live at 2:30 here on FIAKarting.com and on Motorsport TV. So a little bit less than 3 minutes to wait before the start of the next race, opposing on the front row Louis Iglesias and Nicola Coman. So a big schedule still ahead of us. We're about to conclude the first part of it this morning in Cremona, but stay with us for plenty of action left in the afternoon, because at the end of those qualifying heats for the OK and the junior class, the classification will be set. The points, the first one of the for the championship final round, will be awarded on the way to the super heat, and the final on the Sunday. Only the Academy having one more qualifying heat on the Sunday morning.
Yes, indeed. And with the OK category, it's certainly getting interesting. Remember, there was only 6 points that separated René Lammers and Gabriel Gomez going into this weekend. That is still the case. But at the moment, in the intermediate classifications, René Lammers leads it with maximum points, 150 intermediate classifications, meaning he is lining himself up for the maximum 25 championship points that comes at the end of the qualifying heats if he does maintain his race-winning performance. Gabriel Gomez at the moment is 8th in the intermediate classifications, 118 points, so needs to gain that few more. He's only a few points behind, but needs to gain those few more, needs to keep getting those good results and keep moving up the order. That is certainly going to be a challenge for him. Keep an eye on that. That is going to be a close fight all the way to the end in the OK category. Luis Iglesias in this one, obviously, is a driver who is not in contention for the championship. He came into this weekend, I believe he's a wild card, so he's not gaining any championship points for this weekend. But still, he has shown great performance. He is gaining a lot of experience. And like he said in his interview there, you know, really looking more towards the World Championships later on at Franciacorta in Italy. So again, lots of learning happening here. He was here 2 weeks ago as well for the pre-round for this event. Did very well there. But the start of this weekend has been a little bit interesting for him. Third place finish in his first race after starting on pole. Still a good result for him. But his second race is when it started to get a little bit hazy because he was leading for the majority of it, and then a rare mistake by himself. He was saying, bit of dust on the circuit. I'm inclined to agree with him because one lap before that, one of the Falcons went off at the exit of turn 2, kicked a load of dust onto the circuit. Then Luis Iglesias came through, hit that dust, and just went sliding straight off the circuit and went all the way down to P9.
Unfortunately, a win lost on the worst possible moment, but certainly eager to take revenge. He told me this morning, actually, Luis Iglesias, that he had spotted the dust onto the track on the lap before, and he actually managed to brake earlier than planned, knowing that it would be slippery. But even though it was actually the trap for Luis Iglesias, has lost control of his car in turn number 3 and 4. So let's find out if the young Frenchman will be able to take his first win of the weekend. But the pace has been certainly stronger and stronger, an impressive showing for his first appearance at this level. So here we go again, the grid in full with Luis Iglesias and Nicolas Coman on the front row of the grid, followed by Dimitri Medvedev and Martin Molnar, Marcel Gladys and Andrea Dup on row number 3, row number 4, Francisco Macedo and Thomas Tolchemanis, Sebastiano Pavan and Alex Powell on row number 5, Nacho Tunan and Louis Samdula on row number 6.
Row number 7 sees Len Nige and Anatoly Kavalkin go from that row. Mark Kasilic and Jan Petrowski go from row 8. Nathan Tai and Lucas Flusha round out row number 9 with Clement Outron and Gustav Vinevsky rounding out the top 20 on row 10. The final row of the grid, rounding out the top 22 drivers, is Matilda Pats and Iva Pastrada, who round out the field. This, again, going to be an exciting one. Curious to see what Iglesias can do. Curious to see, actually, in this one, what Thomas Tolchemanis can do, the Latvian driver who has certainly had some good pace this weekend, hasn't he?
He's one of the strongest young drivers in the field, that's for sure, as he tackled for the first time the KZ2 class this season. And if you've been following the Gearbox Championship, you would know that Thomas Tolchemanis made it to P3 overall in the European Championship not so long ago in Sarno. So keep an eye on Thomas Tolchemanis from Energy Corse. Curious to know as well what Alex Powell can do, because the Jamaican driver from Prema Racing, only 10th on that grid after a difficult qualifying where he lacked the speed, and he was complaining a little bit about how to find the right setup in those conditions, having been able to climb a little bit into the field, but no easy task at all. And the lights won't go out on the first attempt. Here we go for one extra formation lap. Something went wrong at the front, or maybe in the middle of the pack, certainly accelerating a little bit too soon for the formation to be deemed good enough by Mr. Pasquale Lupali, our race director. So here we go for one more round.
There we go. Again, they're just teasing us. They had a... Yesterday was a very interesting day with a lot of false starts, wasn't it? Today has been a lot better, and I think that's only because they know that the cameras are on, that they've decided to turn it on a little bit better with that one. Here's a look at that start, and yeah, well, actually, there was a hand up there just in the mid-pack, and that was Andrea Dup, I think, with the hand up very early on. I think
Francisco Macedo maybe with from CRG. From further back on the 4th row on the grid, we saw him raising the hand as well. Maybe not particularly happy about the distance or the time of kicking the throttle.
Well, hopefully they can get it sorted out this time around. Zalaplata again on the circuit, ready to slow the grid down. They've gone past the red line, which is just before this section now. Meaning from this point, there should be no overtaking. They should be side by side and formed up. And right now, they were not side by side and formed up. Now they are, as they get themselves slowed down into the tram lines. Are we going this time around? Yes, we are. Good start, and it's a good start from Luis Iglesias, who this time sticks to that inside line. Yesterday, went for a change and switched to the outside. I don't think he liked it. Now he switches back to the inside for today, and it's a good start and gets away well. The rest of the field slotting through the pinch point there between turns number 4 and 5. All looks good as they exit now into the chicane for the first time. This is where we saw DTF go off the track in the race prior. All well this time around, everyone with a clean start.
Clean start for the whole field indeed, and Luis Iglesias wasn't impressed by Nicolo Coman or Dimitri Madviv at the back. He held on to that position firmly at the end of this opening lap, but the chase is on already on the young Frenchman, who yesterday was able to build on the gap lap after lap, and I think we might have seen the Tony Kart driver putting 2 wheels on the grass. Alex Powell is launching his attack. The Jamaican driver at the back end of that trail of drivers, all the way down to P9. He lost a place, no, he gained a place, sorry, on his starting position into that opening lap. 0.2 of a second. Iglesias, Madviv, Gladish, Nicolo Kuman dropping a place, 2 places even though, in P4 from Francisco Macedo. And we have Molnar, the Hungarian driver, in front of Tosze Manis, Nacho Tunon, Alex Powell, Andrea Dupe, and Louis Samdula knocking on the door of the top 10.
Nicolo Coman there just getting squeezed a little bit now, and it's starting to fall down the order just that little bit more as through goes Francisco Macedo and Martin Molnar. Coman down into P6 now as they sort themselves out through the infield chicane section here. Round the final corner they go, and it's still a nice breakaway there from Iglesias. It's down the inside. There goes Thomas Stolchimanis. Nice little move there. Also gets the jump on Nicolo Coman. Moves up now into P6 and is on the charge.
That's going to be an interesting one between the 2 teammates of Energy Corse, helping each other out into that field, that's for sure. 3 tenths now as the gap slightly extending on lap number 3 between Iglesias and Dimitri Madviv. Madviv, the driver that was starting from 3rd on the grid in front of Gladish in P4. P3, sorry, as running inside. Molnar keeps on going and opens the door for his teammates. Well, thank you very much indeed, as the 2 Energy keeps on supporting each other with Molnar up into the classification, sorry, up into P4. Tosze Manis up into P5. And Francisco Macedo having to do it all over again. Gonna have to be protective because Nicolo Coman is trying to catch up as well further back. Nacho Tunan, Alex Powell, Ramdula actually making his way up to P9, P10 now. It's gonna be an interesting one as you can see how close those drivers are in the second part of the top 10. As Dimitri Madviv is keeping a close watch at the 0.3 of a second on Luis Iglesias.
Yes, indeed. Keeping an eye on the entire grid here as Matveev is slightly closing in now. The Czech Republic driver doing exactly what he needs to do here. Gladish still in control of 3rd place, though. So this race far from over. Still about 10 laps to go. 3 completed. As looking to the inside. There goes Dmitry Matveev. Moves up into 2nd place. Had a bit of contact there, actually, between Magic Gladys and Luis Iglesias, and he just clipped the curb, and Iglesias drops down now into 4th place as Martin Molnar goes through into 3rd. He only clipped the curb. It was a tense moment, and I thought they were both going to go off the track then.
There was a tense moment, wasn't it, as Iglesias just lost another place to Thomas Tolsemanis in the process. Tolsemanis saw the gap and went for it in turn number 1 and 2. So not certainly has Luis Iglesias had seen this race playing out, as Martin Molnar is putting out the fastest lap out there into the race, and good recovery as well. But Dimitri Madviv is your new leader for 2 tenths in front of Maciej Gladys, the former Academy Trophy winner 2 years ago. As the Energy Corse driver very, very much on the charge. Molnar down in 3rd, Stolzemanis up into 4th. Luis Iglesias going to have to really, really get close, try not to get lost from that trail of drivers. He has a bit of a gap, the Frenchman. 0.7 of a second on Nicolo Coman down in P6 with Powell, the Jamaican, who keeps on climbing as well up to P7. And Francisco Macedo loses a place. And we have Louis Samdula and Nathan Tai, who's making his way up to P10 for the first time, climbing 7 places at the disadvantage of Nacho Tunan. Sebastiano Pavana, as you said, nowhere to be seen this weekend after the difficult qualifying. And he still put out the fastest lap, but lost 6 places all the way down to P15. So certainly not the weekend that Sebastiano Pavana had foreseen in his head. All around the inside, watch out the battle for the energies. And Luis Iglesias is taking advantage of that little bit of a tussle. Jorge Manes went for the move, made it stick, but Molnar lost the place, and Iglesias was there for the taking.
There we go, and already there you can see Iglesias and Stolchemanis trying to drive away, and Stolchemanis was a bit hesitant there whether or not to go defensive in towards turn number 1. There was no hand communication between himself and Iglesias, and I think if Iglesias just said to Stolchemanis here, you just keep going, I'll stay behind you, they might actually catch up to the back of Magic Gladys, because Stolchemanis is charging his way through the field. I said keep a close eye on him at the beginning of this one. Certainly wasn't wrong, and he is certainly making some decent moves here. He has got some serious pace, and the confidence in him has certainly been boosted into this final round here as he starts to challenge now second and first place in the halfway point of this race. Iglesias following, Martin Molnar still there just behind as well. Still got Nicolas Coman just behind. Alex Powell has closed in as well. Powell's had a good run in this race. He started this one in 10th place. He is up now into 7th, 3 places gained. Remember, Alex Powell sitting 3rd in the championship points classifications. Is still with a rough chance of winning this one, but it is a close call. I don't think there is, like, it was 2 or 3 points in it, I think, if for him.
It is a close call, as Alex Powell didn't have the best outcome. He did a P7 and a P5 in his first 2 races. Stolzeman is another driver who's in need of a strong result after a P12 in his opening race. P4 for the next, it went better, and it keeps on going better for the Latvian driver, trying to go run inside of Luis Iglesias, fighting his way through, but the Frenchman is not backing off at all. And that puts actually Martin Molnar and Nicolas Coman back in the field and back in the battle as well. Oh, that's going to be a heated one as we enter lap number 9 out of 13. The 179 is being investigated at the same time. But we keep a close watch on that battle. This is Sebastiano Pavan being warned by the officials, but 5 drivers within the same picture, and Luke could actually take advantage of that situation. This is Alex Powell, the Prema Racing driver, on the chase on Nicolas Coman on the way to turn number 8, and no one is daring to make the move just yet.
Well, Luis Iglesias was saying that he wanted to get some experience from this weekend. He is certainly getting a bucket load in this qualifying heat as he tries to hold on to that 4th place spot, just slowly losing touch with Thomas Stolchemanis, who himself is closing in on Gladys in 2nd place, who has dropped off the back of Dmitry Matviev, who leads now by nearly a whole second. 0.8 of a second is the gap between 1st and 2nd. As we keep an eye on this battle here, Nicolas Coman all over that rear bumper of Martin Molnar, who is under pressure himself. Here is a replay of the overtake for the race lead. That was the moment that Dmitry Matviev got the move done. And then this moment here, Magic Gladys down the inside, clipped that curb. I thought he was going to push Nicolas Coman, Luis Iglesias off the track. Yeah, there's the view from behind. So close.
Yeah, so close. A good momentum that he was able to pursue Magic Gladys on that one. But that was a close call indeed. We told you about that last curve in turn number 16 that could actually play the part and be a tricky spot for the drivers out there, and it proved to be so. Lap number 11, Magic Gladys, more than half of a second on Dmitry Matviev, untouchable at the same time. Thomas Stolzemanis is closing in on Gladys. Watch out for the move coming up, certainly from the Energy Corsa driver. Luis Iglesias is really keeping a close watch from further back in P4, having to defend against Martin Molnar, so it can actually go very wrong or at both sides. So let's see who's going to launch the attack first. Maybe not so much at the end of this lap. Thomas Stolzeman is not using one of the emergency spots, as he call them, to try to make his move just yet. Maybe he will leave that for the last lap. Luis Iglesias very close on him. If he can keep the momentum outside of that turn, not flipping the curb just too much. A little lift of the throttle, back on the pedal, charging your way through on the way to turn number 1 and 2. A little lift, full gas, and then the slightly heavier braking zone into the hairpin, double corner. No one is just moving yet, but you can feel the pressure. This is a penultimate lap of this race. Matviev might have this one in the pocket, but is not done yet for 2nd place.
Certainly is. Fastest lap though. Yep, like you're saying to Sam Butler. A couple of laps to go in this one, and Matveev looking very, very comfortable now at the front of this one. 0.7 of a second is the gap. Gladys here has got a lot of weight on his shoulders and a lot of karts behind him as well, as that is now starting to look a little bit interesting as he tries to defend his second place spot as we go on to the last lap. This is where we talk about a champagne bottle being fizzed up without the cork, with the cork in. It's about to pop off here between these two drivers. Here is what is going to happen then. Gladys still holds on to it through turns 2, 3 and 4. Round turn 5, no changes here as Stoltemanis tries to find any way he can get past. Remember, Luis Iglesias, who is right there as well, wants to get involved. But right now, none of them are able to catch up to this man here, Dmitry Matveev, who is still leading the way and has still got that 0.7 of a second advantage. Now we come into the tight, twisty section. This is where the overtakes start to come in. What's going to happen? Here we go then. Down into that infield section they go. No changes through that first section. Into the second. No changes at the front of it. Bit of a change in the back as I think Sam Budler making the move there and Nicola Kaman. But it all kicks off here at the front. And out of the final corner, Dmitry Matveev would take the race win from Magic Gladys. Thomas Stoltemanis would take third place from Luis Iglesias. Martin Molnar will finish in P5 from Liverway Sam Budler. It was Sam Budler who made the move on that last lap into turn 13 to get past Nicola Kuman, who finishes in P7. Alex Powell finishes in 8th place from Nathan Tai. Len Neisch rounds out the top 10 from Mark Kashlis, and Nacho Tunion the top 12. Very, very close in the field. A tough fight, but Magic Gladys, defensive masterclass there. Not going over defensive, but positioning his car perfectly.
A P4, a P3, and now a P1 for Dmitry Matveev, the Czech Republic motorsport driver, in strong fashion as drivers make their way back into the pit lane, the Parc Fermé and the scrutineering area. Just before, of course, they have to make their way through the scale, pushing the carts to be weighted before getting them back on the trolleys. This is, of course, what's happening behind the fences, behind the scene of the FIA Karting Championship. This afternoon we'll go down a little bit more to give you some proper live interview with the protagonists at the end of each of the races, especially as we head towards the end of the afternoon and the classification will become more and more stable, and we will have the names of the pole sitters for tomorrow's superheat. Is the classification in full? Dmitry Matveev, your winner in front of Massis Gladys, from Thomas Stoltemanis, Luis Iglesias, Martin Molnar, Luis Amdula, climbing 6 places up to 6th place from Nicola Kuman, Alex Powell, Nathan Tai, talking about recovery, 8 places gained by the Sodica driver, from Len Nace in P10, Mark Castellich follows in P11, from Nacho Tunan, Sebastiano Pavan, Francisco Macedo, Anatoly Kavalkin down in P15, P16 is Jan Perizowski, Andrea Dube, Luca Frucha, Matilda Paz, Gustav Wisniewski, Clément Outram and Ivo Lesterda. We did have 22 drivers at the start and we still have them all at the finish of this race 13 laps later. It might be one of the first times that we get everybody on board at the end of that epic qualifying heat. Let's have a look at the replays.
Yeah, good start then initially from Luis Iglesias, getting the lead and holding on to it and taking the inside line with him as well. Dmitry Matveev, Magic Gladys following through in second and third. It would kick off a little further back there as Nicola Kaman there in P4 would be under pressure. Stoltemanis had a good start to the race. Martin Molnar also, he braved the outside line going through turn number 2 and 3. Thankfully, it all worked out for him. Powell gaining good positions as well. He would slowly move up the order, but it would all kick off at the front later on in the session as Stoltemanis started to make his way through the field, firstly getting past Nicola Kuman. Secondly, Martin Molnar, his teammate, getting the job done further up the field, getting past the CRG driver of Luis Iglesias, who would move down the order just that little bit more. There again, you can see the change as down the inside, Dmitry Matveev would get the move done. And that would be the magical moment where Magic Gladys would dive down the inside, clipping the curb and nearly taking both of them out in the early stages of the race. Powell again making moves through the field as Francisco Macedo would slowly tumble down the order, not the result he would have wanted. He dropped down 7 positions, and now the defensive masterclass kicked off as the two energy drivers went toe-to-toe, as down the inside went Thomas Stoltemanis and Luis Iglesias on Martin Molnar. Checker flag would come out though, and your man Dmitry Matveev would take the win, and he would put himself 4th in the intermediate classifications with 129 intermediate classification points. Certainly looking good for his second half of the day. Next race, though, heads out onto the second in just a moment's time, and it's the OK Junior qualifying Heat B and E. And this man here, who doesn't start on pole, but he starts on the front row, Jacopo Martinez, had a relatively decent day yesterday. Second and a race win, but after qualifying, we caught up with him. This is what he had to say.
Cremona is a really nice track. The level is really high. It's really hard competition because the drivers are really fast. I'm Italian, so in Italy I feel good to finish a championship. And for this race I'm feeling good. For the first round of the championship we were not really fast, especially Valencia and Trinec. Then in Road B and here we found the right pace. Now we are competing for a really good position in the championship, top 3, top 5. For this race, we have everything to be in the top 3, so we are gonna give our best. I think Cremona is a really nice track. Really tricky corners. There are some points where you can be really fast. I mean, this track is nice, but it's also hard to overtake, to do some overtaking moves because it's quite tight. Only in some corners is wide, so you can be really aggressive on the moves. And you need to be really careful when you drive because when you go over the limit, you're gonna miss a lot of tenths, which is really important to get for the qualifying or also for the race, or the pace of the race.
Well, great to chat to Jacopo Martinez before the start of the weekend. Like I say, he starts on the front row alongside him, but starting on pole position, Dries van Langendonk on the Esprit chassis for the, well, it says their Energy Course team, but I can confirm he is with the Forza outfit in that kart, just on your screen. Yesterday and over the course of today, P1 and 2 second places, so he has had a relatively decent weekend. He is looking for another race win in this one, as do I dare say cloud has come over the circuit. That's quite nice, isn't it? I'm sure that's cooling some of the drivers down just that little bit more.
Yeah, a tiny bit. As you can see on the pre-grid, it's no longer sunny on the left side, so everybody in the shadow enjoying a bit of a fresher temperature before making their way into the sunny parts of the track. A little bit more cloudy above our heads, as you said, but no sign whatsoever of rain or weather degradation until the rest of the weekend. Watch out for the commentator curse when it comes to the weather. That could play a big part sometimes. So we'll stop right now and focus on the racing. Here we go for the OK Junior qualifying Heat B versus E. The grid in full with Dries van Langendonk starting on pole position. By his side, Jacopo Martinez. Row number 2, we'll see Lewis Werwell and Matthias Orjuela. Row number 3, Halfie Slater and Scott Lindblom. Zach Drummond and Jesse Bennett on row number 4. Row number 5, Filippo Sala and Alexander Bondarev, your championship leader, as well as David Cosma Christopher and Hujie Jiang on row number 6. Row number 7, Murilo Rocha and Roman Cagnard.
Row number 8 will see the British Jarrett Clark with Bernardo Gentel alongside. Oscar Repetto and Luca Horton will go from row 9 with Matt Corby and Elliot Kaczynski on row 10, rounding out the top 20. Lev Krutilov and Oliver Kinmark, they go from row 11 with Kosei Aguma and Daniel Kelleher going from row 12. Sebastian Mins and Enzo Riccigiero going from row 13. The final driver at the back of the grid, Graysim Skulinov, who rounds out the 14 rows, 27 drivers. Actually, tell a lie, it's 26 because, once again, Matt Corby not making his way out onto the track again. So only 26 drivers in this one. There is Gonzalo Plata getting ready to get this race started, making sure they all slow themselves down. Deputy Academy Race Director this weekend for him, but certainly doing a sterling job on the track as the drivers make their way towards him, slowing them all down, getting themselves primed and ready for this race. The grid bunches up. It looks good to me. Could we be going again? This is the penultimate race before the lunch break. Lights go out, and here we go then down towards turn 1. Great start then from Van Langendonk, holds on to that inside line, and Lewis Werrell, his teammate, follows suit as well as they dive through turns number 1, 2, 3, and now in towards turn 4. Nice start then from the rest of the field. They've all slotted in the background, about 3, 4 wide, but everyone getting through well. Nice start there for Oscar Repetto as well, who's gained a couple of positions. Back here at the front though, and it's a lightning start here from Van Langendonk. Werrell now being his rear gunner as he defends here from the Ricky Flynn driver of Alfie Slater, who himself has had another fabulous start up into P3.
Great cutaway from Alfie Slater, but Jacopo Martinez did a slight mistake, putting 2 wheels on the grass on the way to turn number 1. That slowed him down on the way to the first sector. Allowed Werrell and Slater just inside, so he's going to have to fight back. And look at Slater, was trying to make the connection on Lewis Werrell just before the last turn. And once again, this is the same strategy that has been applied as he did for his previous race that ended up with a win. So Slater very much on the charge on the way to turn number 3 and 4. The first hairpin of the track is not moving whatsoever. Inside or outside, is going to have to wait a little bit longer. That goes the way of Dries van Langendonk. Look at the Belgian driver pulling away already a full second almost. Now it is more than a second on Lewis Werrell, his teammate from Forza Racing. Watch out for Jacopo Martinez, forcing his way through. The door was open and he just kicked it right even more open to make his way up to P3. Alfie Slater is going to have to make the switch back, but he's going to have the pressure for the back as well. Oh, contact! Alfie Slater being clicked at the rear by Zach Drummond and Matthias Orjuela.
Yeah, it was Orjuela that actually made the contact. He went down the inside of Zach Drummond and then clipped into the back there of Slater. And now he's just getting spat off at the exit of turn 16. And Matthias Orjuela is out of this race. Zach Drummond dropped down to P10. What on earth happened there? That all kicked off. I think it was a lot worse in that infield section that we currently saw. I think the camera angle just pulled away at the last moment. I think they collected another driver as well. So dramatic start in the opening laps of this race, and one driver already out of it.
Yeah, quite unfortunate that little incident that made a victim in Matthias Orjuela. As we keep the focus on the leader, you can see Alfie Slater lost a bit of momentum, and the contact to Martinez is still very much on the rear bumper of Lewis Werrell. Those two having to work together now because the leader in the meantime escaped pretty much from sight. 1.3 seconds now for Dries van Langendonk. So if either Lewis Werrell or Martinez will still have a shot at the victory, they're not about to fight each other. They have to keep on doing what they're doing, qualifying lap after qualifying lap, pushing themselves to try to decrease that gap. But Van Langendonk knows that this coming. He wants to avoid that pressure building on his shoulders. He's going to keep going the same way as well.
Certainly will do here as they make their way through the chicane, looking a little strong here now. Martinez starting to reel in Lewis Werrell. Slater still there, though, in P4. Keep a close eye on them as the rest of the field starts to slot through. Let's have a look further down the order then, see the big movers. Elliot Kaczynski for the Ward Racing team, the Swedish driver, having a good drive. Currently up 6 positions.
And
he's there in P14.
No. Slater is going ahead on Martinez.
That's fine, yeah, no, good little move there. Nice spot here down the inside. Sebastian Mins gets a warning flag. Yeah, nice little change. Now he's on the charge here to see if he can catch up to Lewis Werrell. There's plenty of time left in this race. Possibly could be done. And Slater's had pace, you know. He's a couple of race wins. He wants to keep that momentum going, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's showing that brilliantly on this move on Jacopo Martinez. Who's been gaining a lot of experience in this year's championship. Alfie Slater, first year in the category, building on that experience as well. But he's certainly found the right setup on the Cremona circuit. A track to his liking. Strong pace ever since the start of the weekend for Alfie Slater, who got disqualified, unfortunately, for his first race, but he made that brilliantly by 2 wins in a row. And he's certainly chasing another top 3 result. Is escaping a little bit on Martinez, as we have 4 drivers glued together pretty much as they come across once again. Daniel Kelleher being warned by the officials, 1.5 seconds, so there's no sign of trying to decrease that gap between the leader and the rest of the field. Lewis Werrell having to hold off to Alfie Slater. This will be the battle for P2. No more about the win in this qualifying heat with Dries van Langendonk, his own destiny in his hand right now. No mistake whatsoever. That's what he needs to do to keep it steady at the end of lap number 6 out of 10. But Werrell and Slater, that's it. This is far from being done between the 2 young British drivers. Look at the pace of Slater outside of the 2 left-hander in P10 and 11, and he made that stick beautifully at the end, just before the end of that lap. This is one of the emergency spots, and he just used that to his advantage. Alfie Slater back into P2.
Yeah, nice little drive there. It's just driving forward. Communication between Slater and Werrell there, just saying, right, let's work together. Let's catch up to Van Langendonk, who himself is 1.7 seconds up the road. Dries van Langendonk has just been fully focused here of putting in the decent lap, setting sector time after sector time. He's not the fastest driver out in circuit. That is Alfie Slater, who's got the fastest lap of the race. And already you can see that he's starting to break away from Lewis Werrell. Werrell not able to match the pace here of his fellow British driver. but certainly is doing his level best to stay in that third-place spot. But Jacopo Martinez is himself slowly reeling in, and I reckon we could have a move here. And it looked like Werrell there went slightly defensive in towards turn 13.
And he's having to do that because Jacopo Martinez is on the charge. Scott Lindblom down in P5, having to watch over his shoulder just a tiny bit because he has Alexander Bondarev for the back, Federico Sala, Burnett, Rocha, and Zach Drummond running up the top 10. Drummond, who lost a couple of positions as a result of that incident, and clipping with Matthias Orwella, who clipped the rear bumper of Alfie Slater in the early stages of that race. But you could see that it didn't prevent the British driver to keep on going at a very impressive pace, even though he might have done a slight mistake outside of number 7 out there. Allowed Lewis Werrell to get a little bit closer under the pressure of Jacopo Martinez. So still something to be said and done between those two. Martinez trying to go a little bit wide on the outside of turn number 14. Let's watch that back, shall we? This is the move from Alfie Slater on Lewis Werrell. Beautifully made, nothing to be said there, as that might have been occurring maybe a little bit late into that race, because 2 full seconds now between Van Langenhoek and Slater. So the Belgian driver really on the place on his own.
Yes, it is. Martinez all over the rear bumper now of Lewis Werrell as they battle for third place. Werrell's pace is there, but it's not quite matching Slater and his teammate Van Langenhoek, who are still driving away. And despite the fact that Slater is pulling away from Werrell, he is not closing in on Van Langenhoek. That gap's opened up to over 2 seconds now, 2.1 seconds. So Van Langenhoek is just fully committed at the front of that one. Is down the inside. Nice little change there. Bondarev on Lindblom and gets that move down. Bondarev now moving up the order into P5 as they make their way out of the final corner back onto the start-finish straight now. He is certainly helping out his championship fight here. Remember, it is close, and it is all between Timo Ramikas and Alexander Bondarev right now. As we go on to this final lap, it is becoming a little bit interesting between the two of them in the intermediate classifications.
And like he did 2 weeks ago for the prep race, Dries Van Langenhoek is taking the lead of the class. Daniel Kelleher investigation flag for him, but Van Langenhoek with his win is taking the lead from Martinez for 6 points as it stands. With Bondarev still very much in P3, but a long way off, so to speak, 20 points away from Van Langenhoek, with 2 races to go in this afternoon for the junior category for each of the drivers in this class. But this young man from Belgium has been absolutely uncatchable. Not a mistake, not a wheel put wrong, and this will be another victory for Dries Van Langenhoek and Forza Racing, converting the overall leadership in the classification as it stands. Alfred Slater taking a P2 finish. This is his second best after the 2 wins, but making him certainly one of the most solid protagonists. Oh, and a 460, one of the teammates of Alfie Slater was
Zhang Jose.
Yes, indeed, who had to put a foot out of the cart on the way to the checkered flag. Unfortunate. But Alfie Slater, thanks to his win, is climbing up to P5 in the overall classification, and it would be certainly much higher if it wasn't for his disqualification in the opening race.
Yeah, indeed. Well, certainly a very nice run then for the drivers as they make their way back into Parc Fermé. Dries Van Langenhoek then for Forza Racing takes the race win. After 10 laps of racing, they go in, make sure everything is good, checking the tyre pressures, making sure that the weight of the kart is all above board, which it looks like it is. So he gets through the first stage of scrutineering, the second stage coming up in just a moment's time. So again, all the results that we talk about here on the live stream are of course provisional until they get through all of the technical things that they need to do. Here's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying Heat B and Dries Van Langenhoek from Alfie Slater, Lewis Werrell from Jacopo Martinez from Bondarev, Scott Lindblom and Filippo Sala, Jensen Burnett and Marilla De Rocha from Zach Drummond, David Kozma from Elliot Kaczynski, Oliver Kinmark from Oscar Repetto, and Roman Kamiab ran out the top 15 out on track. Big movers out in that one. Oliver Kinmark in 13th place, 9 positions gained. Elliot Kaczynski, 8 positions gained.
P16 will saw Jarrett Clark in front of Lev Krutoholov, Luca Auten, Koshei Oguma, Daniel Kelleher, Lorenzo Ruju Giro, Sebastian Mins and Bernardo Gentil running up top 23 as we lost 2 drivers. Matt Colby couldn't take part and his weekend has been concluded since yesterday, unfortunately. But we did lose Matthias Orwella in that incident in the early stages. We're going to see the picture and the footage of that incident in just a moment. And we lost as well Chang Ujay from Rookie Motorsport, one of the wild card competing this weekend. So another strong result for Dries Van Langenhoek. the revelation from last year's World Championship, taking another strong win, is second. And you could see Jacopo Martinez being slightly pushed on the outside of the track coming to turn number 1. That's where he lost a bit of momentum, allowing Lewis Worrell and Alfie Slater to get past. Then it was a little bit bumper against bumper, trying to find your pace and place into that opening lap. And we had a couple of front-fairing penalties yesterday and throughout the morning. That's part of the business, as one of the energies making his way through into the pack out there before it went a little bit wrong for Matthias Orjuela. This is the incident that we talked about with Alfie Slater being clipped on the rear bumper. Orjuela losing the race as a result. Right inside the 230 from Sodicard, making his way through Filippo Sala in the early stages of the race. That was one of the moves for P2. It would be Alfie Slater making his way past Jacopo Martinez. And then the next spray for the British driver was his own fellow countryman, Lewis Worrell, making his way through just before turn number 16.
That was Bondarev diving down the inside of Scott Lindblom as well in the latter stages of the race to gain one more position to finish the race in P5 after gaining 5 positions. That was the spin later on in the race that unfortunately saw Jean Jose retire from the race. So it was actually contact with another driver to cause that one. But the checker flag would come out and Dries van Langentonk would take the race win for that one. Certainly a very nice performance from him. Next race coming up, and the last race before the lunch break. It is the OK qualifying Heat B and E that makes its way out onto the circuit. And again, very dramatic stuff in the senior category. The championship couldn't be closer, and we caught up with the man who is second in the championship standings, Gabriel Gomez, before the weekend. Here's what he had to say.
This week is going to be really tight. And out the championship, me and Lammers is a really good battle. It's so tight in every race. We are so nervy both. And I think it's going to be a challenge weekend. We'll try to give everything we have. We work a lot for this one and we will fight until the end. We work a lot in the end of the last season and the start of the season only for this. Testing everything, different things to improve for the European. And I think we arrive in a really good point, and I only need to say thanks for the team for their work. We work a lot to try new things, and I think we are arriving at the good point. It's a really difficult track, and the test here we do is really difficult. I struggled a little bit in the start, and now we get a little bit better because also with this weather, it's so hot, and then it's difficult for us. These conditions slide a lot the track. We don't have the really good grip, but we are trying to find the correct setup for this one.
Well, chasing the setup this weekend, I think is a good way of putting it. Gomez's results, a 4th, 2nd and a 5th so far this weekend. So certainly is going to have to step it up going into this weekend, because this man here, René Lammers, has got his setup dialed in. 3 out of 3 race wins. René Lammers doing exactly what he needs to do here to become the European champion at the end of this weekend. Can he maintain that momentum throughout the rest of it, though, is yet to be seen as he primes himself ready to get going for this one. He's got Luigi Coluccio starting alongside on the front of this one. Now, Coluccio himself in his last 2 races has both taken a race win. His first race win, or his first race of the weekend, was a P9 after receiving a time penalty at the end of the race. So it's not gone all his way, but his last 2 races that he's had in the latter stages have been good. So keep an eye on him. Kian Nakamura-Roberta starts on the 2nd row as well, just behind René Lammers. And he has been, well, again, he's a fan of the number 2 because he has been second in every single qualifying heat he has had so far. He just waiting to chase that first win of the weekend.
Let's see what is going to be able to do Luigi Coluccio, who is following through a little wave to the camera. Of course, Luigi Coluccio competing on Omsol under the beautiful sun of Italy, representing the Tony Kart factory just nearby, 1 hour from the region of Sovgala Karting, the epic center of the karting world. Coluccio, who was one of the fastest 2 weeks ago, once again confirming his pace around the track of Cremona, ready to do wonders with 1 win under his name already.
Yeah, and I mean, what a feeling it must be for Coluccio. You know, you're racing in Italy, it's beautiful weather, you're an Italian, and you're racing for an Italian team. You know, it's certainly one of those nice, it's the trifecta, isn't it, as you go through. There is Kian Roberta, as we said earlier on, second place in all 3 of his qualifying heats so far. What can he do in this one? He has got the inside line, so he should be able to follow Lammers going in towards turn 1. But certainly it has had a very interesting race weekend. Starting alongside Finn McLaughlin, who has had a pretty decent weekend, I would say, actually. Won his first qualifying heat, 5th in his second, and he came 3rd in his race earlier on today. So again, certainly he's having a good start to his weekend. There he is.
Strong pace indeed from the Irish driver from VDK. Let's see what he can do in this one. He's going to be on the outside of row number 2. And that proved to be quite an interesting place to start from. As you can see, the eyes are closed from Phil McLaughlin, really very much in his bubble of concentration. And he's not the first driver that we caught up sort of napping under the helmet, but the focus is very much high for those young drivers. And the sun is back, and you could see that it's actually turning a little bit. There's less and less shadow actually on the right side of the demi-grid, so everybody out in the sun. As it stands, we still have 28 degrees in the air, very hot, but still not as hot temperature like 2 weeks ago.
There's Emanuele Oliveri priming himself ready to get going for this one. 3rd place in his last race he had. Best result of the weekend so far for the Italian driver for the IPK Racing team. Let's see what he can do then from the 3rd row of the grid. He starts this one P5, and of course Gabriel Gomez starting alongside him. 4th, 2nd and a 5th. The 5th place is race he had earlier, his worst result of the weekend so far. He needs to get that kart in the top 2 and potentially even at the front of the grid if he wants any chance of claiming the European title this weekend. The race about to get underway as the last few checks are being made in race control and, of course, timing, and on the dummy grid as well as we get ready. There you can see the yellow light flashing at the front, indicating, I believe, there's about 30 seconds to go before the green light is then shown, and the karts will fire up and make their way out onto the circuit. So last few checks being made. This is going to be an important one. This is the first time we're seeing Gabriel Gomez and René Lammers in the same race. The 2 championship protagonists, 1st and 2nd in the championship, starting P1 and P6 out on circuit. Engines fire up, revs raise. Next race is qualifying heat B and E. The last race before the lunch break, and it is the OK category making its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through then the starting lineup as one of the karts failing to get going. And is that Gabriel Gomez?
Yes, it is. I think it is. Yes. What's happening there with Gabriel Gomez, by the look of it, is stuck onto the grid. Oh my God, will this be certainly the end?
Hold on. Oh, the mechanic nearly crossed the line. Oh, that was so close. And he's not started. And that will mean that Gomez is out of this qualifying heat. That's an absolute disaster.
That's a disaster indeed. He's still trying to get that engine going, but what on earth has happened there to Gabriel Gomez? This is one of the championship contenders for this year's European season, stuck onto the grid.
Now, I don't know if the mechanic can give it another go here because they're back past the start-finish line, or is that him out of this race? I think it's him out of this race. He's chatting to Ross Upton, the judge of fact, and I think he's saying, no, he cannot push it again. That's a disaster. Well, here now, dramatic moments. Gabriel Gomez, who is fighting for his European title here, and, well, right there, well, I think they are going to get it another go. They are going to give it another go. Both of them pushing it. Go on, gotta get it started. Go on, don't cross the line. Oh, did he get it going? No, I don't think it's going to go. And if it is going, it's going very slowly. No, it's ground to a halt. He's out of this race.
That's an incredible situation we're witnessing here in Cremona. And I don't know, oh my God, what must be happening beneath the helmet? And this is a DNF at this stage of the weekend with one more race after this one. At this stage of the championship, just a couple of points left to pick up, to join René Lammers and to fight until the end, but this will not go his way, certainly.
Well, drama here then in the last race before the lunch break. Revs rise though, and the karts do go racing. Lammers with a good start then, the inside line working well, but round the outside Luigi Coluccio I think's held on to second place. No, he hasn't. Down the inside goes Kia Nakamura-Roberta as contact between the Czech Republic of who was that? I don't think it was Nicola. I think that was Gazi Motlaka, I think, who was making contact there with Luigi Coluccio, very close then at the front of that grid. But crucially, Lammers got away well, and so did Kia Nakamura-Roberta.
And Coluccio is defending against Phil McLaughlin. You can see a couple of drivers actually making their way through up into the lead, as we had indeed guys at Monaco are further back who went tangling along with the driver just that he had in front. But you can see that Phil McLaughlin trying to get the pressure on Luigi Coluccio. Very, very difficult start for the Italian, who was on the front row of the grid. This is lap 1 completed. Under the domination of René Lammers, Phil McLaughlin on turn number 1 on the inside. That was a close call, but there was just no room enough for McLaughlin. Around the inside of turn number 3 goes Joel Dackström on Olivieri. Beautifully made by the Swedish driver up to P6. As McLaughlin is going to have to wait a little bit longer, maybe in the next few turns, to try to make his bet on Coluccio, who took a couple of meters advantage. As Lammers is leading Nakamura and Motorcar making his way up to P3.
Well, certainly a very interesting start to that race. And the reason why I stumbled a little bit at the start then, wondering who was that Czech Republic car, because it was Gazi Motlaka who started this race in P8 and got up all the way into P3 before they even got to turn 3. So that's why there was confusion in the voice there. But certainly a wicked start there from Gazi Motlaka, who is siding his way there and is just latching onto the back now of Kia Nakamura-Roberta and René Lammers. Lammers has not broken away as much as he wants. Remember, Lammers has got a perfect weekend so far. He's 3 for 3 in his qualifying heats. He wants to maintain that one. He wants maximum points to get those championship points as well at the end of the qualifying heats to try and extend his championship lead. And with his championship rival, Gomez broken in the pit lane, as down the inside goes Kia Nakamura-Roberta and gets it done through turn number 8. And now it's a tricky moment here for Lammers, because Lammers is not leading the race. He will not have a perfect 1, 2, 3. And under investigation is Gazi Motlaka. Now, was that for the contact at turn 3 that he had with Luigi Coluccio, or was it for the fact that he started 8th and he was 3rd before the 3rd corner? Was it a jump start?
Yeah, either way, we're going to have to watch that back in the replays. But in the meantime, Kia Nakamura-Roberta making his way up to P1. René Lammers, whether or not, is aware of the DNF of his closest rival, Gabriel Gomez, but that's not about the question now. It's about to get Nakamura back and take the lead. That could be win number 4. He's going to have to make do with the Japanese-British driver in the lead. Coluccio responding to the early trouble he had with the fastest lap in 48.6. The Italian is sitting in 4th place, trying to get close to Gazi Motorcar in P3. Just 4 tenths separating Coluccio to a Motorcar. McLaughlin down in P5 from Backstrom. Olivieri, Sater, Samalisto, David Walter in the top 10. Marcus Sater climbing 6 places up to P8. Kirill Kutskov as well doing a great job with his Czech Republic machine from DPK. 10 places up to P12. Let's see what he can do. The DPK driver in that race. Mark Dublinsky being warned as he's sitting at the moment. Mark Dublinsky all the way down to P17, dropping 8 places as a result. A couple of good recoveries as well through the field from Marty Rittonen, 4 places up to P13. Preston Lambert, who had a DNF earlier in one of the incidents in the opening stages of his previous race, climbing 6 places up to P14. Maximilian Popov dropping a couple of places in the meantime, P15 for the kart motorsport driver.
Certainly a good show here, though. Lammers not leading for the first time this weekend in this race, and I don't want to say he's been caught up by the drivers behind, as they have chopped and changed now, as Luigi Coluccio has got past Gazi Motlaka and has moved up into P3 now. They are on the charge to close that gap back up. They have got plenty of time to do such a thing. Phil McLaughlin just at the back of that one now. Very interesting. There's a cut to come to the pit lane. It is an IPK.
That's Emanuele Olivieri.
It is.
Oh my God.
That is
a disaster.
Well, there you go. Karts are just dropping like flies in these later stages of the weekend. And that's 2 drivers. And actually, that's the 3rd row of the grid, both out of this race, who started this race. There he is. What a disaster. He had his best result in his race earlier on. Emanuele Olivieri now lies broken at the pit lane entrance.
You can see him representing IPK with the Formula K colors, one of the brands of the Italian group. As we're back here with Phil McLaughlin under the pressure of the 171 Mokel car, and there's a switch of position with the Irish driver up into P4 with Mokel car. Car Republic still has a lot of time in a couple of laps, 6 now, up until the checkered flag to make the switch back. But Phil McLaughlin once again showing great deal of pace, because not only did he get past, but he was able to build himself a bit of a gap. In the meantime, Kutskov, another fastest lap for the DPK driver, who keeps on climbing the field, is now P11 and trying to get closer to Peter Hager, 3/10 down, as the pressure is now on the shoulders of Luigi Coluccio. By the look of it now, Coluccio is very much on his own. The top three is a bit spread out, as we just got past the halfway point of this race. Here's the disaster. If you were not with us earlier for the start of the race, is what happened to Gabriel Gomez, the young Brazilian from CRG. Is the title contender this season, and he suffered a mechanical failure.
Yeah, not ideal. That was the start then that did get going a lap later, and it was a good start then from the inside though. Lammers getting away well. Gazi Motlaka, who went down the inside as well. Very, very close start. Up into P3 in the early stages of this race, and still doing very well, but he has just dropped down the order just that little bit now in these latter stages. Nico Roberta still leading the way from René Lammers. No change though at the front. The gap about 0.4 of a second now, relatively spread out then between our top 4 drivers, top 5 drivers. Closest battle in the top section. In fact, actually, the top 10 are all relatively spread out. It's a pretty calm race that they've got, but under investigation now is Kirill Kutskov in the 1-2-2. Currently, Kirill is in
P10 at the moment.
P10, yeah. So he's in that top 10 section. So race control keeping a very close eye on him.
That's too bad, because in the process of his recovery, 12 places gained already for Kutskov. There might have been 1 or 2 moves that were not up to the liking of the officials. We'll get back to that, as Kim Nakamura still leading the way very much into this race. But look at René Lammers. He's just been picking up the pace for the past few laps, the Dutch driver, and we had a gap of 0.3 of a second, slightly decreasing as they come across in front of us. Yeah, pretty much the same, but Lammers is still keeping the pressure on the Car Republic driver in the lead, 48.2. Pretty much the same lap times for both, keeping it steady, as Luigi Coluccio is following from a distance. He's just lost a bit of momentum, 7/10 down, the Italian driver, and is lucky to be still in that race after that incident in the opening lap. But let's watch back what happened here. That's the move of Phil McLaughlin, brilliantly made on the 171 of Gazi Motorcar, that promoted the VDK driver up to P4. And that might be where he will be staying, because he still has 7/10 of a second to try to climb on Luigi Coluccio. You can see him at the back of the picture, VDK driver, Phil McLaughlin, who lost completely Gazi Motorcar, stuck in P5, 1.5 second lost now for the Car Republic driver.
Yeah, but race in a bit of a lull at the moment, isn't it? And I think the drivers know that, and I think they've just gone into, I think, time management mode now, which is completely understandable. We're nearing, you know, the end of the, well, we're at the halfway point, really, of the qualifying heats. There is not many left to go for these drivers as they make their way around the last few laps of this race. Tyres are going to start becoming critical. Sorry, get my words out there. They've done qualifying. They've done a lot of qualifying heats. They've still got to do the super heats tomorrow as well, and they get a brand new set for the finals, I believe. So yeah, there's still a lot of work these tyres need to do before the end of this weekend.
Yeah, 1.5 sets actually, so fresher tyres that they can put whenever they like actually, but most of the strategies are the drivers keeping the half fresh of tyres for the final on the Sunday afternoon to make sure to maximize the performance. So that means indeed that those sets of tyres that they're wearing right now have to go through qualifying all the way up to the superheat. And it's not unusual to see some drivers finding themselves in a tricky situation to actually put fresher tyres much earlier by the end of the qualifying heat, for instance, or most likely in the superheat to maximize the performance and hopefully get a ticket within the top 36 as we take the 72 best drivers of the class, considering there's more than 72 split in half for the superheat and 13 best in each quarterfinal on Sunday afternoon. As the final lap is about to be completed by Kin Nakamura Berta. 3/10, that will be the gap that he was able to manage all throughout the course of that qualifying heat. This is the penultimate race for those two groups. One more after that this afternoon, so not a lot of space to make things up. And thinking about Gabriel Gomez, the poor Gabriel from CRG, who suffered a DNF at the worst possible moment, and he has one more race, hopefully to get the highest result possible to try to make that up.
Yes, indeed. Well, out of the final corner then, Kian Nakamura, who was chasing his first qualifying heat win across the weekend, finally gets it after 3 second places. His fourth qualifying heat sees a race win, and he bumps himself up into second in the intermediate classifications with 182 intermediate classification points from René Lammers. And on the last lap are coming together, the 187 of Preston Lambret and the Falcon, the 148 of Emilio Visto, have come together, and Preston Lambret is not happy.
Yeah, we can easily understand why. The last lap on the way to the checkered flag. What on earth happened there into the last corner, just in front of the silos of the track, onto the last curve? Certainly an attack from the Falcon driver on his fellow rival, and it actually went very, very wrong. As we're here with Kin Nakamura, your winner for the first time in the qualifying heats, and a strong win and a strong way to finish that first part of the day for Kin Nakamura, who joins the circle of winners in that senior class, where we find the likes of Phil McLaughlin, Enzo Tavaresco, René Lammers, Luigi Coluccio, Dimitri Matveev, and now Kin Nakamura.
Yes, indeed. A very interesting run of races throughout that one, but Nakamura taking the win. There's a look then at the provisional classifications and the retirements from that one at the last lap. Of course, Preston Lambert and Emilio Visto. But the biggest ones, Emanuele Oliveri, who started this race in P5, retiring from the race with a mechanical issue, and Gabriel Gomez, second in the championship, not even starting the race. That is the biggest one for me. That is a scary moment for the CRG team, scary moment for Gabriel Gomez himself. Hopefully they can get that cut fixed, sorted out, ready to go for his last race later on. That's certainly a fourth, a second, a fifth, and a DNS. It's not been a good weekend for Gomez. His title is under threat here.
Very much under threat, considering that René Lammers has had an almost perfect weekend with 3 wins and second. That puts him as the overall favorite for the final round of the European Championship. Let's have a look at the replay, and disaster striking Gabriel Gomez, unable to start, even though he tried twice to get his engine going, but mechanical failure for Gabriel Gomez at the worst possible moment. In the meantime, René Lammers took the best start on the inside, left side of your picture. Luigi Coluccio being a little bit squeezed on the outside on the way to turn number 2. That allowed Kin Nakamura up into P2. Then we had the battle for the back with Joel Bergström fighting his way through as well into the field. And Lammers, Kin Nakamura, that was the battle for the lead, as the Japanese-British driver just found his way through in turn number 8, and from then on was uncatchable.
Yes, indeed. More moves happened later on, though, in the race, as Luigi Coluccio would find his way back past Gazi Motlaka, who got the move on him earlier on in the race. Then it was Finn McLaughlin's turn to get that one done as well, putting him up into P4. Gazi Motlaka finishing that race in P5, still gaining 3 positions from the start of that one, but certainly a very interesting start. This was then the moment then, was it later on in the race? Was this the moment we saw the 2 drivers crashing at the end? No, that wasn't there. Nice little overtake there. But across the line was a solid race, though. Kian Nakamura absolutely doing what he needed to do, taking his first win of the weekend. That was the moment there. And, well, understandably, Preston Lambret is, well, what was that? What was that to Emilio Visto? Well, the 2 of them are on the recovery truck, making their way back to Parc Fermé, where the rest of the karts are there. Here is a look at what's coming up then after the lunch break. We are taking an hour before we kickstart back off with the second half of the Academy qualifying heats. B and C, A and D coming out at 2:30 and 5 minutes to 3 local time. Then we go back around on our rounds for the Junior and OK qualifying heats, starting with D and F, then A and C. Moving on to D and E, A and F, and then rounding out the day with groups B and C for Junior and OK. The last race due to start at around 6:15 this evening. Long old day these drivers have got, temperatures raising, but in 1 hour's time we will be back with the second half of the Saturday racing here at Cremona for the final round of the FIA European Karting Championships for OK and OKJ. We will see you in an hour's time.
Buongiorno a tutti and welcome to Italy. Welcome back if you're joining us again since the morning. We're here live from the karting Autodromo of Cremona in the northern part of this beautiful country under the sunny weather of northern Italy. Getting ourselves ready for the second part of day 2 of the final round of this year's FIA Karting European Championship for the OK Junior in the Academy Trophy. My name is Guillaume Alvarez. By my side, as always, Anthony Jordan, ready to get going for another strong afternoon of intense kart racing, starting with the School of Karting, as we like to refer to it. The Academy Trophy has been going on since 2010. These are some of the youngsters in the world of karting coming from all 4 corners of the world, making their way onto the track for qualifying heat number 3. We had 2 in the morning. A couple of different winners as well. In the first, we had a win going to Ugo Marti, one of the contenders for this year's title. The second race went to the pole sitter for this weekend, Ocesh Woda. Let's see what this third qualifying heat will play out. Let's see what it will give us. B versus C on your way.
Yes, indeed. Qualifying heat B and C about to head out into the circuit. A quick rundown of the lineup. Hugo Marti and Arthur Braun go from row 1. Marcus Schilkunas and Romeo Hay go from row 2. Lorenzo Campos and Christian Tonellini round out row 3, with Lisa Billard and Krill Stout rounding out row 4. Apo Timonen and Kritas Yiriupa round out row 5.
Row number 6 will see Marius Barryberg and Radek Vavra, Andrei Adekin and Alexander Deshkov on row number 7. Row number 8, Tomas Gomez and Chiara Kowalczyk, followed by Kyle Mikalev, as well as Jan Del Rio, Gretchen Cunham, and Nikilesh Raju. 20 drivers on the grid as well as on the track. We're getting ourselves ready. This is heat number 3 for the Academy. One more after that, and the qualifying heat, number 5 and 6 will be for Sunday morning on the way to the final on Sunday afternoon. And one of the drivers is missing into the field, but are we going to be good to go on the first attempt?
I think we should be as we go into the tram lines. Lights do go out and away they go down and towards turn 1. Good start from Marti this time around. Again, good start he had earlier on today. Took a race win. Marcus Schilkunas going through as well, right into second place. He had a second place earlier on as well. He's wanting to hold on to that one and see if he can maintain that position all the way throughout this race. Remember, both of those drivers very racy earlier on. Good start as well from Lorenzo Campos as well as he goes through, and as well as the rest of the field. Christian Tonioli as well. You can see they're just diving to the inside, trying to defend that position as they make their way round through turn 8 in towards the infield section now. Good stuff from the entire grid. Nice to see. And earlier on in the end of the second race in the Academy Trophy, we saw that electric finish, 3 karts wide. That actually resulted in 2 drivers getting a penalty at the end of that one. Arthur Braun and Romeo Haig finishing actually P12 and P11, both receiving penalties at the end of that race. So that lightning finish didn't actually mean anything. It was actually still, it went the way of Wojciech Woda, but still at the start of this one, very nice start as Lorenzo Campos there tucking into third place, is latching onto the back now, Schilkunas and Marti.
Yeah, good start for everybody onto the track. Too bad that the penalties actually fell on the protagonist on the race before. You should have seen that finish onto the line. If you missed it, it will be available, of course, on YouTube, the official channel of the FIA Karting Championship, as well as on the highlights published post-race. Now, the focus is on the leader from Spain, Ugo Marti, 1 win under the bag. Schilkunas in second, Campos, Brodan, Tonalini, the rest of the field as well, because there's a battle from a distance between the protagonists of this year's Academy Trophy, as Max Walton is leading the way. He's going to come up next, and he's going to have a lot of work to try to recover through the grid. As in the meantime, Ugo Marti, with the advantage of starting from pole position, is trying to build a bit of a gap for himself, 2 tenths in front of Schilkunas. Then we have Lisa Billard being chased by Tonalini, and Shiro Yapa just behind. Watch out for the young French driver, one of the lady drivers in the field, doing wonders on national and international scene. As the 118 on your picture. This is a little bit further back, the 518, shall I say. Our leader, Ugo Marti, the 537 on your picture. This is Artie Brohan, doing a good job in P4, being chased by Haag and Lisa Billard down in P6.
Yeah, Arthur Braun doing a good job there in P4, but eyes on those top 2 that are starting to break away now. Marti and Schilkunas, who have fallen away from the rest of the field. Bit of dust kicking up out of the final corner as one of the cars going slightly wide. Side-by-side action here as down the inside there, Karl Strauss gets through past Kritas Yiriupa for P8, so battling away just in the mid-pack there. You can see Marius Barryberg getting involved as well as Romeo Haig now sets the fastest lap of the race, 267, I should say. Currently sitting in 5th place as down the inside there, just a little bit defensive there is Arthur Braun, just to see what is happening up behind, and he knows what's behind. It is Romeo Haig who just set that fastest lap. Also Lisa Billard. We had very close racing between these drivers earlier on in the day. And again, they're chopping and changing here as down the inside goes Romeo Haig, gets that move done. Pass Arthur Braun, moves up, and Lisa Billard tries to get down the inside as well and makes contact with Arthur Braun. They both keep going, but a little bit of jostling between the two of them. And that certainly shows that Lisa Billard means business here, and Arthur Braun is under some serious pressure.
She's going to keep going maybe on Arthur Braun. Is going to have to shut the door at every corner. Watch out for Lisa Billard having to defend as well, because she has the pressure of Tonalini just behind the 515. Everybody with the same colors, different numbers though, and different countries. 40 of them represented on this beautiful field. Everybody, that tramline of drivers on the way to turn number 8. The hairpin, we've seen so many moves already so far this week in all 3 classes. But as for now, 6/10 of a second is the gap built by Ugo Marti on a little cloud. As we could see a move coming up around the inside, goes the 515. Beautifully made by Tonalini. I think he made it, or he was going defensive on Lisa Billard, and he made the move indeed. Tonalini up into P6, Lisa Billard having to defend, and further back, there's a 3-way battle between Marius Barryberg, Tekshov, and Gerard Yupa. I was going to say that Barryberg is the winner of round 1 in Czech Republic. He had a fantastic weekend to get the Academy Trophy going this season, but didn't go according to plan afterwards. He's the 3rd driver still potentially in contention for the title, but didn't have the best of weekend so far. Qualifying didn't go according to plan. He had a P14 after a penalty on his first race, and having to climb, of course, through this field, very demanding on himself and the tires as well. And right now, you can see that he's fighting for what could be P7 in the end. Certainly not something that he had been expecting coming to this weekend, especially knowing that Ugo Marti is doing a wonder job in the lead and on his way potentially for heat number 2. But for Marius Barryberg to finish on that note, knowing that Max Walton, the current leader of the championship, didn't have the best of first race either. So that goes the way of Ugo Marti so far in the Academy Trophy.
Yes, it does, and Marty doing exactly what he needs to do here to try and close that gap up to Max Walton in the championship. This is the last 2 point-scoring opportunities these drivers will have over the course of this weekend. Of course, at the end of the 3 qualifying heats, they will get the championship points, 25 championship points up for grabs for the qualifying heats, 30 points up for grabs for the final. As down the inside there, nice change. Romeo Haig past Lorenzo Campos, and now moving up into P3 is on the charge here. And remember, Haig with that penalty at the end of his first heat, finishing P11 after that penalty, and certainly wants some redemption in this one, and is making, I wouldn't say it look easy, but it's certainly showing that he's got some serious pace here and is moving through the field quite comfortably.
Yeah, definitely the Spaniard really on the place on his own, and it showed throughout the championship so far. He did take P2 in Czech Republic, wasn't so lucky in Denmark, in Rugby. The last time before Cremona, we saw the Academy Trophy in Denmark, and he collected 12 points in the final. Ugo Marti, enough to put him 2nd overall at the chase of Max Walton. But this time around, the Cremona circuit, and Lisa Billard is fighting back on Arthur Braun, brilliantly made by the young Frenchman. And the French driver now up a position back in P5. But Arthur Braun might still have something to say into that battle, as we just entered the penultimate lap of this qualifying heat of the Academy Trophy. Qualifying heat number 3 out of 6 to be run in total. As Ugo Marti now half of a second with Silkunas in 2nd place, who managed a better lap time just before than the leader. Will it be enough though? Ugo Marti fully in control of that race. Romeo Haig in 3rd. Lorenzo Campos down in 4th place. 5th place still in the hands of Lisa Billard, who's going to do everything she can to fend off the pressure for Arthur Braun. She might actually go for an extra place, because look at the pace she's coming back to Lorenzo Campos. Driver, the 5:46 in 4th place, might actually start worrying a little bit entering the last lap. Here we go. 3 tenths now between the two leaders.
Yeah, very close indeed between the two leaders, but that gap still not close enough, I would say, for a lunge for Shilkunas. Doing what he needs to do. He's staying there in second place. We'll keep an eye on them as they go into the final sector, but right now it's all going Matt Corby's way. Hugo Marti, I should say, his way, and he's certainly just driving his way through this final sector now. No real dramas between himself and Shilkunas, not checking over the shoulder at all, just fully focused on what's going on in front. But he does have to be careful here because Shilkunas is closing in. He might be close enough for a last-ditch attempt into the final corner. I don't think he will be, and I think this is going to go the way of Hugo Marti out of the final corner. It will be 2 for 2 then for Hugo Marti across the line from Marcus Shilkunas. A solid result for them, both of them matching their results they had earlier on. Romeo Haig finishing in third place. A very good result from Lorenzo Campos, finishing in P4. No dramas there. Lisa Billard finishing in P5, but Arthur Braun falling down the order in that one, finishes in P6, just ahead of Marius Barryberg. Stout finishing in P8, and Tonellini finishing in 9th. Certainly not the result they will have wanted, but Deshkov with a result that he will have wanted. 4 positions gained. He tops the top 10.
And Marius Barryberg in the meantime trying to recover as high as possible, but could only manage a P7 in the end. But well done to this young man, Hugo Marti. 2 races, 2 wins for the representative of Spain. Certainly used to the hot weather conditions, as he might experience them back in the country, as he takes a second win out of 2 races to convert his leadership in the overall standing at the moment, with 12 points clear for Shilkunas, and Lisa Billard putting herself in P3. Here's the classification in full, with Hugo Marti from Marcus Shilkunas, Romeo Haig in P3 from Lorenzo Campos, Lisa Billard, Arthur Brohan, Marius Barryberg, Karl Stout, Christian Tonellini, Alexander Deshkov running up the top 10 from Kuta Girayupa, Apo Timonen, Thomas Gomez, Radek Vavra, as well as Klara Kovalcic in P15. Then we have Andrei Adekin, Nikilesh Raju, as well as Kyle Mikalev, Philippe De Rio, and Gracier Cranham running up the top 20. And we do have everybody on board at the end of this race. Next one coming up in just a few moments, and the 3 minutes before the start of the next qualifying heat, still with the Academy. But first of all, let's have a look at the replays and the best moments of this race. A good start from the left side of the picture by Hugo Marti, who took Shilkunas and the rest of the field with him into the opening lap. The driver is trying to find the easiest of line, entering the double right-hand of 3 and 4. But as fightings were happening all over the place through the midfield, Hugo Marti was starting to build on his initial advantage. Lisa Billard with the pink crash helmet making her way through. So did the 533 of Romeo Haig all the way to P3. And sometimes a bit of a tussle resulting of drivers going wide. It was the case for the 507 of Radek Vavra, who ended up in P14. And Lisa Billard on the left side trying to shake off the field a little bit. She was overtaken first by Arthur Brohan before overtaking back. But plenty of action into that first qualifying heat of the day. Of the afternoon, shall I say.
Yeah, I'd say, yeah, very, very close action all the way throughout. That was Marius Barryberg on his charge through the field there as well, but certainly a very dramatic end to the racing. Romeo Haig also making his moves up into third place, getting past Lorenzo Campos there, who did have a good start to the race, like you were saying earlier on. Lisa Billard fighting her way through the field, finishing that one in P5. Good result, though, once again for Hugo Marti. 2 out of 2 for the heat wins. He is certainly doing what he needs to do to close that gap up between himself and Max Walton for the championship. And there you can see a big congratulations there from Marcus Shilkunas. So both of them, line astern, good start to the race. Drove away, no drama between the two of them. And yeah, finishing 1-2, solid results for them. Next race coming up in just a moment's time. Qualifying heat A and D. There on your screen is Max Walton, who is starting this one on the 9th place spot on the 5th row, finished 13th in his first race earlier on. We caught up with him earlier on this weekend.
I'm leading the championship, and I can hopefully keep leading it to the end of the round, so I can be crowned European Championship, and I've always been wanting to do that. It's good, exciting. I've created history in Australia, being the first driver in Academy Trophy to be on the podium and be winning heat races and just being at the front. They're both good tracks. It's so much different to Australia. Like the bitumen and Australia's dirt, just cleaner. It's an awesome experience being here. Just so much different. I never thought I was going to be at the front because all the drivers probably been here racing at this track before, and I've never experienced all the tracks. And it's been tough learning them and adapting to them really quick.
Well, he has certainly had to adapt into the world of European karting, as this weekend the first race, like we were saying, didn't go all his way, dropping 4 places, finishing in P13 in his first race. He starts this one on that 5th row of the grid, P9. At the front of the field, though, this driver here, Wojciech Woda, who finished his race on P1, starts this one at the front of the grid. He's got Benes Gasper starting alongside, who himself, representing Hungary, finished in 4th place earlier on today. Certainly, Wojciech Woda having a good run in his last race. We'll want to replicate that. And again, the 2 drivers with the maximum points certainly will have a best shout of getting those 25 championship points. But for Max Walton on this one, the pressure is on to maintain his championship lead. He has got a sizable buffer, 15 points. But that's not enough reaction tests going on here as well for Benes Gasper, getting himself ready for this one. And, you know, I've played that game before. It's quite painful.
I have as well. Yeah, it can be painful. I've tried the same with the tennis balls, actually. Like you can see sometimes the car racing drivers, F1, doing that on the grid and dropping tennis balls. This time around, they have to clap each other's hands. I actually do that, but not for the sake of reflexes, just for the sake of, you know, the game itself.
Yeah, exactly. It's a fun game.
It's a fun game, it is, but for other reasons, not just being a good racing driver. But an interesting situation, interesting preparation to keep the reflexes, of course, sharp and to keep the concentration just a few minutes before getting into the kart, getting into the racing zone, the concentration zone, as Wojciech Woda and Benes Gasper will be leading the way on the grid of this upcoming qualifying heat for the Academy Trophy Air versus D. And then we will be done already for the day with the Academy young drivers between 12 and 14 years of age. But watch out for this young man just further back on row number 2 on the grid from P3, Rocco Coronel from the Netherlands, as you might easily have identified on his crash helmet. Beautiful orange crash helmet for Rocco Coronel, one of the young protagonists of this year's Academy Trophy. It took a pole position earlier this season, and it was back in Rugby in Denmark for the first visit of the Academy Trophy in this part of the world. And Rocco Coronel, so far in the previous races, let's see where he finished earlier. Rocco Coronel in his first attempt didn't have maybe the result he had been expected. If I can find him back, actually. No, the Academy will be better, not the OK class, obviously. But for his opening race...
Are you looking for his race results?
Absolutely. You have
P6.
P6, thank you very much. That's why there's 2 of us here in the commentary room. P6 for Rocco Coronel in his first race. As that's a very nice gesture. Dilano Vanthoff in everybody's thoughts, of course, this weekend, since a couple of weeks after his tragic passing in Spa-Francorchamps. And these are some of the gestures, of course, that we really, really much appreciate throughout teams and drivers, and we do think a great deal of Dilano. We had Ari Bartel on the picture. He did a P11 on his race before, and he's going to be starting from 4th on this grid.
Yes, indeed. Busy grid further back as well. Mayer, who is going to be popping up on your screen. There he is, and he has had a interesting day. P4 with his results, so gaining 1 place in the race, but certainly still a solid result. He'll be ready for this one. He has got Vasilios Apostolidis alongside, the driver representing Greece. Didn't finish, of course, for Vasilios in the last race. Had that incident, broke down, I think, before the start of the race.
That's
actually.
right, the warm-up lap.
Yeah,
didn't make it.
Yeah, exactly. So it was a disaster for Vasilius, hopefully in this one, the kart is all working and he can actually get a decent result in this one, because that certainly won't help his case. Yellow lights start flashing at the front, meaning we have got around 30 seconds until we get going then for the second of the Academy races after the lunch break, the fourth total that we've had today out of 6. The next 2 will be bright and early in the morning on Sunday before their finals later on in the afternoon. But right now on your screen, it is time for the Academy Trophy qualifying heat A versus D that now makes its way out onto the circuit. We'll take you through the starting lineup in just a few minutes' time, but you've got to imagine now the pressure starting to build for Max Walton in this one, who has got to try and pull something out of the bag here if he can try and hold off Hugo Marti, who has had so far a perfect weekend in the category. Here's the starting lineup then. Wojciech Woda and Bennett Gasper, they go from row 1. Rocco Coronel and Harry Bartle go from row 2. Simon Mayer and Vasilis Apostolidis round out row number 3 with Santana Panetta and Alexander Uzneem on row 4. Max Walton and Benjamin Jaungard, they round out row number 5.
Row number 6, we'll see Victor Alexander Rad and Zaim Mossani. Then we have Daniel Bonconseil and Ray Pinciaccia. Row number 7. Row number 8, Chio Mamunda and Laura Bubenova, followed by Yuris Sprude, as well as Bagesh Shandaria. And we have also Georgi Chamalashvili, as well as Tiziano Antola. 20 drivers onto the grid, and we do have them all with us on track. 10 laps once again for the Academy Trophy, the last one of the day. 2 more tomorrow morning, as it stands. It makes very much sense for Hugo Marti to lead the way, 12 points clear from Akasil Kunas in second place. Lisa Biar currently third overall in the point standings at this stage, in front of Tonalini, Stoke, Campos, Agde, Brohan, Barryberg and Gira Hupa. And as you said, Max Walton is in desperate need of a strong results, not even in the top 10 for the when it comes to the grid for the final on Sunday, because that's what this classification is all about, not only the championship, but the starting order for the mother of all races on Sunday afternoon. Here we go. Lights go green, and we're racing here in the Academy once again, and a good start and getaway from Wojciech Yoda from the rest of the field on the way to turn number 3 and 4. Watch out for any wheel banging out there. It's going well for most of the field, everybody going through. And a perfect start from the Polish driver from pole position, who's getting away already. And this is actually Bennett Gaspar, my apologies. Bennett Gaspar, who had an even better getaway from the outside of the front row. And now trying to put as much distance as possible from the rest of the field. And Wojciech Woda, our pole sitter, is being investigated. So something wrong indeed with his starting procedure. Did he accelerate a little bit too soon before crossing the yellow line? Something, of course, to be discussed with the officials. But the pole sitter is being investigated. And now trying to chase the leader is Wojciech Woda, is actually down a little bit further back and is all the way down in P3 still.
It's actually Harry Bartle who leads the way, the 513, the British driver who started this one on the outside row with Bennett Gasper, and those two have gone away with each other, but they have swapped around, so it's a fantastic start for Bartle. This would be a solid result for him as well if he could come away with a qualifying heat win. I think that would be his first qualifying heat win at the season. I don't think he's had one yet. Again, we'll check that as there's been a coming together, the 526 and the 529 off the track. That is Laura Bobanova and Joris Sprud, Roland Sprud, who have gone off the track and have come together, both of them out of the race. That is through turn number 5 at the start of the lap. Both of them out of the race. They were battling for P13 and 14. Big shame for them, but the rest of the field carries on. Bartle still leads from now Wojciech Woda, who has got past Bennett Gasper. Gasper now down into third place, who is under pressure from Rocco Coronel, who was looking down the inside there in towards turn number 2 and 3. Unable to get it done. Another car going slowly down the start-finish straight. That was the 506 of Natiza Mabunda, not getting away out of the final corner. Hopefully his car is all right and he can get going again, but this battle certainly is heating up here as pulling out. There comes Rocco Coronel down the inside and gets it done on Bennett Gasper. Gasper now under pressure here from Vasilis Apostolidis. Remember, Apostolidis did not even start his race earlier on. Now is looking much stronger in his second of 3 qualifying heats over the weekend, but there is still a long way to go. 8 laps remaining, and it certainly is kicking off as back down the inside there. Nice little tuck-in move from Vasilis Apostolidis, who now moves up into P4 and is on the hunt for Rocco Coronel in P3 is down the inside once more. Max Walton is on the charge. Keep an eye on Max. He's certainly making progress this time around. He wants a much better result than what he did earlier on.
And we had a good move from the 520 of Jalmar up into P8 in front of Panetta. And Apostolidis did the right thing by getting himself out of that group and chasing Rocco Coronel. But watch out for the move coming up, certainly for P1 as well. The battle between Harry Bartle and Wojciech Woda. And I can confirm to you that Harry Bartle, if he makes it to the checkered flag, that would be his first qualifying heat of the year. As we have the 506 retiring Nitsio Mabunda, unfortunately from South Africa, having to retire, and joining Laura Bubenova as well as Roland Sprude, unfortunately, before the end of this race. Here we go for lap number 4, lap number 5, that is halfway through. Harry Bartle under intense pressure, and the gap is slightly decreasing, but Wojciech Woda is very much on the pace. Oh, and we had a bit of an off from one of the drivers in turn number 1 outside of the picture. Yeah, yellow flag. Yellow flag is about to be waved on the way to turn number 1. We heard it from the outside of a speaker room, and we might have
changed the lead.
Yeah. Indeed, we might have actually a couple of drivers involved, or was it just Tiziano Antola? By the look? Yeah,
there's one of the drivers, yeah.
Yeah, Tiziano Antola, I think, who was involved in that incident. We didn't get to see if he actually went off on his own, if it was a result of some wheel banging in the start-finish straight, but as a result, fortunately for him, that means DNF in this qualifying heat.
Yes, indeed. Well, like you were saying, yeah, change for the race lead there. Wojciech Woda now leading the way from Harry Bartle. Bartle now down into second place. There they are on your screen, but he's certainly not dropped off from the back. Remember, Wojciech Woda is under investigation for the start of that race, so still something may come of this. So Bartle, don't think is too worried if he did pay attention to the digi flag as they went underneath it on the start-finish line. Rocco Coronel still there in third place, as down the inside there. Max Walton looking for the move on P4 of Vasilis Apostolidis and gets it done and says immediately to him, right, let's go, let's catch up to Rocco Coronel. This is a much stronger performance in this second race from Max Walton.
Yes, it is definitely up into P4. He had a P14 in his opening race, so definitely not the result he had been expecting coming to this event. Certainly Max Walton, we still have a lot of work to do, and is demonstrating that the pace is seems to be back for the current leader of the classification. As P13 it was after a penalty for Max Walton, correction to myself, as P10s still splitting Wojciech Woda and Harry Bartle. Wojciech Woda, who inherited the win on the previous race due to the photo finish conclusion of that race. 4 drivers side by side onto the line, but a rain of penalty for 3 of them, giving away the victory to Woda in the lead. But Harry Bartle has other ideas in mind and wants to prevent that from happening. Might actually wait until the later stages of the race, but if he waits too long, he might actually find himself under pressure from Rocco Coronel and Max Walton, who sees the opportunity growing, looking over the shoulder briefly on the start-finish straight. Talking to the drivers, they say that this start-finish straight is actually pretty much the only moment onto this track. Still very short layout, 1.2 kilometers. Is actually the only moment when they can relax a little bit. Some of them actually stretching the forearms actually onto the wheel in order to relax a little bit, because there's so much into pressure, you know, turning left and right for most of the track. And it doesn't happen that often that those layouts in the calendar are so demanding in terms of driving and rhythm. It's certainly the case for the academy drivers. But at this job, at this game, well, Woda and Bartle as well doing a great job at keeping themselves together. But we could end up actually with a 4-way battle on the way to checkered flag.
We very much could, yeah, you could be right there, because Bartle's not dropped off the back of Woda here, and Coronel and Walton are starting to close in now. This could be very, very interesting in these last couple of laps, but the gap is still very much there. Keep an eye just further behind as well. Apostolidis still with Panetta. Meyer from El Hamasani still in 8th place. He's having a good run. He's up 4 positions now into that P8 spot. Alexander Uzneem and Bennett Gasper still there, rounding out the top 10. Further down, Shane Chandera having a good race up to P15. Georgi Samalashvili also up 3 positions. The 4 retirements at the moment, though, Antola, Mabunda, Bobanova and Sprud all out of this race. As keep an eye here, Max Walton now is starting to sense a move here, because if Coronel cannot close up that gap to Bartel, Max Walton's going to have to go for the move, and I don't think they are going to close that gap. So I think Max Walton's best result he can come away with here is going to be a P3 if he can get past Rocco Coronel on this last lap.
They might be missing a little bit of pace outside of the corner by the look of it, but the last sector of the track could prove me wrong, maybe. The Rocco Coronel is knowing his driver to get past, maybe on the way to turn number 8. The hairpin is having a quick look, but soon decided that no, it's not worth a shot, not at least in this corner. There was no room whatsoever, as Rocco Coronel was keen on shutting the door into the last corner. Maybe we've seen that in that very tight double right-hander, but Rocco Coronel is shutting the door for P3, as does Wada in the lead on his way to victory number 2 in the qualifying heats of the Academy Trophy. Watch Wada in front of Harry Bartel. Rocco Coronel taking P3, 4th place for Max Walton, as Vasilis Apostolidis climbs 1 spot up to P5. Constantino Panetta, Simon Mayer, as well as Zain El Momosani down in P8, but climbing 4 places from Bennett Gaspar, Benjamin Jalmagar. That's for your top 10 for this last race of the Academy Trophy on Saturday. 2 more to go on Sunday morning, and a good operation made by Wojciech Wada, because now, believe it or not, but Wojciech Wada and Hugo Marti are on equal points, 2 wins each, 100 points. So this poses actually the scene for the last 2 races to come, and the opposition between Wada and Marti will be certainly worth connecting, worth joining in for tomorrow morning, the last qualifying heats before the final. But Wada and Marti, your leader of the classification as it stands, from Silkunas and Biard, and thanks to his results, this won't be quite enough just yet for Harry Bartel, but sorry, for Max Walton with his P4 to make it into the top 10 just yet. Let's wait for the last race tomorrow morning.
Yes, indeed. There's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of the Academy Trophy qualifying heat A and D. Wojciech Wada taking the win from Harry Bartel, Rocco Coronel from Max Walton. Vasilis Apostolidis with his best result of the weekend with a 5th place finish after his DNF earlier on. Santeno Panetta and Simon Meerzel. Zain Al Homasani from Bennett Gaspar, Benjamin Jamgard and Alexander Ubsneem. Kimi Ray finishing in 12th place from Marius Boncancel, finishing in P13. Victor Rad finishing in P14 with Shane Chandera, and Georgi Samalashvili finishing in the top 16. And the finishers of the race for retirements, Tiziana Antola, Natisa Mabunda, Laura Babanova and Roland Sprud finishing at the back of the grid. The recovery job happens now as the rest of the karts make their way back to Parc Ferme. Like you said, Guillaume, that rounds out the Academy running for the day. They have got 1 more qualifying heat each tomorrow, first race of the day, but between now and then, plenty more heats. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of that race. Good start then from the outside road. Bartel actually getting the switch over and going down the inside through turn number 1 to get into 2nd place past Wojciech Wada. It was a lightning start from Yuman, who started on the outside row at that one. Not Arjun Kraling, sorry, if I get back to my paddock. Bennett Gaspar. That was the moment we lost 2 of our drivers. That was Laura Barmanova and Jere Sprud, who just came tangled together. Not a lot they could do, but I believe Roland Sprud was under investigation for that incident.
Yeah, to be confirmed post-race, as Rocco Coronel was fighting his way through up into P3, the position he would finish this race in 5/10 of a second shy from Harry Bartel in 2nd, but he keeps on going further back as well, with moves from Zain El Momosani before dropping in positions. We saw the retirement for Tizio Mabunda as well, Tiziano Antola joining them in the circle of retired drivers. But in the lead, there was one that would not be caught again, Wojciech Wada taking win number 2 at the end of this qualifying heat. Now, we're going to leave the Academy drivers on the side for now. We'll find them back tomorrow morning to get the day started with the last 2 qualifying heats. Let's get back to the junior category before we get on to the OK class. But first of all, the D versus F qualifying heat. We'll see Christian Costoia starting from pole position, representing Parolin Racing Kart, one of the Italian factories very much involved at the top level of international karting. And we caught up with the man in charge, Marco Parolin.
Well, of course, a little bit of pressure. It's always there when you're fighting for a championship. We're just trying to turn it into adrenaline and make our best result possible. Well, you know, the fact that we work with him from a couple of years already makes it easier when you have to take decisions. You know each other better, and René has definitely made a strong progress over the last 12 months. So I think this was the main key of his good results this season. The team is working very hard. He's putting maximum efforts, and here we are. It's a very interesting track because it's quite demanding on the tires, especially with the warm temperatures like this weekend. So I think it will be very important to be able to keep the tire in a good condition throughout all the heats and reach to the superheat with an optimal condition of tires. Also considering this new point system that is highly rewarding for the first part of the weekend. So I think that will be the key. And of course, to make a strong quali and start in the front. I like it, to be honest, because we were able to race in new tracks for most of the drivers, quite different weather conditions. So I think at the end of the championship we will have a clear picture of you know the drivers that deserve to be on the top of the standings. So the tracks were, I have to say, highly appreciated, I think, from most of the drivers. And I think also Cremona is a good venue to end this exciting championship. I like the fact that we were able to go on new tracks. I think it will put as much as possible the driver on a similar starting base before the weekend, and makes things also interesting for as teams, because we have to know, you know, the secret of each track and try to discover more about the asphalt, the corner speed, and so on. So it's challenging, but we're up to it.
Well, good to see there a nice chat with the team principal of Paralin. And they certainly have done a good job with their drivers this weekend. Like you say, René Lammers certainly having a good weekend, nearly a perfect weekend so far for him. I think he lost out on one race finishing in P2, but the rest of his races were all good. But that's the seniors. In the juniors, Christian Costoya here has also had a race win. His first race of the weekend resulted in a win. Second race was a fourth, and then later on today, or earlier on today, he got a P2 in his result. So a very good result all the way throughout this weekend. He's got Arjen Kraling starting alongside, who himself has had good results, always finishing within the top 10, 7th, 3rd and 8th for the front row.
The second row will see Stepan Antonov on the inside, the Czech Republic driver, the 252. That will be a threat, certainly. Took twice a P6 and a P3 as best results so far. But by his side, yeah, here's Arjen Kraling on the front row of the grid. Stepan Antonov just behind, but Arjen Kraling a third place as best result as well. So far this weekend on the outside, not always easy in karting, especially when it goes when it turns right in turn number 1 to find yourself on the outside leading to that first corner. We've seen this working a tiny bit on some occasions, but the inside line is always the favorite one by the competitors. So the inside, the better. Now, Stepan Antonov and Sebastian Letimaki. Here's Stepan from Czech Republic. Twice a P6 and a P3 on the inside, as we said. Sebastian Letimaki by his side. Stepan Antonov in the championship so far this season in the OK Junior class. Let's try to see where he is trying to finish that season on a high to currently P11 in the championship, Stepan Antonov. And his weekend in Rugby was absolutely fantastic, taking a second place overall for Stepan Antonov to Alexander Bondarev. And the podium was completed by Jacopo Martinez himself in Rugby. So Stepan Antonov on a charge, wasn't there actually in Czech Republic, but with couple of races left this weekend. Let's see what he's going to be able to do.
Yes, indeed. There is Sebastian Lettamaki starting it on the 4th place spot of the grid. Two sixth-place finishes and an 11th. Like you said earlier on, lovely shot there. There's a look at the grandstand over the Cremona circuit facing the bike and the car circuit on the circuit there. It is a fantastic little venue. Lovely positioning of the track as well, very close to the town of Cremona. Only about a 20-minute drive away, so nice commute in the morning. Lovely straight roads, nice farmland roads as well. Perfect for doing the speed limit. There is the yellow flag. There's now the green flag heading out onto the circuit. It is qualifying heat D and F for OK Junior kick-starting. Let's take you through the full starting lineup then. 26 drivers in this one, and it starts with Christian Kostoja and Arjun Kraling on the front row. Stepan Antonov and Sebastian Lettamaki go from row 2 from Salim Hanna and Chiara Batig, who got disqualified in the first heat, 10th, and had a best result earlier on with a 5th place finish. They start on the 3rd row. Kirill Dmitriev and Taim Saleh go from row 4. Travis Teo and Andy Consani on row 5. Joel Pokala and Davide Potara on row 6, with Louis Castellini and Tom Pappenburg on row 7.
Row number 8, we'll see Julian Basil and Georgi Zazov. Row number 9, Theodor Bergersen and Jacob Mikalev, followed by Sasha Van Padbosch and Antonio Macedo. Then we have Boris Leisen and Gabriel Cunningham, Harold Septis and Ashan Aksoy. And we have Mari Barberg and Kara Firend completing the top 26 of this grid. Back to, as for the Academy, 10 laps to go through for the junior class. As it stands, Dries van Langendonk is your overall leader in the classification, with a 6 points advantage of Jacopo Martinez. Alexander Bonarev coming down in 3rd place from Ruth Lowell and Alfie Slater, but we still have one more race to go for each of the drivers there to round things up for Saturday. But the schedule, of course, ahead of us, 9 races on the table for Sunday, the superheat and the finals for both the OK and the junior category. Who will join the circle of winners? Christian Kostoja did that already earlier today. Can he make it 2 in a row?
Let's find out then. Out of the final corner into the tram lines. This looks good. Lights go out and down and towards turn 1 they go. Good start then from Christian Kostoja on the inside line. Arjun Kraling getting squeezed into about 3rd place there as Stepan Antonov dives into 2nd place and holds on to it. Good start then from the rest of the field as they go side by side round turns number 2, 3 and 4. All looking good, and it's all good. But there has been a technical flag coming out for, and that is for the 2-4. That is Jendrik Pejl, the Czech Republic driver who started this race in P15. His chain guard has fallen off.
Yeah, that's a problem indeed, and he's gonna have to get back to the pits within the next 3 laps as the opening lap is going well. There's already a change for the lead as Christian Kostoja is being attacked by Arjun Kraling by the look of it. 252, that's being Stepan Antonov, one of the teammates of Arjun Kraling, is the one taking the lead just before the conclusion of the lap number 1. Watch out for the response as he took Arjun Kraling with him, so it doesn't go the way of the Paralympic drivers, being attacked as well by Kirill Ditsiev, climbing through the ranks at full speed as Kirill Ditsiev is battling his way through, as in the meantime the leaders exchanging positions as well. I think that Arjun Kraling went for the move on his fellow teammate from Car Republic. Here they are. Yes, they've made the switch. Arjun Kraling, at some point we thought that he would have lost momentum, is the other way around. Just before turn number 8, Kraling in the lead, Stepan Antonov in 2nd. As for the back, it keeps on battling along. And I think that in the meantime, we had one of the Paralympians back in P3. That might have been actually Christian Kostoja.
Sebastian Lettamaki in 3rd.
Yeah, Lettamaki, yes, indeed, confirmation on your screen. I was looking away, Lettamaki up into 3rd. Let's have a look at the gaps as they come around once again. Lettamaki up into 3rd. In front of Consani, Ditsiev, Bohola, Anna, Christian Kostoja, the pole sitter, all the way down to P8. That's why he was nowhere to be seen. In front of Tem Saleh and Christian Batig down in P10.
Yeah, nice breakaway though for the top 4, with Antonov leading from Kraling, Lettamaki and Consani. Then the battle further back as well. 5th place downwards, that's getting very close. Ditsiev from Popular, Hanna, Costa, Saleh is down the inside there. Change for 2nd place as Lettamaki moves up now into P2. At the expense of Kraling. Consani, I think, made the move as well. A little further back, it's still all kicking off as well as Kirill Ditsiev is under pressure from Joel Pokala. Those two still battling away and are now changed to the leaders. Down the inside, Sebastian Lettmarque now takes the lead of this race. This is Sebastian Lettmarque absolutely flying here at the moment, but he's under pressure now down the start-finish straight as back again comes Stefan Antonov trying to look down the inside, can't quite get the move done. Now here comes Arjen Kraling looking down the inside. No, he can't get it done either. He stays behind in P3. This is very close though, and all of them hugging that inside line, which of course is now allowing Consani, DTF, Bokala, Hanna, Tame Soleil, Batig, Costoya, Pataro all to close in. Look at that train as down the inside once again. Here comes Lettmarque. Oh, I think that's Kraling actually, Arjen Kraling, sorry, who dives to the inside and moves up now into second place. Antonov down into third. So again, now that's allowing Lettmarque to break away slightly. Lettmarque will be liking this one. There is Salim Hanad just in the middle of that fray, right behind Kirill Ditiev. Ditiev earlier on, who had an issue, smoke being kicked up at the exit of turn 12, but everyone's still going. But right now, it's looking a little heated at the front here, but Lettmarque now with the clean breakaway.
Now let's see if the gaps will be built up by Lettmarque. More than that, 4/10 of a second in front of that trail of drivers. Giorgio Zazov is putting the fastest lap in his race down in P14. But now Kraling is leading the chase. Stepan Antonov under pressure from Andy Kansani. Watch out for the back as Salim Hanna dives inside Kirill Ditiev to take P5 in turn number 8. Well done to Salim Hanna, who takes his London Rush machine up into the top 5. And then actually gets Kirill Ditiev against Tim Saleh as well as Pohola. Batting Costoya just on the verge of losing that position within the top 10, so it doesn't go the way of Christian Costoya so far. Where is his space actually for the Spaniard driver? It's been impressive so far with 1 win under his belt. Other results including as well the 4th and the 2nd, but this time around, I don't know what he had for lunch, but the speed seems to be completely gone by the look of it. He's going to have to climb back, and he won't have much time left to do so. Sacha van Padbosch, that's the first for the Dutchman. Fastest on track from P13 as he keeps on climbing the ranks. 6 places gained already. And in the meantime, the gap stays as it is, 4/10 of a second. A bit less than that now. It seems that Kraling is starting to push to try to make the connection with Lettmarque in the lead. We're going to have ourselves a little bit of a battle between Paulin and Czech Republic. Let's not forget Andy Kansani sharing the chassis, of course, with the satellite team of Shamik Europe down in P4. And is trying to get back into contention. He's going to have to get past Salim Hanna first of all.
Well, there is not much time left in this race. On to the final 3 laps, I believe. We're on lap 7 of 10. And there, Kirill Ditiev now with the fastest lap of the race is starting to close in on Andy Kansani. Kansani under pressure now as they go through. There is Salim Hanna battling away with Kansani. So Kansani, and off the track there. That is one of the Charles Leclerc
might
cars.
be Louis Castellini in P12 by the look of it.
286, I think that is. That's
or might be 266, or is there another one? Yeah, I think that might be him. Unfortunately, yeah, is the other one from Leclerc in P12. And he actually went off outside of turn 8, the hairpin on the other side of the track. Might need to see that again, because was it a driver mistake or was he pushed a tiny bit as a result of a contact? But that will mean, as you can see, a race over for the Leclerc Biometric Racing drive.
Yeah, that is a big shame, as now Costoya takes the fastest lap of the race, currently running in P9. So now he's found some pace, but unfortunately he's lost a lot of places. So he has not got a lot of time to close those back up again, as he's going on to the last couple of laps now of this race. Sebastian Lettmarque, I've got to say, has, well, impressed me, because best results so far this weekend has been a 6th place in his 1st and 2nd qualifying heat. A race win would certainly shake up his finishing order, but right now he's still got a couple of laps left to go before that can come to fruition, because right now Arjen Kraling is still closing in just that little bit more, inch by inch. But again, bit of a stalemate going on here. The only overtake has come from Christian Costoya, managed to get past Johan Pokela for P8 on that last lap. Big changes in the back of the field as well. But Tame Soleil now with that fastest lap of the race. This Albert Academy driver working well. You can see him there right in the middle of that fray behind Kansani. Not able to close the gap though. And once more, these races becoming a little bit more trained because the drivers are now starting to think of their tyres. This is what happened earlier on to Louis Castellini, and was he assisted there?
By the look of it, I don't think so. I thought for a moment at the 456, Sacha Badbosch, who was just by his side, might have actually run onto the back of him, but his car seems intact. He was about to kickstart it, at least trying to kickstart it back on the track. Looks to me as he lost completely the brake point on this one, but for a very strange reason, or maybe he was trying to cut off the racing line of Van Badbosch in an attempt of a move, and that didn't work his way. So
no, it didn't work his way at all. There we go then, we're on to the final lap, and Sebastian Lettmarque here, well, has controlled this race, shot to the front of the grid, and well, stayed there and has no drama all the way throughout this one, and this will certainly help out his fight over the course of this weekend, putting him up into the top 10 in the intermediate classifications. So Sebastian Lettmarque then crosses the line, and he will take the heat win here in OK Junior from Arjen Kraling. Stepan Antonov finishing in third place from Selim Hanna, and Kutsani rounding out the top 5 from Tame Soleil. Christian Costoya finishing in 7th place from Kirill Ditiev. Yor Pokula from Davide Botaro rounding out the top 10. But after 10 laps of racing, Parolin Motorsport seems to be on point this weekend with their senior and junior drivers. Sebastian Lettmarque then taking the heat win. The driver from Finland moving now up into the top 10 of the intermediate classification points. Now P9 with 144 to his name going into their final race later on today. Certainly a very good run from him. He'll be delighted with the results as he makes his way back into Parc Fermé. Now there he is on your screen, about to go onto the weighing scales, and now I would say that's a lot of pressure off Lettmarque's head. You know, being able to beat the likes of Arjen Kraling, who started in front of him. Stepan Antonov as well starting alongside. He takes another third place finish. There's a look then at the provisional classifications. We've gone through the top 10. Chiara Batigue finishing in 11th place from Sacha Van Badbosch. Georgi Zazov finishing in 13th place from Chavis Teo. Gabriel Koeniken rounding out the top 15, the Brazilian for CRG. 7 seconds off from the overall race lead. Still a solid result though for a lot of our drivers in this one, as the rest of the order. Alpak Soy finishing in P16 from Karia Fairhand. Boris Leisen and Marie Barryberg, Tom Poppenberg and Jakub Mikalev finishing in 21st place. Theodore Bergersen. Antonio Macedo finishing in 23rd. Harold Chepskis and Louis Castellini, Jendrik Peschel, all retirements from that race for those two. Actually not finishing their race of the day. Group D and F now done for junior. Here's a look at some of the highlights from that one. Good start then initially from Costoya. Held the start of that race very well. There was a bit of chopping and changing in the background there, as it looked like Marie Barryberg trying to take to the grass there to try and gain some positions. It was a good start from Antonov, who followed Costoya straight into second place. But Sebastian Lettmarque would certainly start to make some moves later on, as Arjen Kraling also went down the inside. That was the moment that Costoya lost the lead of the race. And then it all started to kick off for him as he slowly started to fall down the order there again, getting squeezed to the outside. And then everyone coming through the shot. Kirill Ditiev also part of that battle. That was a big, brave moment there from Selim Hanna, who sent it down the inside through turns 3 and 4. This was the moment, though, that Sebastian Lettmarque would take the lead of the race and would not have to worry about it till later on. Off the track there, missed that one on our screens. A very dicey moment for the 246 that would rejoin onto the circuit much further down the order. Gabriel Koeniken there, who did actually gain 7 positions in that race, and certainly had an interesting way of doing it, though. The changes still happened thick and fast. That was the moment that Sebastian Lettmarque then took the lead of the race. Certainly a good way to end his weekend. Down the inside, Arjen Kraling on Stepan Antonov. Antonov would then finish the race in third place. And Arjen Kraling doing everything he needed to do to get up into that second place spot. His best result of the weekend for Arjen Kraling. That was the moment there. Not sure what happened between the two of them, but Louis Castellini came off worse there. And again, not sure if he was assisted or it was a bit of a mishap with the brakes. He tried to get it re-going again, which would suggest that the brakes may have worked. But at the end of that race, it would be a win for Sebastian Letamaki, his first of the weekend. Solid result for him, starting P4 in that race. We're ready down in Parc Ferme. Our man with the microphone, Guillaume Alvarez, is down there. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Welcome to everybody here in the Parc Ferme. I find myself with Sebastian Letamaki. Sebastian, good to have you. You are the first driver we get to speak live for everybody on the live streaming. Congratulations to you. A couple of strong results in P6, but that's your first win. How do you feel?
Well, of course, it feels amazing to win in European Championship, even though it's a heat. But the first heats, they were quite good. The first heat today was a little bit missing in the start, just dropped, and now just had nothing to lose and went for it, and yeah.
You went for it for a bit, we have a stronger position, of course, against you. Is it going to be the case until the end? You're ready for the fight? Because there's one more race for you today, and then the big one tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm ready to fight, and I'm trying to get the best result as well in the next heat, and yeah, try my best for starting place. So outside is sometimes you cannot do, it's 50% chance if you get from the first corner or not, but hope it will go well, and I will try my best.
Good words. One last, and then you can go. You're not getting too hot because outside and inside the track, I guess, high temperatures.
Yeah, well, drinking a lot of water and sports drink. Yeah, of course it's a little hot, but not when you drive because it colds a bit the wind, and yeah, but yeah.
Fantastic. I wish I was behind the wheel because it could mean a lot of wind and the way for yourself to get refreshed. Thank you very much, Sebastian Letamaki, and good luck for the last one. Thank you. Thank you, Anthony.
Well, thanks down there, Guillaume Alvarez in Parc Ferme, bracing the sunshine and the heat. It is certainly rising, the temperature. We are at 28 degrees, not as hot as what it was 2 weeks ago, certainly not as hot as what it was for the FIA European Championships for KZ down in Sarno. That was reaching temperatures of around 36, 37 degrees. It was a very hot weekend there. So slightly cooler. There is a look at the sky. Pretty clear skies as well. Patchy clouds over the place, so make sure sunscreen, fluids and all sorts are being applied to the drivers and of course spectators as well. Make sure you as well are staying hydrated here at the circuit. Plenty of action though left to come up. The OK qualifying heat D and F is next to take to the circuit. And again, they have certainly had an interesting day. Nicolas Coman starting this one on pole position for the Forza racing team. He has certainly had a tricky weekend, 3rd, 6th and a 7th. There's a look at one of the grandstands of the spectators. There is Nicolas Coman, who, like I say, clearly he's listening to the PA system, taking a nice big swig of cold water before getting ready for this race. Completely understandable before the start. Fluids, very important. You can lose a lot of fluids while racing, which is, again, a good thing to keep topped up with all of it. He's got Ian Ekman starting alongside. Ekman has had a good run this weekend as well. 2nd, 3rd and a 4th. I'm sure he's hoping to add a number 1 to that as well with a race win. He starts on the front row for this one. It's got his best chance for that. At the start of this one. There's a fantastic look at the CRG group there, and there is Ian Ekman on your screen. The 109 certainly going to be having a good weekend, this one. In terms of the championship, he's been up there and been one to keep an eye on, has Ian Ekman, but at the moment he is not in contention for the championship. He sits 14th at the moment, so he's not in the fight for it this weekend, but certainly he would like to come away with some silverware at the end of this weekend, I'm sure. Martin Molnaro starts on the 2nd row of the grid, right behind Nicolas Coman. He's got that inside line going into turn 1. Today, or yesterday, he had a 6th and a 10th place after a penalty in his 2nd heat. had his best result of the weekend in his race earlier on with a 5th place finish. The driver for the Energy Course team certainly improving as the weekend goes on. Fabulous helmet design there on the side of Martin Molnar's helmet with the watch face. That is a very detailed helmet design, certainly one you can't miss from a distance. It's got Teresa Babičková starting alongside as well. Another one of the Forza drivers moving to the Forza drivers from the TEPS team, the Czech Republic driver, with a 3rd, 4th and a 6th place result so far this weekend. 6th being the worst finish, but nevertheless, still a top 10 finish in all 3 of her qualifying heats so far. Plenty more to come from Teresa Babičková in the 139, starting on that 4th spot of the grid, and certainly a lot of action yet to come. Yellow lights are flashing, indicating that there is 30 seconds to go, and I think there was about 2 seconds to go, and the green light goes on, and the karts fire up, making their way out onto the circuit. It's the next race. It is OK qualifying heat D and F. Let's take you through the full starting lineup then for our next 13-lap race. Nicola Kuman and Ian Ekman start this one on the front row with Martin Molnar and Teresa Babičková rounding out row number 2. Andrea Dube and Miguel Costa, they go from row 3 with Thomas Dolčemanis and Jakub Kamenek on row 4. Alex Powell and Simone Bianco go from row 5, rounding out the top 10. Loveways and Budler and Attapul Lane round out row 6. Anatoly Kovalkin and Michael Adair go from row 7 with Jan Petrovsky and Gil Buzar on row 8 with Lucas Flusha and Alex Sawyer on row 9. Gustav Funevsky and Adrian Feria round out the top 20, with Ivo Pastrada rounding out the 21 kart grid on row number 11. All karts have left the dummy grid, and we are about to get going for our another qualifying heat. There are plenty more races to go at the end of this one. We are through the first number of heats after the lunch break. Certainly a busy, long day for the entire paddock here. Early starts, late finishes, high temperatures, high pressure environment. Certainly everyone, I think, is going to have a good night's sleep tonight.
Oh, definitely, as we often do in the FIA Karting Championship weekends. These are busy times, but how fascinating, of course, to be able to witness kart racing at its best on those fantastic layouts here all over Europe and the world. But I can confirm to you that it's getting hotter by the hour outside, as we will try to bring you more and more live interviews throughout the course of the afternoon to get you closer more and more to the actors, the young heroes of the show, the OK category D versus F, on track right now.
Here we go then, down the start-finish straight. It's a false start. They go around again. They're teasing us again, Guillaume. They're teasing us again. There we go. They've just got to get that one sorted out a little bit sooner in the tram lines. But no to say, temperature's rising, pressure's rising as well. So you can imagine these sort of nerves are going to start kicking in.
Yeah, and this is certainly something that the seniors like to play with, our nerves. And we had a couple of tries yesterday during the first couple of qualifying heats. You could feel it was the weekend getting started. Gonzalo Planter, the Deputy Academy Race Director, and the man in charge when it comes to the starting procedure. And it's fair to say that he's so far he's been putting himself in a tricky position sometimes just in front of the drivers, as this is a replay of the starting procedure that didn't go according to plan. Sometimes it can be down to the leader, the pole sitter, is the one who having to pace everybody down, getting on the throttle too soon, or it can be down to some of the drivers at the back end of the field not lining themselves up quite well. But Gonzalo Planter on track is the one, of course, giving the last piece of advice and telling them, ordering them to pace themselves down way earlier to allow everybody to get together on the way to the start-finish line. Are we going to be good to go? Yes, we're racing in Cremona. Here we go. Green, 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 onto the turn number 1 and around the outside. Fantastic start from Ian Ekman, the young Belgian, who actually took P1 just before the braking zone of the first hairpin. Yes, indeed, Ian Ekman's in the lead in front of Nicola Kuman, Martin Molnar. Watch out! As one of the drivers, the 194, wasn't it, that got pushed a little bit outside of the track. Oh, and a contact further back as well in the field. Apart from that, all the way to turn number 8 is going quite well for most of the drivers, but at the back end, it's still on rumbling a little bit with some bit of wheel touching down there. So the drivers a little bit heated. But this opening lap, 13 in total in this heat once again. as we try to watch that back. As on the inside goes one of the Paulines on the Energy Corset. That might be Miguel Costa trying to make his way through. Yes, indeed, it was on Martin Molnar. So Costa up into P4. Yannick Mans leads the way, being put under pressure by Nicolas Coman. Teresa Pavichkova doing a great job climbing up to P3. Costa is following in P4 from Molnar, Stolsemanis, Alex Powell in P7 from Dupe, Landula, and Simone Bianco in P10.
Yeah, nice little start then from the field. Eichmann, though, controlling the pace, but under pressure here from Nicolas Coman, who is himself under pressure from Teresa Babichkova. So that inside and outside line both working well. Martin Molnar just sending it down the inside there. Teresa Babichkova on her teammate there, Nicolas Coman, and I believe she had the move going inside and contact there. And there was the parallel, I think, of Miguel Costa just riding onto the rear bumper, and that's unfortunately put Teresa Babichkova down into the field. The contact wasn't with her, the contact was actually with Nicolas Coman, but Coman's kept going, as that's certainly been a very interesting one. Teresa Babichkova has dropped down to P7 now after that.
I heard actually that the rear bumper was still attached at the rear of Teresa Babichkova, because we saw actually the other driver climbing onto her back. So it was a bit of a hectic moment from Miguel Costa out there. And Costa still, look at actually at the front fairing.
Damage, yeah.
Yeah, the front fairing is certainly damaged on the Paroline of Miguel Costa. You can see at least the stickers, the painting is off, but I do think that he might have a little bit of a crack in the middle. It's worth having a closer look maybe on the front fairing of Miguel Costa up into P2. Still, is it misplaced? I don't think it is. He might have actually resisted the contact, but as a result, is being warned by the officials. Is about to lose a place. Watch out for the attack by Martin Molnar, and the Energy Corset driver takes P2. And now we have Costa in the close of Alex Powell, the returning Powell that takes P3.
Yeah, Powell certainly making good moves here. This would be a solid result for Alex Powell. He started this one 9th on the grid, certainly now making his moves up into P number 3. Now Eichmanns has driven away from the rest of the field. Defensive now is Nicolas Coman as he tries to dive to the inside there through the final corner. Andrea Dupe under pressure here as well, as Teresa Babichkova is on the charge back now, trying to get past Liveaway Sam Budler. Sam Budler up in a good position now. Eyes on this one. Costa with a heavy front end damage. Actually, Powell with a big dent in the front of the nose cone there as well, so both those drivers will have to be careful, but they are hunting down Martin Molnar. Martin Molnar currently P2. This would be his best result of the weekend so far. Eichmann's his best result as well. Like you said, he had a 2nd, 3rd and a 4th throughout the weekend. I said he'd love to get a race win under his name, and certainly getting that one. This is the replay, so look at Costa as he goes in. Yeah, so the contact was with the back rear bumper of Nicolas Coman. Teresa Babichkova was on the outside and tried to get out of the way, but unfortunately wasn't done so. They're down the inside again, and Coman then would just drop down the order a little further back. So Miguel Costa certainly being kept an eye on. Warning flag already given to him.
Yeah, and certainly something you won't be willing to do again. But in the meantime, Yannick Mans is pushing like never before on his way to what could be victory. As one inside goes Thomas Torsemanis in turn number 1. That was neat and clean on Miguel Costa, dropping a bit of momentum to the Latvian driver. Out into P4, followed by Nicolas Coman, who's trying to stay alive into this race after the situation that we saw in the early stages. But Eichmann's 9/10 of a second now on Martin Molnar. Alex Powell down in 3rd. As Powell found back a little bit of the speed he had been missing so far. Qualifying didn't go too well for the Jamaican driver, and it's fair to say that his first races were equally difficult, as he was being stuck within the traffic and couldn't actually make up ground as much as he would have liked. But this time around, he had a very, very strong early part of the race. Here we go for lap number 7, that is, as the 175 is picking up a warning flag. This is Adrian Ferrer, but this won't make much of a difference because he's still at the back end of the grid in P19.
Certainly been an interesting opening few laps to this race. Liveaway Sam Budler from South Africa now sets the fastest lap of the race, 48.683. Currently sitting in 7th place, having a good race there. You can see just in the background, we keep an eye on this battle here of Nicolas Coman and Miguel Costa. And right now, It's certainly been an interesting one between the two of them, and I'm sure the tension between the two of them will be quite interesting. Actually, for Teresa Babchkova, who wasn't even involved in that incident, has now fallen well down the order, now into P14, so not the best result she would like out there. Investigation flag now going out to Miguel Costa. So it's not going his way in this one, is it, for Costa? He's certainly had a lot of trouble in this race, and look at the heavy damage he's got to that front nose cone. Looks like it's popped back out now.
Yeah,
I don't think it would have dropped because he went up and it would have pushed it up, not down. So he may have got away with that one, but certainly is under investigation for the contact.
Yeah, it remains to be seen what is going to have to happen after the race to Miguel Costa, under pressure from Nicola Coman, who might not be satisfied, that's to say the least, about the playing out of this race. He was starting from pole position. He only gets to fight for P5 in the remaining laps. As in the meantime, we thought for a second that Ian Hickman's...
Oh, and a breakdown. Is that Martin Molnar?
Yes, indeed, that's Martin Molnar dropping off this race. I was going to say the gap actually went from a full second to a 1/10 of a second. And Martin Molnar was on his way to threaten Ian Hickman for the win in this one. But it will never happen, unfortunately, because this is DNF for Martin Molnar. Mechanical failure for the Hungarian driver. And the Energy Corsa machine failed Leo Martin on this one.
Oh, what a shame for Martin Molnar. He's out of this race, and we'll have to watch the rest of it from the sidelines. That was just out of, I think, turn number 4. So in the first half of the section, there will be some yellow flags, I think, out there. I think they've cleared them relatively quickly. So big well done to the marshalling team as the kart gets recovered back into a safe spot. And down the inside, Lovaway Sambudla saying, thank you very much, I will take that one from Nicola Coman. And now moves up into P5. He is on a charge here, is Lovaway Sambudla. We've not spoken about him much this weekend. So I've been starting these races in the mid-pack, P11. In the last couple of races, he's certainly found some pace and has been fighting up at the front here.
Yeah, such as Alex Powell up into P2, who kept struggling up until this morning. But this first race of the afternoon to both Powell and Samdula seem to be smiling much more, at least going their way much more, as we still have a couple of battles on our hands. 163 with Samdula putting the pressure now on Miguel Costa. Watch out for the move. Oh, contact! And they come in together! And Samdula, after this fantastic recovery, is out of this race. Crazy, crazy situation here. I was gonna say for a second, wow, is going where there's no gap pretty much. He went for the move, so maybe that bit of a gap, was eager to open that door, to kick it right open. But unfortunately for him, well, the door was indeed well shut.
And there's the change for the race lead as well. Powell now moving to the inside of Eichmans this time. No contact between the two of them. But yeah, well, I mean, you've got to give that to Lovaway Sambudla. He had the pace. He was setting the fastest lap after fastest lap. He wanted to maintain that momentum by getting the move done instantly. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out. The gap disappeared very, very quickly. And unfortunately now, both of those drivers pretty much out of this race. But now your new race leader, well, Alex Powell certainly has found his pace, like you were saying earlier as well. He has shot to the front of this one. Here comes Stolchamanis as well down the inside. And Eichmans now, after leading the majority of this race, is now down into P3. And Lovaway Sambudla is now under investigation for that collision with Miguel Costa at turn number 5. So unfortunately, his race could be getting a little bit worse by the end of it. Such a shame because he was doing so well.
He was doing well indeed. In the meantime, I was keep looking at the front fairing of Thomas Stolchamanis in P2. It seems to me that he has a little bump in the middle of it, but nothing too much to worry about for the Energy Corsa driver in P2. But this young man in the lead has been absolutely fantastic since the start of this one. Unlike the previous races, he seemed to have found back his pace. And from 9th on the grid, climbed all the way down, all the way up to P1 after deposing Ian Hickmans on the lap before. Hickmans, who's struggling a little bit on this later stages of the race, is forcing his way through, trying to hold off Nicola Coman, who comes back from 4th. Let's see if the Belgian will be able to keep that 3rd place on the checkered flag. And I think that Nicola Coman is going to go for the move. No, it's going to be a bit too late on the photo finish between the two. In the meantime, Alex Powell takes the win, his first of the weekend. In front of Tomasz Torsimanis, Ian Aikmans keeping third place for just 400 of a second on Nicolo Kuman. Then we have Simone Bianco down in P5, climbing 9 places up to P6 is Jan Berezowski. From Gustav Wisniewski, climbing 12 spots up to P7. Terza Babičkova saving P8 after that incident she wasn't much involved in, but she was certainly, she wasn't the one that got clipped over. That was Nicolo Kuman, but still she lost a bit of momentum being involved sort of in that situation. She had a couple of drivers in the way and she could only make it to P8. Quite a shame for her as she was battling for a potential P3 result from Ivo Besterra and Anatoly Kavalkin. A couple of good recoveries, but including this young man, Alex Powell, your race winner for Prema Racing, at the wheel of his car public machine. Alex Powell, the young protege of Gwen Lagrue and the Mercedes F1 Junior program. As you can see on his racing helmets, the Mercedes logo appearing. Here's the classification in full. Alex Powell wins from Tomasz Torsimanis, Ian Aikmans, Nicolo Kuman, Simone Bianco and Jan Berezowski in P6. Gustav Wisniewski, as we said, climbing 12 places up to P7 from Babičkova, Besterra, Kavalkin, Arthur Poulain in P11 from Guillaume Bouzard, Luca Flusha, Jakub Kamenik, and at the back end of the grid we have Wang Sewer as well as Adrian Ferrer, Andrea Dupe, Michael Eder, who's the last of the drivers on track. 3 others that we've lost in the process: Martin Molnar, Louis Samdula, and Miguel Costa. As a look back at what had been a rather crazy race, actually, with a couple of big names that we've lost in the process.
Yeah, indeed, and some big moves as well. I mean, Powell and Stolchimanis, they came through the field. They started 9th and 7th on the inside row, and they came in for that one, 1st and 2nd. So certainly interesting development. That was a big moment there. Missed that one on the screen. The 423 just sweeping to the back of the grid. Michael Adair not having a good race. Martin Molnar and Costa battling away. These two would end up getting tangled up, I think, later on in the race. That was the moment that Costa went up into the back of Nicolo Kuman. And yeah, damage would ensue later on as down the inside. There you can see Nicolo Kuman just getting squeezed out the way. Stolchimanis coming through, Molnar coming through as well. Powell also on his way through. He certainly made the moves, and like you say, he came from P9 on the grid. The little hand gesture from Tomasz Stolchimanis to Miguel Costa. Not sure what that was, but Martin Molnar with the kart failure, pulling off to the side of the circuit out of turn at number 5, and not the result he wanted. There, the move from Loveway Sambudla down the inside. This was his charge through the field. That would end in a retirement for those drivers later on in the race after contact. Powell would take the lead and would then stay there. Stolchimanis would now dive down the inside and he would take 2nd place from Ian Aikmans, who would finish in 3rd place. But Powell would take the win from Tomasz Stolchimanis. Ian Aikmans finishing in 3rd place from Nicolo Kuman, and Simone Bianco rounding out the top 5.
Let's take a short break as we switch our attention to the junior category and the man that will be starting on the front row of the grid. This is a full Car Republic front row with Tibor Ramacus and Lewis Francis. Car Republic, of course, a brand that has been part of the karting world for quite a few seasons now, with amazing success in the direct drive classes. And the man, one of the men behind the success of the brand is Dino Chiesa himself. We caught up with the long time involved in karting Italian manager.
We are on good position in junior class and OKJ. We have 2 drivers, one run with our satellite team is a VDK, is in P2, Rama Ekers. And one is leading with us, Bondarev. We have quite good margin or quite good point in advance. But like all the race, you never know until they'll check a flag Sunday. I hope we will be champion, but will be hard for sure. We are competitive. We know this track, we like the track, the material is good for this track, and then we can fight to win. And hopefully we can fight for championship for sure. On the other side is the OK class. We are a little bit more tough for some reason during the season, doesn't doing well how we expect. But we're still fighting for the championship. One driver only is Alex Powell. It's 3 drivers can win the championship. The other 2 is more in the front. We have a quite big gap, 40 points, 45 points. But if we go back last year, we have the same situation. We won the championship with Nakamura Berta and second Alex, and the leader is quite a lot in the front in the point championship. Then we'll wait Sunday also. We are here to fight and to try to win the championship and at least to win a race. We worked quite well this year because we saw a couple of times, for example, rugby, the last race, we saw Jacopo Martinez help quite in good place Bondarev because he can fight him for the championship. And that is good because the boys need to understand one time you need helping from somebody and one time you can give helping. That in the future will be like this many times with your teammate. And then better to be friendly with teammate than to be, if for sure is your first you have to beat. Your teammate is the first driver at the track you have to beat. But you have also to understand is the first one can help you in the situation. Then you have to play with that and try to explain to the boys it's not always possible to win, but if you give something to somebody, if this guy is correct, he can give back one time when you need. How about the championship? It's quite good championship, good circuit, different. Trinek is a like tricky circuit. Rugby is different for the other situation, but new challenge for everybody is good point this. If I have just to mark one point for my side, it is we spent 3 than 4 races in cold condition or not really hot condition because we are around 20 degrees for 3 days and the only round very hot is this one. Maybe the calendar have to be more to see when, better to use karting when it's more hot, to use the championship when it's more hot. Karting is a really summer sport. It's not good to make a go-kart race or karting when it's cold or rainy or something. You can have, but the real karting is the summertime. Then maybe a little bit more hot condition is better. In the 4 rounds, we spend only this race in the hot condition.
Well, certainly a good chat there with our man, and certainly an interesting way to go. As you can see, the Junior X30, or Junior X30, sorry, OK Junior category, completely the wrong class. Qualifying heat A and C is out on circuit, and they're about to make their way to the starting lineup for this one. Timo Ramikers and Lewis Francis starting on the front row for this one. There you can see on the outside row, Lewis Francis, who's had a relatively decent weekend, 5th, a win and a 4th. Ramikers, though, 3rd, 2nd, and a win. He wants another one. Remember, he's in that championship fight with Alexander Bondarev. Both of them at the moment very close in the points. Here we go into the tram lines, and we're going around again, which is good because that means it gives us time to go over the starting lineup because we ran out of time. So Timo Ramikers and Lewis Francis then go from row 1. Jack Iliff and Vivek Kanthan go from row 2. Noah Montero and Nicholas Schaufler, they round out row number 3. Noah Wolf and Kian Farden go from row 4 with Alexander Chartier and Ludovico Busso on row 5. Tiziano Monza and Sun Zhao Yu go from row 6. Maria Neto and Alphonse Mittinen round out row 7 with Mero Peldes and Vladimir Ivanikov go from row 8.
Row number 9, Mace Auben and Kit Belovsky. Row number 10, Hafim Derunov and Louis Cochet, followed by Niki Shov, shall I say, Henri Domain, Luna Flusha, Endo Arata, Ethan Helen, Giulio Mazzolini, Amelia Wisho-Mirska, as well as Javier Herrera. 28 drivers onto the track. Here we go for 10 laps. Let's do that again, shall we? As we're going to have, as we said, a full front row from Kart Republic, Timo Ramakers with the satellite team of VDK, and Lewis Francis from the factory team. Great to hear always insight from the legend himself, Mr. Dino Chiesa. Always so gentle to give us some of his precious time. Thank you very much. Grazie mille once again, Dino. As we're getting ourselves ready for attempt number 2. Ramakers on the right side of the track. Lewis Francis by his side. Jake Iliff and Vivek Kahan just behind. Shall we try that again? The lights go on. Yes, they are. Green, green, green. We're racing. Perfect start for Timo Ramakers, who take the inside line. Keep it in the way to turn number 1 and 2. Watch out for the back as well. Everybody goes through quite decently. Oh, and I've spoken too soon. The 270 from Gamoto, one of the local Italian teams.
Nikita Nikashov.
Yes, one of the wild cards maybe involved. The 270, we'll get back to that. Nikita Nikashov, as you've mentioned, out into the wall, as in the rest of the field. at the end of the opening lap is going quite well. And another driver that we have lost, this is Louis Cochet, by the look of it, from Sodicart, whose machine is being put on the sideline. Around the inside goes one of the Leclerc by Lennox, the 227, beautifully made by Noah Wolf, indeed, climbing through the ranks as Thibaut Romakus was able to hold on to the lead, but this is switch for second position for the back between Lewis Francis and Jake Iliff, with Francis up into P2, Jake Iliff down in third, Nicolas Schauffler in fourth, from Noah Wolf, Montero, Chartier, Kahan, Fardin and Monza.
Yellow flag was very briefly out at turn 1 there. It clears quickly though as Schauffler, yes, on the charge back here. Remember Schauffler having that incident earlier on in the day with Kian Fardin through turn number 8. Looks like the car's fully repaired and back racing, and he's not lost any dander because he dives down the inside here in towards turn number 8 and gets past Jack Iliff. No contact between the two of them, and there you can see Schauffler communicating with Jack Iliff, saying, right, let's go, let's catch up to Lewis Francis, because they have broken away. There is a sizable gap now between themselves and Romakus and Francis, so keep an eye on that one as this race progresses. Let's find out who is faster out of the two duos. There is Noah Wolf just behind now Jack Iliff, who is wanting to get past as well, down in towards turn 1. No moves down the inside in towards turn 1, so that is all good on that front. Keep an eye on them as they go through turns 3 and 4 as Alexander Chartier receives a warning flag for his troubles throughout this race, so keep a close eye on him. But Schauffler, despite the fact that he made the move, is still under pressure here. Iliff is under pressure himself from Wolf, Montero and Vivek Kanthan, who have closed in.
Yeah, Nicolas Schauffler leading the second wagon on the way to turn number 8. 5 drivers glued together pretty much. As in the meantime, Lewis Francis on his own, trying to catch up as much as possible with Thibaut Romakus by the end of this lap. Let's see if the 4/10 gap could have been reduced at least partially. Look at how close they are. Jack Iliff, Noah Wolf, Montero, and Kahan just further back. Cartier, Monza, Hardin, your top 10 at the end of lap number 3. And the gap in the lead has extended a tiny bit. Let's have a look back at the replay, shall we? Thibaut Romakus in the middle of the track to really prevent himself from being overtaken on both sides. But a smart move from Romakus, and let's see what happened. Indeed.
Yeah, just spat out of the grid there was Nikita Nikishov, and yeah, just the concertina effect and nothing he could do. Didn't see what happened back here though with Louis Cochet, and Cochet's not had the best of weekends. Another retirement for him, so not the result he will have wanted. But nonetheless, the race continues. That brave dive down the inside there, absolutely squirreling under braking, was Nicolas Schauffler down the inside of Jack Iliff. Luckily, both of them avoiding contact and continuing their races. Both of them still 3rd and 4th at the moment. No changes. Wolf still there in P5, unable to close the gap. But Vivek Kanthan, I've got to say, has closed the gap on Noah Wolf, because look at that. That's very close now between these two. Very close indeed. Noah Montero just behind as well, and Montero certainly made moves earlier on in the day, and keep an eye on him in the Kart Republic with the yellow helmet. Bit of a shake of the head there from Noah Montero as he exits out of turn number 5. Looked good from my point of view, clearly not good from his, as well, yeah, he's got Alexander Chartier breathing down his rear bumper in towards turn number 8, but again, no positions changed for the top 10 at the moment. Everyone just finding their piece of tarmac, but we'll keep a very close eye on it. Big movers, though, so far in the race as I keep an eye on the racing. FM Dudanov, 6 places gained up into P13. One of the biggest movers out there, same as Ethan Lennon for the Forza Racing team, up 6 positions, up into P19 as well. So there are still big movers all the way throughout the field as we hit the halfway point of this race. But right now, no action to report in the top sections.
And as we've seen previously,
as I say,
run inside the 229 of Kahan on Noah Wolf, beautifully made into the turn number 5. It was just before the middle of the track, as Noah Wolf is making his way up, beautifully made on Kahan for P5. That was 216 just in front of him, Jack Iliff in the P4. But as I was going to say, as we've seen previously, Thibaut Romakus is no way to be seen, uncatchable by Nicolas Schauffler. One of his strongest, certainly, assets, as we see another move on the 227. Noah Montero keeps on climbing through the ranks. Watch out, because Chartier is now under pressure by Tiziano Manza, who's going to try to get close. This is Yuaju, actually, that we've seen coming clear on Chartier. Manza has made his way past up to P8 already. Chartier now down in P9. You can see him with the blue livery of the IPK official racing team. And oh, that was a close call between Noah Wolf and Noah Montero. That battle is going to be eating up by the lap now. And this is for P6 only. but look at how close the midfield is, trying to shake off the order a little bit. He was going defensive into the breaking point, and there was no way to go.
I think Noah Wolf has got a problem here. That kart going very slowly now, and Tiziano Monza is all over that rear bumper, and look how much that's closed in. I think Tiziano Monza actually managed to get past now, and now it's Alexander Chartier and Sun Zhao Yu trying to get through. And, well, no, there you go. It's still in the same positions, and pulling out of the slipstream there goes, I think, Sun Zhao Yu down the inside, gets that one done, and moves up into another position, and Kian Farden trying to get involved in this one as well. So certainly very close action here, but I've just got a feeling that that kart is all not well underneath Noah Wolf, because you can just see how quickly everyone has closed in. Speaking of closing in, Nicolas Schaufler has closed in on Lewis Francis. This is the battle for second place on track. That's still raging away. Keeping an eye on that one as well as the battle further up ahead. But Nicolas Schaufler here, who had that incident earlier on with Farden, no dramas this time around. The two very separated out on track. I'm sure they are pleased about that as well between the two of them. But certainly fighting for that top spot. We're nearing the end of this race, couple of laps remaining of it. And I reckon Schaufler will go for the move here after that DNF earlier on. He wants to get the highest positions as he possibly can.
Yeah, he has to, because he's nowhere to be seen into the classification after that DNF around the inside, and he tried to launch himself where there was no space whatsoever. We've seen on the previous race that it could actually prove to be very costly to try to do that in the later stages of a race. But as a result, look at the gap that now that it's been creating back. By the look of it, it might have lost not so much more of 2 meters behind Lewis Francis. That was the first attempt. He has to do that. You know, he cannot afford himself to stay behind just for too long, because otherwise, it's not about being a racing driver. When there's a gap, you go for that, no matter the consequences. Even though at this point in time of the weekend, you have to play it smart as well, not to risk the entire weekend into a crash. Final lap it is. Thibaut Ramakers in the meantime nowhere to be seen. 1.2 seconds for the young Belgian on his way to victory number 2, that could be, as Francis is still battling along, trying to hold off Nicolas Schaufler. Let's see that move back, shall we? Look at him actually trying to make his way around the inside. He was actually coming from quite far behind, and Lewis Francis didn't let himself be impressed on that one.
No, that was actually very controlled driving there from Lewis Francis to avoid any contact as well between the two of them. This driver here, no dramas whatsoever. Timo Ramakers going away with another qualifying heat win here after 4 heats, a third, second, and now 2 qualifying heat wins. He is doing exactly what he needs to do now to chase after his potential championship. Remember, the two very close. And oh, is that Noah Wolf? I think it is. Noah Wolf out of the race. The 227. I thought there was an issue with the kart. I don't know if that's a spin after contact or a breakdown. He tried to get it restarted, but Noah Wolf, who was running so far up in the order, now tumbles to the back of the grid, finishing in P25. And a retirement from the race. But your winner, Timo Ramakers from Belgium for the VDK Racing Team, after 10 laps, takes another qualifying heat win from Lewis Francis. Another fabulous result for the Australian driver. His second best result of the weekend as they make their way into the technical scrutineering area. Remember, all the results that we sprout out of our mouths are provisional, of course, until you see the official race results that get released from the FIA. So hopefully you'll be keeping up to date with those results. You can keep up to date with the results on the website, fiakarting.com. So make sure you head over to that one to get all of the live race action results as well. Certainly the cleanup job happens there. Noah Wolf being dragged unceremoniously off the circuit at the end of that one. Not what he wanted. Here's a look then at the provisional classification, or at the end of the race results after that one. Timo Ramakers from Lewis Francis, from Nicolas Schaufler, Vivek Cantham from Noah Montero, Jack Eilert from Tiziano Monza, Kian Farden and Aaron Dudinov, Alfons Mittinen and Mies Huben, Ethan Lennon, Vladimir Ivrakov and Henry Domain. Kip Malowski rounding out the top 15, some 11.6 seconds further down from the race leader. Timo Ramakers now putting himself second in the intermediate classifications, just 3 points behind Dries van Langendonk.
P16, we do have Luna Flucha followed by Javier Herrera. A good job from them too. 7 places and 11 spots gained in front of Meryl Beldes, Alexander Chartier, Anto Arata, Alelia Ismo Śmieszka in front of Ludovico Busso, as well as Germano Netto, Giulio Mazzolini, running at the top 24. All the drivers classified. The one we lost, Nikishov, Louis Cochet, Sonny Oju, and Noah Wolf. Here's a look back on the perfect start from Thibaut Ramakers. But watching back what happened to Nikita Nikishov at the back end of the grid, being tangled into an incident over there, losing his nose cone in the process and hitting the wall, plastic wall, as well as Louis Cochet. Drama for the Frenchman from Sodicard. It was the second retirement into the open lap of that race. The machine being put on the side. Niklas Schauffele, one of the move of the race on the inside of the 216 of Jack Hyleth for a strong position. That was the start of his recovery up to P3. As for the back, the 243 of Car Republic and Noah Montero battling along with the 229 of Vivek Kahan, as the 445 as well. But there was battling aplenty with Noah Wolf being overtaken by Vivek Kahan. Kahan that would make it up to P4 in the end, as Alexandre Chartier was as well being put under pressure by one of the drivers further back as well.
Tiziano Monza, that one making the move. Certainly more moves came throughout. That was the, well, breathtaking moment there that we thought Niklas Schauffele was going to go for the move down the inside through turn number 4 with the gap not there. Thankfully, no contact made between the two drivers, and it was contact, another driver there, the 219, that didn't cross the line. That
maybe was it the 279?
Yeah, I think Sun Zhao Yu also involved in that one, but certainly an interesting race.
So now let's to touch the brake button for the junior category. Let's switch our attention to the OK class with the race opposing Group A and C coming up. And as you can see, one brand will be starting at the forefront of this race, and Louis Iglesias, one of the new additions to the CRG factory team. The young Frenchman doing wonders since the start of the weekend, with a third and a fourth as best results. Starting from pole position will be Louis Iglesias with Enzo Tanfanishkol by his side. But coming to this weekend, we wanted to know a little bit more about the ambience within the tent of CRG in the battle for the title in the OK class, with Gabriel Gomez, who this weekend can count on Louis Iglesias certainly to give him a little push, a little help in the chase for this year's title. So we caught up with Andrea Todisco, representative of CRG.
We are very happy to see our brand back on the top in the FIA races in the OK category. And during the last year, we worked very hard to improve every part of the package, driver, chassis, and engine. And now we are there, and we continue to work to complete the job. Gabriel has been an important part of the job done, because if you miss something in the package, you can't be competitive at this level. I think he did a very good job, and also he has been a perfect reference for other drivers in the team, because they work together, they share opinions, they share information to reach the goal for the team. In Cremona, we found different conditions compared to the last 3 races. So I think we will see many teams competing for the final, but anyway, we are here, and we try to do our best to complete the job.
Some amazing sounding carts in the background there. I'm sure there were cart noises you could hear in the background of that video, not bike noises.
We sure about that, because we're in between 2 different sort of race tracks. On one side the cart and the other side the bike. So
no, I'd say there were cart noises you could hear.
Okay. Let me bet you on that one.
There we go. There is Louis Iglesias starting this one on pole position. He's starting it on the outside road this time around. Did try to switch to the inside or the outside earlier on. Didn't like it, so has stuck to the inside line on this one. Certainly had a good one. Now, speaking there, Andrea saying that, you know, not the team working well together, sharing data, everything like that, working well as a team. How long is that going to stay true when it comes to Gomez wanting to fight for the championship? Is that going to stay the case?
That's a tricky one, isn't it? Because if you're new to the prediction that was streaming this afternoon, you might know that in the chase for the OK title, Gabriel Gomez, who was second in the classification, had a big blow with a did not start due to mechanical failure earlier. So that's a big blow indeed. It's going to have to fight a long way back from certainly other positions at the back end of the grid. That will be certainly very costly. Another young man to keep an eye on, of course, is last year's junior world champion Enzo Tanvanishkul. And unlike the unfortunate Gabriela Gomez we were just mentioning, Enzo Tanvanishkul had a fantastic run so far with a second and 2 wins as results in 3 races. And from the front row of the grid is going to try to emulate that result and at least to try to catch a top 3 finish in the end. Luis Iglesias will be of a stronger position to him from pole position. But that's a good question about the sort of dynamic that we're going to see evolve at CRG, because Luis Iglesias so far has been a man at the forefront for the Italian brand.
Has been indeed. There is Dmitry Matveev, 4th, 3rd, and a race win in his last outing in the category. So certainly would like to replicate that going into this one, starting on that inside row, right behind Luis Iglesias, who has got the best shot here to try and take the race lead early doors into this one. He'll have Matteo Colnaghi alongside. Colnaghi still waiting for that first qualifying heat win of the weekend. Best result has been a P2 in both his first and second qualifying heat. His third earlier on today resulted in a P4. Green lights start flashing and green flags start waving. The next race, qualifying heat A and C for the OK category, makes its way on to the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. Luis Iglesias and Enzo Tarvanich will then start this one on the front row with Dmitry Matveev and Matteo Colnaghi, Magic Gladys and Roland Cook Lane going from row 3, Francesco Macedo and Javier Vermedes on row 4, Sebastian Pavan and Petra Babitskova round out row 5 with Nacho Tunyon and Alexander Bogunovic on row number 6.
Row number 7, we will have Len Nace and Leo Nilsson, as well as Mark Astridich and Simon Reckenmacher. Row number 8, row number 9, Nathan Tai and Kasper Henriksen, followed by Clément Outram, Maxime Arutunian, Matilda Pats and Zoe Florescu. 22 drivers in total on this grid, 13 laps in for the OK category, Air versus C. And a couple of drivers that could play a part in this one. Petra Babitskova, of course, trying to emulate her sister, Teresa, who didn't have the most easiest of race earlier, as she made it to P8 after contact. But Petra Babitskova, like her sister, joining the forces of Forza Racing. And talking about Forza Racing, Dries van Langendonk, their teammate from Belgium, is leading the way in the junior class. We'll get back to the class just after this. But for now, Luis Iglesias is still chasing what could be his first heat win at this level after taking pole position yesterday. He has a 3rd and a 4th. Came very, very close to snatch that win yesterday after dominating the field in front of Luigi Coluccio. But some dust onto the track decided otherwise in turn number 3 as he won off, made it to P9, but that has been so far his biggest chance of a win. Yesterday was certainly a bit of a trick for him to manage the starts, but he did much better today. Let's find out this time around.
Here we go then into the tram lines, and it is a good start then from both rows, but a better start from the outside row. Tarvanishkul takes the lead of the race, and down in towards turn number 3 and 4, the whole pack concertina is up. This is where we saw the big collision in the final 2 weeks ago, and another collision here. 2 carts off the 137. That's Len Nijs. Well, he had Leon Nilsson alongside at the start of this one, and there are 2 other carts off, and the other one is...
Clément Outram, I think that is.
Yeah, and yeah, it is Clément Outram who's gone off the track. So a big shame for those 2 out of the race already, and, well, a disaster for them. But what a start from Enzo Tarvanishkul to the front of the grid. Luis Iglesias has actually dropped down to 3rd. Dmitry Matveev has moved up into 2nd place now as they go through the final corner. Back onto the start-finish straight, then they go. It is Tarvanishkul from Matveev, from Iglesias, Colnaghi, from Gladys, from Avramidis, from Macedo, Reckenmacher and Kirklane, who's dropped down into P9. Bogunovic rounds out the top 10 after gaining 2 positions. But Luis Iglesias here, not the start he would have wanted, down 2 places into 3rd.
You can feel the difference of experience that in that kind of procedure, but Tarvanishkul nailed that starting procedure on the outside. There was a bit of a miracle that they didn't touch. Oh, and one of the CRGs further back is putting 2 wheels on the grass. It might have been Francesco Macedo or Simon Reckenmacher. I think it was the first one, but he managed to keep going. Yes, it was Macedo, who is currently in P7, but that start was indeed nailed by Tarvanishkul, who just got ahead of Luis Iglesias for millimeters in front of his front bumper in an allowed Dimitri Matveev in the meantime as well to get himself into P2. Kolnagi P4, Gladys in P5, and the rest of the top 10. Let's watch that again on the right side. Look at Tan van Ischel, perfect getaway, and now getting himself in the lead for a couple of centimeters. And this is the contact for the back with Clément Outron as well as Len Nays. Len Nays is being coached by Rick Driesen, the former European champion at the Car Republic, and Clément Outron competing this weekend as a wild card, former champion of Belgium. The young Frenchman is competing with VDK. In the meantime, switch of position as Louis Iglesias is dropping another spot to Kolnagi up into P3.
Yeah, Matteo Kolnagi diving it down the inside through turn 13, getting that job done, demoting his teammate down one more position. Remember, they were talking about teamwork earlier on. This is your prime opportunity to demonstrate that now, guys. Work together and try and close that gap up, because Magic Gladys is right there behind Louis Iglesias and is wanting to go for the move here because himself also under pressure from Alvaro Ramirez just behind as well. So very, very close in this field. Tan van Ischel sets the fastest lap of the race, 48.906. He is driving away from the rest of the field. The action is here on your screens. Fourth place downwards. And right now looking very, very close for comfort here as Kolnagi now tries to break away from his teammate Iglesias and close in. There's a move down the inside though, and Magic Gladys getting squeezed out the way. Javier Ramirez moving up into that spot, and well, it looked like Francisco Macedo there wanted to get involved in the battle, but I think he was again communicating at 126 kilometers an hour in a straight line, just saying, right, okay, no, I'm not going to overtake you. You go through first.
That's what we'd like to see, but at the moment it's still very, very close indeed. Matteo Kolnagi putting the fastest lap in this race, trying to really let go from Iglesias on the inside, going into the corner, the 164 of Macedo on Gladys. Well done to him on the Ricky Finn Motorsport driver, the 127, having to switch positions back, but watch out because Reckon Marco, the German, is just behind one of the wild cards of this weekend. He has Begunovic 140 on his tail as well. Oh, and a bit of a mistake on the curve in turn number 15, and that's going to cost him 2 positions for Masters Gladys, who goes from 7 to 9.
Yeah, nicely done there from Begunovic and Rekamaka, who take full advantage of that slight error there from Magic Gladys, who now slots down another 2 places into P9, certainly now falling down the order. Matteo Kolnagi now with the fastest lap of the race, as Maxime Haroutunian gets a warning flag. That gap for the race lead, I would say, is starting to close down, because Dimitri Matveev, the gap now 0.2 of a second at the front. I don't know if that's closing in or extending between the two of them, but that certainly seems a lot closer than it was earlier.
Yeah, let's see if Tan van Ischel is going to have a good run for his money with Dimitri Matveev trying to close in. Let's watch the move back here.
Yeah, just a little wide.
Yeah, he went wide on the curb and lost a bit of momentum. That was enough for Reckon Marker and Begunovic from Tony Kart to get ahead Masters Gladys. We mentioned a couple of times that last part of the track doesn't look like much, but still, this is a tight right-hander, and there's the move on the 179, beautifully made, around the inside by Nacho Tunan and Sebastian Pavan. This was further back a move for P10, it was. Nacho Tunan taking his Car Republic machine up a place in front of Pavan. One of the drivers certainly not up to the standards he got used to see from him for the past few races. After difficult qualifying, Sebastian Pavan having to climb as much as possible. He dropped another place to Tunan this time around.
Yeah, very nicely done then from the drivers. A good start then from the entire grid as we go surpass the halfway mark. And Nacho Tunan then, that front bumper looking a little bit loose, but we've seen that from a couple of them actually over the course of this weekend. It's quite a bumpy circuit down the main straight, isn't it? And you do hear the front nose cone smacking on the floor just that little bit, even if it is still fully attached. So you do see the buffeting effect under braking with the nose cone if it is just put down quite low on the circuit, but I think all is still well. That gap at the front, like I say, wasn't getting closer. That gap now between Tan van Ischel and Matveev now up to 0.4 of a second. So it was opening up. There it is on your screen visually. Yes, increasing at the moment. Kolnagi not able to close in as well. He's dropped down another about 1 second further down from these two. So So he has got a lot of work to try and close this one in. But Enzo Tarvanitschko certainly looking good in this second half of the day. Yesterday was a good day. 2 wins. And earlier on today, a second place. Now putting in another storming result, maximising his points. He would be joint with René Lammers in the intermediate classifications.
Yeah, and that's going to give us some fantastic closing qualifying heats between the two for supremacy in those qualifying races on the way to the super heat. Because let me remind you, oh, and there's a move around the inside by the 140 of Bogunovic on record marker. Those two battling along for P7 as Maxim Arutunian is being investigated in the meantime. Keeping a close watch as well on the battle for the lead as the gap just went slightly above the 4/10 mark. Matviv is keeps on pushing as 164 behind as well. Macedo on the Avrameters. This is a battle for P5. But at the moment it seems like Dimitri Matviv was lapping slightly faster than Tarvanitschko, but not quite enough to make a difference. He's being chased by Colnaghi and Luis Iglesias. 3 CRG machine within the top 6. With Colnaghi, Iglesias and Francisco Macedo trying to get ahead of Xavier Avramides from Czech Republic. That's a tight one as well. A couple of battles still happening within that top 10. So we're about to conclude that race very soon. Lap number 11 out of 13. And the gap slightly increasing once again. Tarvanitschko has understood that now is the time to come forward himself in the lead and to really give himself the best guarantee for victory.
100% on that one. He's certainly pushing that kart very, very well. And again, just keeping an eye throughout the entire field. Still 20 of the 22 karts running. The only 2 retirements still Len Naish and Clement Autron at the start of the race. Zoe Florescu, I believe, is also under investigation and currently sitting in P20 as well. So certainly is not having the best race of her career at the moment in this one. Certainly more races to go as we maintain a visual on the top group. There you can see the gap still in flux. No one going for any moves in the top 11 of the grid. The only change, Mark Kastelic moving up into P18, getting past Maxim Hanatunian, as Alexander Bogunovic now setting the fastest lap of the race, currently in P7. Behind Javier Ramirez, Tony Kart versus Kart Republic. When's that ever not been said before out on one of these circuits? Certainly the battle of the Italian manufacturers is a replay of that overtake. I believe that was Mark Kastelic on Maxim Haratunian.
It was Francisco Macedo.
It
was on Xavier Ramirez.
Ah, right, okay, yes, that was the move earlier up in the order. Plenty of action happening then, and last lap board is out, and well, Enzo Tarvanitschko, solid drive. The gap's opened up to half a second. It certainly doesn't look like it. It looks like Viev hasn't actually closed that in, just a fraction. But certainly a solid drive. 3 out of 4 heat wins certainly would be a solid start to the weekend.
It is fantastic for Tarvanitschko, who is the man of the day. He took the win in the prep race 2 weeks ago and didn't lose anything of his speed around the Cartodromo de Cremona. And this is the sort of weekend that makes you think, certainly for him, why not having the World Championship on that very track in a couple of weeks. This will be in Franciacorta, but this is certainly will be looking good for Sunday and for the rest. A victory, another one for Enzo Tarvanitschko. 4 races, 3 wins, and a second on equal points, 194 with René Lammers. But the difference is Tarvanitschko was second to Luigi Coluccio in one of his previous races, while René Lammers was second to Tarvanitschko. So in terms of power balances, well, you could say that one has beaten the other up to this point, but what really counts, of course, is not only the super heat, but the finale on Sunday afternoon. So please join us for the cherry on the cake of those long weekend of kart racing. The qualifying heats are one thing, that's for sure. You have to pile up the results, build on your own confidence. But what you need to do is to get it all together and maximize all those performances in one last go. Tarvanitschko has certainly demonstrated that he will be the man to beat, and René Lammers against him will certainly give us one heck of a battle with a couple of more protagonists involved as well in the tussle. Tavaneshko has nothing to lose, obviously, is not in contention for this year's title, unlike René Lammers, who will have certainly a tiny bit more pressure on his shoulders coming to tomorrow's final.
Certainly will do indeed. There is a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of the OK qualifying heat A and C. Tavaneshko taking the win then from Matveev, Mateo Kolnagi from Luis Iglesias, Francesco Macedo from Javier Ramirez, from Alexander Bogunovic from Simon Rekenraker, Magic Gladys and Nacho Tunion, Nathan Ty from Sebastian Pavan, Petra Babichkova from Roland Cooklane, Leo Nilsson rounding out the top 15, Mark Cassilis and Casper Henriksen, Zoe Florescu and Maxim Haradunian, Tilda Patz rounding out the 20 karts that finished the race. Len Naish and Clement Outron both retirements on the first lap after contact at the exit of turn number 4. Certainly not the way they wanted to round out their penultimate race of the weekend. These groups having one more race later on. Here's a look then at some of the highlights. Brilliant start from Tavaneshko, well-timed, well-calculated, and just took it from there, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very pure of a start. Not so much opening lap for Clément Outron and Len Nace coming together outside of turn number 4, and this will mean the end of the race. As the CRG drivers were battling in front, Luis Iglesias couldn't hold to third place to Mattia Kolnagi in the opening stages, as CRG was really on a charge into this race with the likes of Francisco Macedo as well, fighting his way through up in the front. Dimitri Matveev further back, Maciej Gladys from Ricky Flynn dropped a little bit of momentum after his mistake in turn number 15, as Nacho Tunan was making his way through as well for P10 in the end. Good moves as well further up in the classification with the 140 of Alexander Bogunovic against the likes of Xavier Ramirez and Simon Rekenmacher.
Certainly a very interesting race though at the end, but the entire grid going to tyre saving mode as the checker flag came out for Enzo Tavaneshko, taking another qualifying heat win. 3 out of 4, and certainly looking very strong in the second half of this weekend. It starts to get a little bit more important now for the drivers as we're going into the second half of the day. Qualifying groups D and E for junior coming out next. But certainly it is starting to get interesting for the points, because it gets a little bit more important now, doesn't it?
Yeah, the pressure is building on the shoulders of the drivers, especially on this young man on your picture. Alexander Bondarev from Ukraine is the man to beat in the junior category. And so far, Bondarev is going to be starting further back on the grid, as he picked up a couple of strong results so far. Bondarev, including one win to get his weekend started. He came to Cremona as the leader of the classification. Will he be crowned champion at the end of the weekend? We caught up with him after qualifying yesterday.
I feel good. We feel quite confident coming into this weekend. We know we have speed on this track, so we will work even harder to show the speed again this weekend, and hope for the best in terms of the championship. On every track this year, we have gone to test with the team. We have worked hard to prepare the package for us, and it's been working fantastically. So I can't thank the team enough for it, and we'll be hoping to have the same dominance this weekend. I think I have improved in all aspects, because the crash that I had last year gave me time to prepare myself for this year. And I think that this helped me a lot in terms of my form. So I think that we improved in all aspects of my form. Cremona is also a tight and twisty track, but it has a lot of grip, very high grip. So yeah, it's a track where you need to drive very smooth. Yeah, you have to be perfect, no mistakes, because as we learned from some other races on this track, a mistake can be very costly around here. So it's going to be very important to stay consistent and not make any mistakes.
Well, there you go. Consistency is key. And for Bondarev, it's been pretty much there or thereabouts. Certainly he's had a fight against him, as he's been starting in that mid-pack, starting 9th and 10th throughout the course of the weekend. This driver here, though, Christian Castoya, has had a consistent weekend. 3rd, 2nd, and another 2nd, starting on the front row. It's not been the race wins he'll have wanted, but it certainly will have been good results he has had. And yeah, certainly he's been looking forward to seeing what happens on this one. He's got Jacopo Martinez starting alongside, who has equally had a relatively consistent weekend. Second place in his first heat. Then he had 2 qualifying heat wins, and then a 4th place finish in his 4th qualifying heat. This will be the E Group's final qualifying heat of the weekend before they go into their final. So it'll be crucial to see what happens in this one. Martinez looking for another qualifying heat win on this one as he starts on the outside row. Crucially, Stepan Antonov, who has had a good weekend as well, 2 6th places and a 3rd. His best result came earlier on in the weekend, or earlier on today, I should say, on the Car Republic chassis. Looking like he has had he's had some good results. I think he's been looking quick as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, a couple of good contenders into that junior class, as Krishna Kostoya and Jacopo Martinez at the forefront of your grid. As you can see, it's still very sunny and hot here in the Cremona as we're waiting for the start of the next qualifying heat. Here's the couple of information about the circuit. 32 degrees in the air on this lovely circuit. Created back in 2015, got an update and a lot of work done in 2019. His 2nd season in the FIA Karting calendar. Last year, the gearbox classes, KZ and KZ2 and the Academy Trophy made their first appearance on the circuit. And now this time around, it's all down to the Dare Driver categories, OK and OKJ. And the whistle has been blown. The OK Junior qualifying heat D versus E is underway onto the track. Let's go through the grid once again in full.
Yes, indeed. Here they come then out into the circuit. Christian Costoya and Jacopo Martinez then start this one on the front row. Stepan Antonov and Mateus Orjuela go from row 2. Remember, Orjuela in his last race DNF'd. Hopefully he gets a better result this time around. Salim Hana with his best result of 4th place starts on the 3rd row with Scott Lindblom, whose best result is a 3rd. They go from the 3rd row of the grid. Kirill Dintiev and Jensen Burnett go from row 4 from Travis Teo and Alexander Bondarev, who is fighting for that championship. He needs to get more good results in this one. He starts 10th place on the 5th row of the grid. Yor Pokala and Zhang Jose starts this one on the 6th row with Louis Castellini and Roman Kamyab on row 7.
Row number 8, Jidrin Pezel and Bernardo Gentil. Row number 9, Theodor Bergersen and Luca Auten, followed by Sasha Van Padbosch and Heliot Kaczynski. Boris Leisen and Oliver Kinmark on row number 11, followed on row number 12 by Harold Sepkis, Daniel Kahleher, Mari Barreberg, and Enzo Ruggiero. 26 drivers on the grid, 10 laps in for the D versus E. As we said, this is the last qualifying heat for those 2 groups, so no more room for a mistake. And when it comes to the classification, still led firmly by Dries van Langendonk for 3 points in front of his fellow countryman from Belgium, Thibaut Ramakers. Jacopo Martinez is not far behind, is P3 currently, and is the driver starting on at the forefront of the grid. So Martinez is looking for another victory with that Chetila Racing blue machine from Car Republic. Watch out from the outside on the front row.
Let's see what happens on this one. And you need to keep an eye on Alexander Bondarev. Remember, he's starting P10 on the 5th row of the grid. Into the tram lines. They're going round again. And it's not going to be a start this time around. Again, pressure's starting to rise now. We are getting to that critical stage of the weekend now. Tyres are getting pretty worn out. Drivers are getting worn out as well. I suspect we're starting to see strategy coming in with the tyres. Drivers choosing to go with, like, you know, one tyre maybe on the left-hand side, one tyre on the rear right-hand side, something like that. You know, it's a lot of strategic abilities that come into these sort of weekends. Here's a look at the false start of why it was a false start. And I think
was a bit of a push, I think, from further back. Some of the guys weren't particularly happy. And you could see Jacopo Martinez, who in no time raised his finger in the air, gesturing to our race director, Pasquale Lupoli, that maybe it's better if we go around for one more warm-up lap. Always, of course, not the easiest of situation because it adds more pressure on the tires, on the men, on the machines, and it goes to more heated moments. But that's part of the deal. You got to nail that starting procedure first of all before we unleash the young beasts. And Gonzalo Plante on track is going to make sure that they reduced the speed quite significantly enough before making their way onto the start-finish straight once again. Let's try that.
We shall indeed. Into the tram lines. This is looking better. Lights go out. Revs raise. Here they go. Down and towards turn one. Good start from Costoya. Again, holding that inside line. One of the Koskis going wide onto the grass on the start-finish line at the back of the grid. Gets back on. All is well. Down the inside, I think, goes Orjuela and Salim Hana, who gets that move done as well. Moves up into P4. But the rest of the grid looks like it was a good start from the entire grid. No yellow flags have come out so far. And as they make their way down the back straight in towards turn number 8, all seems to be well changed there for third place. Nice dive down the inside from Salim Hana, moving up into P3 now. No, it's not Salim Hana. That is actually one of the Cut Republics. I think that is Jacopo Martinez, who's recovering back now into third place, getting past Salim Hana.
Yeah, beautifully made by Jacopo Martinez, something he didn't expect to be doing at the end of lap 1, having started from second on the grid. And in the meantime, I saw that from the corner of my eye, but Sascha van Padbosch was actually on a false rhythm coming across, and something going wrong with his energy coursing machine. That means early retirement for the Dutchman.
Tyre squealing coming out and warning flags coming out as well. The 460 receiving one of those warning flags. That is Zhang Jose receiving that one, so he'll have to be careful in the second half of the race. One car just off the corner of our commentary box window has gone off the track. As down the inside, another change here as Martinez and Salim Hana go down the inside of Stepan Antonov. Antonov going down. One of the Falcons getting kicked off into the middle of the circuit there. Who was that? I believe that was the LA Motorsport of Travis Teo potentially going off the track, but looks like he's back on and no harm, no foul. But changes here now as Costoya leads, and look at the advantage he's got now because Salim Hana has moved up into second place.
Yeah, that's the ideal style of a race for Christian Costoya. And as a result, he puts himself in second place overall in the classification behind Martinez. And that's down in P4. Martinez not in the ideal position. Look at him being pressured actually by Kiriditsiev and Matthias Orjuela behind. From P4, Martinez is observing what's happening in front of him with Salim Hana in second place, Stepan Antonov. And watch out, and Martinez is about to drop another place. Let's try to avoid any wheel banging, and he keeps himself in front. But it was for a very close call at the end of the curb. I thought for a second that Martinez was going to put two wheels on the grass, and the door is open, and that's mayhem for Martinez, and now he puts two wheels on the grass, unfortunately being squeezed on the outside of the track. And 1, 2, 3, up to 4 drivers actually made their way past the poor Martinez on this one. Ditsiev, Orjuela, Lindblom, Bondarev all making their way past, as I think that Pohola behind was the next one actually who got ahead of Martinez. So certainly a very false rhythm, lost momentum, I'm afraid, for the Italian driver. He's going to have to focus himself back if he wants to save that race a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. Certainly a very shaky start. But again, that happens at the early stages of this race. If the grids are so close, that can happen. Scott Lindblom looking down the inside there of Matheus Orjuela. That move not coming through fruition. Stays behind. Salim Hana right on that rear bumper now of Christian Costoya. That's getting a little bit interesting now as Costoya is going slightly defensive now through the infield section, checking over the shoulder. Can see that Salim Hana is there and Stepan Antonov right close in behind. That gap disappeared. So Costoya under pressure here. That car not as quick as he'd hoped in this latter stage of the weekend, and is under pressure now from the two drivers behind. Remember, keep an eye on Kiriditsiev, Matheus Orjuela, Scott Lindblom and Alexander Bondarev. Remember, Bondarev is in a championship fight here this weekend. Remember, a European title is up for grabs for all the drivers in the categories. And keep a close eye here because it's starting to kick off in the background, as well as I think that was Martinez now trying to make moves back up the order there. You can see him just in the background slotting into position as Bernardo Gentil now with the fastest lap of the race in the CRG. A little further down the order. Oh, very close there from Salim Hana trying to get the move done, and now through goes Stepan Antonov and takes full advantage of that mistake.
Yeah, it would have been a fantastic overtaking, but this time around actually got overtaken after a little bit of a mistake, sliding a little bit into the braking zone. That went the way of Stepan Antonov, now up into P2, and it goes away as well of Christian Costoya, taking advantage of the battle just after him. 3 tenths, almost 4 in front of Antonov and Hana. Those two need to start working together, trying to stop the battle, to focus themselves on the common prey. Otherwise, Christian Costoya is going to be able to extend his lead At the back here, Ditiev in 4th place, being chased by Scott Lindblom. Let's keep a good watch as well on the battle for P4 with Bondarev, Orjuela, Martinez. Very close on a tenth of a second, 4 of them in the same picture. As if Costoia stays where he is, he will be taking the provisional lead with a couple of qualifying heat remaining in the junior class, so still very much provisional. Gonna have to wait for Dries van Langendonk results in the race coming up, but that's certainly good operation for Costoia, and he keeps on battling as the Falcon driver further back is trying to make his bid. Beautiful racing from Travis Theo, who lost a bit of momentum compared to the early stages of the race, but he's trying to recover as the battle for the lead is raging and taking another turn. Antonov was trying to make his bid on the inside. Costoia was fighting back, but that's the first sign of Costoia not as comfortable as we thought he would be.
No, exactly. That kart not looking as quick as he wanted to be at this point of the weekend, and now he is still under pressure here from the two behind us. Salim Haddad dives it down the inside of Stepan Antonov, and that just releases Costoia again, gives him that breath of hope that he might get that kart to the end of this race, because right now it looks like it's struggling just a little bit on pace for Costoia. Salim Hanan now closing in, but that's allowed now everyone to close in. Lindblom, Bondarev, Grilditiev, Mateus Orjuela. Bondarev's actually got up into 5th place now. Bondarev's in a good spot here. He could have a good advantage of gaining several more positions. Remember, he needs these good results to try and help his championship lead here. He is in a title fight with Thibaut Ramikas, and at the moment in the intermediate classifications, Bondarev would be okay. He'd be 3rd in the intermediate classifications from Thibaut Ramikas, but remember, both of them have got more races coming up today. There's yet to be decided who is going to come away with the more championship points. Remember, it's very close in the championship standings between the two of them. It is going to go down to the wire here, and off the track there, it's a CRG, and who has not come through the Sector 3 timing beam. And I think that's Bernardo Gentil, who's gone off the track, the wild card.
And I think there might have been a contact with one of the DPK drivers actually at the back end, or was it on his own? We'll need to watch that again if possible. But I've seen one of the DPKs going very slowly in the same part of the track, but that's early retirement for Bernardo Gentil, the Brazilian, unfortunately. Let's focus back on the battle for the lead.
Roman Kamyab has gone off the track as well. That was a lap before, I think, but the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver also out of the race at the same corner, yes. So may have been involved, may not have been. Green flags back out then to clear the track and allow the drivers to go racing. Look at this scrap now for the race lead. This is getting interesting. Lindblom going fully defensive there, going in towards turn number 1. He has lost out to Alexander Bondarev, who's got up into P4 now. It is on the charge down the inside there. Oscar Lindblom goes Grill Ditiev. Ditiev gets the move, but Orjuela cannot get the move now. Jensen Burnett has started to close in on this fray, but keep an eye on the top 4 because it's got very, very close. Costoia has tried his level best to hold on to this race lead, and he has done just that as he goes slightly defensive in towards turn number 8. Salim Hanna is going to try anything he can to try and get this move done, but I don't think it's going to be enough, as everyone just tries to find that piece of track in this last stages here. Holding that tight inside line from Costoia, perfectly defended. There is only one opportunity to get it done through the final corner here, and no one is close enough. It could be a run to line, but Christian Costoia will take his first qualifying heat win of the weekend, and well-deserved that win is from Salim Hanna, who comes down the inside now after the checker flag, so that means absolutely nothing, but still, congratulations to him from Stepan Antonov. Bondarev coming away with a 4th place finish, a solid result for him. He will be delighted with that one, as well as he helps his championship fight out, and now pushes himself up 3rd in the intermediate classifications, 206 intermediate classification points. Costoia leads the intermediate classifications, 216 from Jacopo Martinez, from Bondarev, Stepan Antonov, Dries van Langendonk, though, with the 188 from Thibaut Ramikas, 185. They sit 5th and 6th. We will see them out later on today. The points are not over yet. But your man here, Christian Costoia for the Parallel Motorsport team, coming across the line, takes the race win and leads the intermediate classifications going in to the final part of the day here at Cremona, and certainly a solid result for himself. Started it on pole position and held that position all the way throughout. Costoia from Salim Hanna, Stepan Antonov from Alexander Bondarev, DTF from Scott Lindblom, Jensen Burnett from Mateus Orjuela, Jacopo Martinez, not the best result for him, finishing in the top 10 in P9 from Joel Pokela, finishing and rounding out the top 10. Ilya Kaczynski and Oliver Kinmark go 11th and 12th from Zhang Haozhe and Louis Castellini. Travis Teo rounds out the top 15. LA Motorsport team. Boris Leisen and Ginger Peschel from Mary Berryberg, Luca Horton from Theodore Ferguson, Daniel Kelleher from Enzo Ricciero, Harold Sepsis, Bernardo Gentil and Roman Kamiab, the retirements from the race. 3 retirements, big shame for them. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. That was the false start, I believe, or I think that was the false start from the drivers at the back of the grid. I think the front of the grid kept on going, so it was a good start from the inside line. There, the breakdown, the horrible moment for Sacha Van Bad Bosch, just kicking the cart there and just thinking, this is broken. Yeah, back into the pit lane, getting it onto the weighbridge. His race over before it started. That was the moment Travis Teo took to the grass there to try and send it down the inside. His race would end in tears a little bit later on as he tumbled all the way down to P15 at the end of that one. Then Stepan Antonov making the moves, trying to get up into P2. Did successfully get up into P2, battling away with Salim Hanau for the majority of the race. Those two would finish second and third. Salim Hanau finishing second in the race. The race is kicking off further back in the grid as well as Jacopo Martinez tried his level best to try and fight back. That was the moment that Stepan Antonov got back into second place. Salim would take it back a few laps later in exactly the same spot as, again, Martinez sending it down the inside. This brought everyone back into the battle. Everyone trying to find that piece of tarmac and it ending in tears there for the Charles Leclerc driver who just dropped down a couple of positions. Louis Castellini there. Not what he wanted to see. There was the overtake from Salim Hanau. And Stepan Antonov moving it back up into second place. The retirement for Bernardo Gentil into the barriers there, the same place as Roman Kamiab. Not sure if those two were in the same incident or separate. But again, the race continued as Scott Lindblom battled away with Krill DTF. DTF able to get the move, but Mateus Orjuela not able to get alongside. But your man here, Christian Costoya, would hold off the field and would take his first qualifying heat win of the weekend as the drivers make their way back into Parc Ferme. The OK qualifying heat D and E next to come out onto the circuit, but between now and then we will head down to Parc Ferme with our man with the roving microphone, Guillaume Alvarez. It's over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Welcome back, guys. Live from the Parc Ferme. I'm here with Christian Costoya. Christian, bravo, well done to you. Victory number 2 for you in the heats. And it's looking good as you're leading the provisional standings. Couple of races left, but for tomorrow, that's certainly a good day at the office for you.
Yeah, it looks good in these conditions. Maybe when the new tires is a bit more difficult, but yes, I just try to do my best. This was one of my most difficult hits, and that's it.
What have you found the most difficult so far this weekend? The opposition, the track conditions, the temperature, the tires?
Yeah, if you push a lot, the tires go a lot of up, and yeah, if you take, you go out of the dry condition, it's so difficult, and yeah, we are going to stay in the first place.
Good words, thank you very much. Muchas gracias, and see you tomorrow. Good luck. Thank you very much, Christian Costoya. Let's try to see if we have a couple of more minutes left with Alexander Bondarev might be available to talk to us. Thank you very much, Christian. Alexander is indeed with us in just a moment. The championship leader coming to this event in Cremona is sitting in 3rd place overall after his results in a P4 in the last qualifying heats. So let's see if Alexander can be with us in just a moment. Thank you for joining us, Alexander. And we'll have a look at the results in just a moment as Alexander is gaining, of course. Yeah, you can come close to me, Alexander. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, a little bit closer, don't be shy. All right, thank you very much for joining us, Alexander. I know it's a busy weekend, of course, for you. At the moment, you made it to P4 in this qualifying heat. You are still leading the overall championship, and you are currently in the classification P3. So, good feeling so far in terms of overall pace?
Yeah, the pace felt strong. We had a small problem in qualifying, but that made the heats a bit more difficult for us. But we managed to get up to the top 5 in every single heat. So that'll put us for a great place on tomorrow. and yeah, we'll try to maximize what we can do tomorrow to win the championship.
Yeah, it's always more difficult when you have to start from further back in the grid. It's more demanding for your tires, maybe. Was it a concern at some point that you would need, unlike some of your closest rivals, to give it more into the rubber to climb through the field as you did?
Yeah, of course, when you start in P10, especially I started 4 times from the outside, which is not easy. In the first heat, when I started from the inside, I won the heat, which shows that when you're already around the top 5 at the start, it's already a lot easier. But after every start, I'm like around P10, so I have to push hard to get back to the front. But the speed feels good, and I think we have a good chance for tomorrow.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for joining us, and good luck for tomorrow, Alexander. Thank you very much, Alexander Bandarev, your leader of the championship at this point. Third overall in the classification, but there's a couple of races left in the category, and still everything is left to be decided.
Thanks very much, Guillaume, down there in Parc Fermé, chatting to a couple of our drivers. Good to see Christian Cousteau and Alexander Bondarev in high spirits at the end of their qualifying heat. We will see Groups D and E out a little bit later on today. Actually, no, that's the last time we see them out onto the circuit. So that is all she wrote for Groups D and E. We are down to the last 4 races of the day, Groups A and F and B and C. We've got the D&E group for the OK category heading out onto the track next, though, for that one. Looking forward to this one because Niccolò Coman again starting this one on pole position. Luigi Coluccio starting alongside. Very interesting running that they've had over the course of this weekend. We'll be curious to see what they can do. Of course, Gomez earlier on in this weekend had the disaster of that retirement in the qualifying heat, the car not starting up. He does not want a replicate of that. He needs a good result in this one if he wants to keep that championship fight alive. Here we go then, next race, OK, qualifying heat D and E makes its way onto the circuit. Let's take you through then the starting lineup for this next qualifying heat. Niccolò Coman and Luigi Coluccio start this one on the front row. Martin Molnar and Finn McLaughlin go from row 2. Andrea Dube and Gabriel Gomez round out the top 3 rows in 5th and 6th place. Thomas Sochimanis and Gazi Motlika go from row 4 from Alex Pal and Peter Regiv. Leverway Sam Budler and Jol Bergström go from row 6 with Anatoly Kavalkin and Marcus Sater from row 7. Jan Petrowski and Emilio Kavisto go from row 8 from Lucas Flusha and Maximilian Popov from row 9. Gustav Finevsky and Preston Lambert, Ivo Pastrada and Kirill Kutskov round out the 22 kart grid in this one. And still plenty of action left to go. Reminder then, Luigi Coluccio earlier on 9th place in his first qualifying heat after a penalty, 2 heat wins and a 3rd. This is his last qualifying heat of the weekend for Group E. Group D out as well. This is their last one that they will have as well. Their race earlier on certainly very interesting for the D group in the OK category. And Niccolò Coman in that race finishing in P4. So not results he will have wanted. Martin Molnar in that one as well. Also, I think, dropped down the order by quite some way, finishing in P21. Retirement from the race, which was a big shame. Andrea Dube also hopefully has had a better result in that one, but P17 again, he has struggled over the course of this weekend, not been the result he will have wanted. Hopefully, though, can come back stronger in this second half of it. Here we go then, and it's a false start. Drivers going round again, and again those nerves starting to kick in here. Reminder of the intermediate classifications. René Lammers leads that, joint on points with Enzo Tarvinic, both of them on 194 points. Kian Nakamura-Roberta third in the intermediate classifications from Dmitry Matviev, who is 4th. The main question is, where is Gabriel Gomez in that fray? Well, currently, right now, he is not within the top 10 after this race, his last race. We will see where he might qualify. This was a look at the restart, and yet this is the inside line there. We're way too far ahead of the rest of the grid, and they will send them round again, and a bit of debris kicking up in the background there. Now, what was that? Marshall's got it, and I think that looks like a part of the extendable rear bumper of the kart, if I'm
I think
correct
that's
in
it,
saying
yeah.
that.
This is a tiny part on one of the extensions, as you said, so I do wonder who lost that part on the course to the starting procedure.
Let's play a game, shall we? Spot the missing little black bumper on the middle of a little black bumper. It's going to be nearly impossible to spot it.
And everybody's invited, so tweet us a response or on Instagram as well. As soon as you catch it, and we don't.
Yeah, exactly. At me on Instagram, at Anthony_Jordan Official. Here we go. Lights go out. Getting the cheeky plug there as they go in towards turn number 1. Good start, but not a good start from Nicola Comani. Drops down into the order just a little bit. Smoke kicking up in the background there as now they all sort themselves out, and it's just getting a bit tight and twisty in that infield section. Dust getting kicked up on the exit as well as everyone trying to find a piece of track to their inside. I think Lucas Flusha, one of those drivers, trying to find that piece of track but got kicked up onto the dirt. Good breakaway though at the front. A solid start from Luigi Coluccio, and I think that's Finn McLaughlin who's gone with him. The outside row working well here.
Yeah, working well, and that doesn't happen every time. So once again, as Enzo Talvanishko has showed us in his previous race, watch out for the move for the lead already with Finn McLaughlin trying to make his move around the inside. I think he's going to be able to make that stick. Let's keep an eye on the leaders as well. But look at that, there's the switch, not so much as the Tonica driver Luigi Coluccio keeps himself in the lead. Phil McLaughlin is going to have to try that again as Gabriel Gomez just made his way past up to P3. He's leading the second trail of drivers under the pressure of Thomas Tossamalis and Molnar, the two Energy Course teammates working together certainly to chase and fight against the CRG driver. Watch out for Phil McLaughlin. Is very much on the pace. Run inside of number 8 into the hairpin. He was squeezed a little bit onto the curb. Very late breaking point, but he made that stick. Phil McLaughlin up into the lead.
Yeah, that was a nice, tidy little move under braking there. I can imagine there was a little bit of a, oh, have I made it, have I not? But he did under braking. It's never a nice feeling when you think you've just missed your braking zone by a foot or two. But yeah, certainly got away with that one. Now takes the lead of this race, and Luigi Coluccio now has to play catch-up as the same with the rest of the field. Hey, look at that. Gabriel Gomez up into third place. What a start he's had. He's gained 3 positions, and he is chasing down now these top 2. And crucially, he's got a clear track in front of him and relatively decent gap behind him as well. So he's in a good spot. Now the 1-2-4 has just come up on our screens as receiving a technical flag. Now have the guys on track done a brilliant job of finding out if it was Marcus Sater who lost his rear bumper extender on track, because if they has, that's an absolutely fantastic spot.
Yes, it is, absolutely, and that's why we have officials, cameras, you know, working all day long for 3 days to keep everything under control. But at this point, let's see if when he will be back into the pit lane.
Yeah, my challenge to the camera operators out on circuit, if they can hear me, is to spot the 1-2-4 and to see if it is his rear bumper thing that's come off. Get a nice close-up shot of it. I'd be very curious to see if that is the case. Where is he currently sitting?
He's P17 all the way down to the back end of the grid.
There we go.
So we might be able, from our perspective, to spot it, the 124, not so much actually. It might not be from the rear bumper by the look of it, or is it? Phil McLaughlin, let's watch that late move back.
Left, right, those little adjustments there under braking, but nails it.
Yeah, could have even done a little slap on the helmet on the way past. Thank you very much indeed. I'll see you around later. But McLaughlin keeping it together, 0.3 of a second in front of Luigi Coluccio. Coluccio, let's not forget, had taken a couple of strong results with 2 wins for the Italian driver so far, as he's going to try to replicate that. He needs to get ahead of the VDK driver. The VDKs have been around some of the fastest drivers this weekend, and McLaughlin being one of them, that's for sure. For McLaughlin at this point, with a couple of strong results as well for him. Victory, a fifth, a third, and a fourth. 2 wins for Coluccio, maybe a third, as he's battling for the overall lead of the OK class, as well as with the Irish driver. So it's not only the battle for supremacy in that qualifying heat, but battle as well for the point classification, waiting for the rest of the other races. And Marcus Sater from DPK is joining the mechanics on the bridge.
Oh dear.
And, one of the Sodi cars actually that's gone missing. Could it be Preston Lambert? I think it might be actually. Yes, indeed, Preston Lambert from the United States of America.
Power line's gone.
And another power line. They're falling like flies at the moment.
Eva Bastada off the track as well. Well, there we go. It's like you say, it's been a long weekend for them, and now they're just starting to find the chinks in the armoury and just starting to drop off here, there, and everywhere. So really it's just down to whether or not the drivers can make these karts go all the way to the end. You know, the mechanics work so hard on these in between all the heats, but remember, things can be missed, and, you know, mechanical failures happen all the time. You just don't know when they're going to strike, and sometimes it can be absolutely heartbreaking when they strike.
Yeah, that's something that you don't want to have, that's for sure. On screen, the two energy course, the drivers of Thomas Tolsemanis and Molnar. Nicola Coman for the back, trying to hold on. Samdula in P7. Coman with the X-Press chassis from Forza Racing. As we're back with the lead, Phil McLaughlin, 0.2 of a second on Coluccio. That could allow Gabriel Gomez to get a clear shot at the victory. It will be his first after a couple of strong results. But unfortunately for him, earlier this afternoon did not start due to mechanical failure. Put the Brazilian in jeopardy when it comes to the title fight. He's going to have to climb back that field over and over into the superheat. That starts right now, because a win could do him well. Actually, third place would be his strongest result so far, as we're entering lap number 8. And still, nothing is decided.
Oh, and an off on the start-finish straight off camera, right in front of the commentary box. You can't see it on the live stream, but it happened right in front of us. A heart-and-mouth moment there. And who was it? I think it was a KR Sport Kart that went off the track. It was the 142. The 142, Andrea Dupe. And thankfully, he's okay. Luckily, I don't think he made contact with the Armco barrier. Wow, heart-and-mouth moment, and into the pit lane there as well. One of the Tony karts. And that is Jan Petrovsky as well, who has unfortunately pulled it into the pit lane.
Too bad for both Andrea Dupe and Jan Petrovsky. And it was a bit of a scare, actually, in the speaker room. We're focusing, and then a strong noise of crying tires. Andrea Dupe is no harm done to the driver.
I was literally in front of the commentary box there. It was the loudest noise I'd heard. Even with the headset on,
yeah,
it made me jump out of my skin.
And we can actually specify that this speaker room, one of the nicest we've ever had, actually, it's fair to say, doesn't have walls, but, you know, fully open glass windows on the outside of the track. So the view is absolutely fantastic, but we can hear and see quite a lot from the outside action. So it's fair to say, good job to the Cremona people for putting this speaker room together. It's an absolute joy to be working here in those conditions, that's fair to say.
Yes, indeed. Milica Visto now receiving a technical flag also. Milica Visto currently down in P17 at the moment. Not what you'll want to see in the later stages of this race, but McLaughlin still holding on to the race lead here. The gap about 0.4 of a second from himself and Luigi Coluccio. I've got a feeling that Gabriel Gomez is closing in. That gap was a lot larger than it was a few laps ago. Now it's starting to get just that little bit closer.
And there's a good reason to that. The fastest lap in the race for the Brazilian with the Italian flag. Italian license for the young man. That's like a certain Ayrton Senna back in the 70s. Made it all the way from Brazil to Europe 2 seasons ago. I remember Gabriel Gomez as the pole sitter of the World OK and OK Junior Championship in Campillos, Spain. That was his first moment of glory. And from then on, there's been some strong results in last year's World Championship as well. Recovering on the verge of the top 10. His season has been the one of confirmation and revelation as well for Gabriel Gomez, taking the win in Czech Republic. It was for Gabriel Gomez this season, yes indeed.
Change there, down the inside. Nice chop and change between the two drivers, the parallel moving up there past Anatoly Kavalkin and Livoy Sambudla, swapping positions for P7. So nice little chop and change there. Gomez again, fastest lap of the race. He is closing in now. Look at that time. It is creeping down. Keep an eye on that lead battle. There is Martin Molnar, who had a breakdown earlier on in the weekend. Not what he wanted to see in his last race. He's currently there in P5. Kart working well. All is good. And he's gone back onto the main straight now. He's got Nicola Coman just behind him as well. Nicola Coman has had a good qualifying result, but again, his results have just been okay. They've been their best result, third place, solid result for himself, but he's always just been there. The starts haven't been there for him. Just been fighting this battle here, there, and just losing those places constantly. Big shame for him because he's a very talented driver. He knows how to pedal, but right there you can see him on your screen just making his way through. he's just struggled over the course of today, and the same as a lot of other drivers as well. They have all struggled, so you know it is a big shame to see. But he had a fabulous qualifying, and still in the points classifications, he is in a good spot. He's 7th overall in the points classifications. There's still another heat to go though for the drivers, so still we will find out where the absolute finishing results are then for the top drivers. Final lap time then comes out, and McLaughlin still leads by 0.6 of a second, but Colucci and Gomez are getting very, very close here for second place. Remember, Gomez needs as many points as he possibly can. His best result was a second earlier on for Gabriel Gomez. Right now, with this position he's in, he would be 8th in the intermediate classifications. It's good, but it's not going to be enough if he wants to try and take the lead of this championship. Remember, he is battling fiercely with René Lammers, and Lammers at the moment is doing everything he needed to do. He's got 194 intermediate classification points, and I believe Lammers is out in the last race of the day, if I'm right in saying. He is not, I don't think. So, yeah, I think he's done all of his heats, which would be interesting. Checker flags come out, though, from Finn McLaughlin, taking it from Luigi Coluccio, Gabriel Gomez from Thomas Tolchimanes, from Martin Molnar, Anatoly Kavalkin and Nicola Coman finishing in the top 6 positions from Liverway Sam Budler, Kutzkov and Gustav Nevsky rounding out the top 10. But Finn McLaughlin taking another heat win. He won the first one, and he's only gone and won the last one of the day. In between that, though, a 5th, a 3rd and a 4th. He currently sits at the top of the intermediate classifications with 215 points. But groups A and F, B and C left to go out over the course of the day. And just to confirm, yes, René Lammers has got another race. He is in the last race of the day in Group B and C. What can he do from there? He has got another opportunity to get that cut back to the top of the intermediate classifications. There we go, drivers making their way back in towards Parc Fermé, and of course the race isn't over just yet. They have to get themselves weighed up and sorted out. Looks like it's all good for Finn McLaughlin as the cart's already up on the trolley. He'll make his way in towards scrutineering to make sure everything is good. There is a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying heat A for D versus E. McLaughlin from Luigi Coluccio, Gabriel Gomez from Thomas Tolchimanes, Martin Molnar and Anatoly Kavalkin, Nicola Coman and Liverway Sam Budler, Kirill Kutzkov and Gustav Nevsky, Alex Powell and Lucas Flusha, Peter Agiv and Gazi Motlaka from Maximilian Popov, who rounds out the top 15 out on track. Only one more driver finishing the race, Joel Bergström, after the sea of retirement, 6 retirements in total. Emilio Covisto with the scary moment on the start-finish line as well, with Andrea Dupe with the engine lock-up by the looks of it, because it just speared off the circuit on the start-finish line. Thankfully kept him out of the barriers. Jan Prasovsky with the retirement as well from Preston Lambret. Also that kart coming to a stop. Ivar Brasada and Marcus Sater with the mechanical flags as well. Their races ending prematurely. Rather large clean-up operation now underway on the circuit to collect those karts. There is a fair few scattered around the circuit. Here's a look then at the highlights on that one. Great start from Luigi Coluccio, who dived to the lead of that one. Nicola Coman again just caught lacking at the start of that one, and bumping and barging. He just got squeezed down the order. That you can see one of the Kart Republics getting squeezed to the outside there. I think that was Andrea Dupe who, or Maximilian Popov, who didn't get the best getaway at the start of that one, dropping down the order just that little bit. There is Gabriel Gomez, who got a good run into P4, would later get up into P3. There was the move for the race lead. McLaughlin diving down the inside of Luigi Coluccio, getting that job done. That was the moment that Preston Lambret kart came to a grinding halt, and the same for Ivar Bastrada in the Paralin Motorsport kart. That was Andrea Dupe being recovered. A very scary moment for him on the start-finish line. Nearly into the barriers after an engine lockup, and his kart coming to a grinding halt on the start-finish line. Checker flag, though, would come out, and Finn McLaughlin for Ireland would take another heat win. He'll be absolutely delighted with that one. 2 heat wins, a 5th, 3rd and a 4th. Currently is leading the intermediate classifications, but 2 more OK races yet to come out, so we will determine who will be starting on pole position for the Superheats later on. We're ready down in Parc Fermé. Guillaume Alvarez, it's over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. It's getting hotter and hotter here in the Parc Fermé, and you can see the effort has been produced by Finn McLaughlin. Finn, well done to you. There's been a strong day at the office for you. Your 2nd win, So, you know, very much confident for tomorrow.
Yeah, today's been a good day. Just trying to do my best and get the results I can. And yeah, tomorrow's going to be a good day, hopefully, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, the hardest part is yet to come, isn't it? Because you have the superheat and the final time to get everything together. Who do you fear the most in this field? There's a lot of opposition, obviously. You've been fighting against different names, but one in mind?
Yeah, I think there's a few drivers in mind, but to be honest, I just worry about myself and try do the best I can tomorrow to see if I can get the podium or maybe win.
That's a tricky question, isn't it? But well done to you. A strong string of results and confidence at the highest level for tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fionn McLaughlin. As we're going to focus ourselves on the next race coming our way in just under 2 minutes. Let's get ourselves ready because we're entering in the last phase of what had been a long day of car racing in Cremona under the sun of beautiful Italy.
Thanks, Guillaume. Yes, we turn our attention now to the Junior OK qualifying heat A and F that will be making their way out onto the circuit in just a moment's time. And Thibaut Ramekers in this one certainly is a driver that we need to keep a very close eye on. He had another race win earlier on today. Certainly a good result. 2 heat wins for him, a second and a third. Ramekers looking very, very strong in the junior category, rightly so as well. He needs to close that gap up to Alexander Bondarev, who out in this one is not in this one. He'll be out a little bit later on today. Jack Iliff as well, just behind him. He had a good result, another 6th place finish for him after he retired in his first heat earlier on this weekend, retiring from that one, finishing P24 as well. So certainly some interesting race results that have happened over the course of this one. But the junior race has certainly been very, very interesting. A versus F, though, the quickest drivers from qualifying versus the drivers who were a little further down in the qualifying order. Not slow by any stretch of the imagination. I think the top drivers in qualifying were separated by hundredths of a second or tenths of a second. So it was very, very close. Lights go green then, and the karts make their way out onto the circuit. Here we go then. The next race, OK Junior qualifying heat A and F now fires themselves up. Let's take you through the full starting lineup then for the last few races of the day. Thibaut Ramekers and Arjen Kraling go from row 1. Jack Iliff and Sebastian Lettmarque, who took a race win earlier on as well. He starts on that second row of the grid. Noah Montero and Chiara Batigue round out the top 3 rows from Noah Wolf and Tame Soleil on row 4. Alexander Chartier and Andy Consani go from row 5, rounding out the top 10 top 10. Tiziana Monza and Davide Bottaro from Maria Neto from Tom Pappenberg. Peldes and Georgi Zazov round out the top 8 rows. Mies Huben and Jacob Mikalev round out row 9. Eren Duranov and Antonio Macedo round out row 10, and the top 20 out on circuit. Nikita Nikashov and Gabriel Keniken round out row 11. Luna Flusha and Alpak Soy round out row 12, with Ethan Lennon and Kera Ferhan rounding out row 13. Amelia Mishka rounding out the 27 karts on row 14. Busy old grid in this one, but lots of results coming in thick and fast. The F group earlier on in the day certainly had an interesting one. Arjen Kraling out in that one, finishing second in that race. Sebastian Lettmarque winning that race as well. Chiara Batigue, I think, dropping down the order just a little bit. Yes, finishing in P10 as well in the last one. Certainly been an interesting day for a lot of the drivers, but there is still plenty of action to come for our drivers. Remember, Christian Castoya leads the intermediate classifications. That may change, though, because Thibaut Ramekers out there with the 185 has a chance to close this in. Into the tram lines. It's a false start. They're going round again. One more attempt. That at least gives my commentary colleague a bit of a time to catch his breath after he sprinted back to the commentary box. It's an absolute lie. He's not sprinted anywhere. He's bagged himself an electric scooter and has been diving around the paddock on that. I'm a bit jealous, actually. But certainly he makes his way back into the commentary box, which is good to see. Very interesting development over the course of this weekend with the OK Juniors. Certainly been very, very interesting with, of course, that championship battle between Bondarev and Ramekers. There was a fair few points between them going into this weekend, about 40-odd points between the two of them. And Timo Ramakers really needs to get maximum points here. If he does, Bondarev needs to score a minimum of 40 championship points to see if he can try and defend that one. That was the replay of the false start. I think just, again, a bit eager to get away at the front of the grid there. And our race director, Pasquale Lopole, sending the grid round once more to get themselves lined up for this one again as they make their way round turn number 13, the penultimate corner of the circuit. Past the red line there, you can see denoted with the 2 yellow flags waving. Essentially, they are under yellow flag conditions when they pass that, meaning there is no overtaking allowed, only to get into their formation position. And they get themselves into the tram lines. This is looking a little bit tidier now for the grid, into the tram lines, and lights go out, and away they go down towards turn number 1. Good start then from Ramakers, controlling the pack and controlling the lead of this race. Eilif follows through as well and holds on to second place on the outside there. Arjen Kraling holds on to third place, tucking in as he's got, I think that's Noah Montero, who has slotted into P4. Everyone getting through the first few corners unscathed, and it looks like a good breakaway then for our top 4 as Noah Wolf, you can just see there in P5, now looking down the inside, sorry, in P6, looking down the inside, can't get the move done on Sebastian Lettmarki.
Yeah, no trouble whatsoever for the protagonist all throughout the field as well. Everybody in at the end of this opening lap, and Timo Ramakers needs what he does what he needs to be doing, obviously, keeping it steady in the lead from pole position. He has a good shot, of course, at one of the pole positions remaining available in the superheat coming our way tomorrow morning. And if he stays like that, it will be your new leader, getting ahead of Christian Kostoja on quite a good margin. Keep in mind that we're getting ourselves in the latest phase of the qualifying heat. These are the last races for the respective groups. After that, one more in the junior class for the B versus C, and a couple of contenders who could still shake up the order just a tiny bit. Dries van Langendonk being one of them, as well as Lewis Francis. This will be for later. Now we focus on Ramakers against Jake Heiliff in second, the 219. There's no Kraling actually making his way up into P2 in front of Jake Heiliff, and the rest of the field still very much glued together into lap number 2 with Montero, Lettimaldi, as well as Saleh, Noah Wolf, all in the pack. Let's see who's going to launch the attack first, because it could go actually either way. Ramakers pulling himself a bit of a gap, just a couple of meters in front for 0.3 of a second now on Kraling. Jake Heiliff still in P3. Oh, and we've lost one driver in the process. This is Efim Derunov from Shamik Europe, one of the satellite teams of the Parolin Racing Kart Factory, is out of this race on lap number 2.
Certainly a very interesting one here for the drivers, and yeah, that one now getting pulled off the circuit. Not a way to end your weekend. These are these drivers' last qualifying heat of the day, so points are very much important here, and Timo Ramakers leading the way, would lead the intermediate classifications with this. It would certainly put him in a good spot. I believe Dries van Langendonk would be the next person to try and have a go at trying to beat that one, but he is some 50-odd points behind, actually, about 47 points, so he would need to win his race if he wanted to win the intermediate classification on this one. Noah Wolf getting squeezed out slightly wide there as he drops down behind the DPK driver of Chiara Batigue, who makes a move back up into a solid position there of P8. Tiziano Monza just behind as well. Very close on this one, as Tom Pappenborg now receiving a warning flag for his troubles, hopefully keeping his nose clean out onto the circuit. Ramakers then leading, the gap opening up to about 0.4 of a second from Jack Eilif, as down the inside, under braking there. Very close moment there for Noah Montero on Sebastian Lettmarki. And what I think is just trying to defend that position there, actually, from Andy Consani. So Consani trying to go down the inside. Now Noah Wolf goes back down the inside of Chiara Batigue. Batigue back down into the clutches now of Tiziano Monza. It is starting to kip up here as Thames Delay clips that inside curve and goes wheel to wheel there with Andy Consani and Noah Montero. Montero getting squeezed out wide now and having to defend from the rest of the field as the two of them come through the field now. Maria Neto there and Davide Bottaro all trying to find their way through.
Yeah, beautiful battle in the belly of the field as run inside goes the DPK driver, the 448. Batigue on Noah Wolf for P7. You can feel the excitement of the last qualifying heats of the day. Everybody eager to get a good result, to save his neck after what had been for some a difficult day at the office. Some drivers already going defensive halfway through that short straight line on the way to turn number 8. In the meantime, in the lead, up to 0.6 of a second between the Ramakers and Kraling. As we're here back with the young Belgian, I just made a quick calculation. And if it stays like this, of course, Timo Ramakers will be your leader up until the last qualifying heat of the junior class. And keeping in mind that a victory in the heat is worth 50 points, well, that means that Dries van Langendonk, who is further back behind, needs to win his last qualifying heat to be on pole in the Superheat 8 for just 3 little points on Ramakers. But Ramakers, if it stays like that after the last race, well, could be one of the top cities. Oh, sorry about that, but the 220 of Forza Racing and another one involved in that incident. I think we've just lost...
That is Merrill Pelders and Ethan Lennon. It is, and it's the Birolart that has gone off the track as well. And I think those two may have had a coming together, both of them out of the race. And unfortunately, yeah, that is all they wrote.
Yeah, quite unfortunate into the double right hand of third and fourth. As Noah Wolf is still battling along with the 448 of Charabating, the Swiss driver from DPK. As the gap keep on extending itself between Thibaut Ramakers and Kraling in the lead, up to 0.8 of a second now.
You just saw there Noah Wolf saying, right, come on, Thick, let's go for the move. This was a replay there of Tame Soleil just clipping that inside curve, and that just unsettling there Noah Montero and just squeezing him out wide, that allowing Noah Wolf to go through. Yeah, Noah Wolf and Chiara Batig there, both communicating with each other, saying, right, come on, let's go. I mean, both of them have been played foul of the overtake. No, I want to lead us. No, I want to lead us. Now I think they've finally got it sorted out. Whether or not they stick to that is another question. But we'll update you on that battle as and when the race proceeds. But yeah, they are closing in on Tame Soleil at the moment. Race nearly at the end of it. Tame Soleil still leading it, and that gap now increasing to nearly over a second. They cross the line. It does go over a second now between himself and Arjen Kraling. Sebastian Letamaki right on the rear bumper, though, of Kraling. And the battle for second place is far from over.
It's far from over indeed. Let's keep a watch and a good one on Kraling and Letamaki. Sebastian Letamaki, who took earlier his first win of the day at the wheel of his powering machine. Two of them with Jack Hylaf in the top four. And is about to lose a place to Consani on the inside. No trouble whatsoever as Consani makes his way past into P4. And those two are going to work together. Different team on paper. Shamik Europe and Paulin, but same chassis. Partnership is on and off the track. And those two have a mission. Try to get close to one of the teammates, actually. Sebastian Letimaki up into P3. And those even 4 power lane drivers, because we do have, oh, sorry, my apologies, it was Tame Soleil down in P6 with the Sober Academy. But those power lane drivers might want to work together to try to catch up with Thibaut Ramakers and Sebastian Letimaki up in the lead. Always easier said than done, isn't it?
It certainly is, yes. It is a tricky one to work together with everyone, but Maria Neto now setting the fastest lap of the race, currently sitting in P9, 4 positions gained. The Portuguese driver 4, Tony Cart, certainly having a good run out on track, doing a sterling job, working hard with the team, and certainly putting in some good results for them. But eyes still fixated at the sharp end of this one. It's opened up just a little bit now between Letamaki and Kraling. Now that move has been done. Letamaki is on the charge now towards Ramakers, but we go on to the final lap, and that gap of 1.6 seconds, I think Ramakers has possibly got this one in the bag. He leads the intermediate classifications, and at the moment is looking relatively comfortable now, I would say, in this order. The only thing he's got to really worry about, I would say, is Dries van Langendonk out there, because he has got one more race to go, and he's certainly going to be one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and whatever happens, if with that win in the bag, Thibaut Ramakers might have the guarantee, once official, to start the Superheat B from pole position. Dries van Langendonk, his fellow countryman, if he wins his next and last qualifying heat, will start Superheat A from pole for 3 tiny points between them two. So the win for Thibaut Ramakers, second place for Sebastian Letimaki, and Arjen Kraling taking P3.
Yep, nice result then for Thibaut Ramakers, now making his way back in towards Parc Ferme as an investigation flag for Jacob Wickleff comes out at the end of the race. That will certainly not be the flag you will want to see, as well as the checker flag at the end of that one. Sebastian Letamaki then finished that race in P2 for Arjen Kraling, Andy Consani, Jack Iliff and Tame Soleil rounding out the top 6. Noah Wolf, Chiara Batig, Maria Neto and Davide Bottaro rounding out the top 10 as drivers make their way back into Parc Ferme at the end of OK Junior qualifying Heat A versus F. It has been a long day. The clean-up operation begins now for the stricken karts out in circuit. Meropaldis, Ethan Lennon and Efim Duranov, the retirements in that race. Certainly a good run, though, from the entire grid there, though, on your screen. Now leading the intermediate classifications, Timo Ramikers of the VDK Racing Team, the Belgian driver, looking good at this point in his championship fight with Alexander Bondarev. Remember, there was a handful of points between the two of them, and Ramikers is doing everything he needs to do there to come away with a European Championship. It's going to go down to the wire, though, and the finals and superheats are tomorrow, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. That's be the next time we see Timo Ramikers out on circuit. Sebastian Letamaki from Arjun Kraling, Anna Consani from Jack Iliff, Thames Soleil, Noah Wolf, Chiara Batig, Maria Neto from Davide Bottaro, the top 10 from Noah Montero, Tiziana Monza, Mies Huben and Alexander Chartier. Eero Kerneken rounding out the top 15, some 9.5 seconds further down the road, both of them losing a couple of positions. Mies Huben finishing in 13th place, gaining 4 positions, as well as Kerneken gaining 7. 16th place went to Tom Pappenberg from Jacob Mikalaif, who is under investigation on the last lap. He finished P17 after gaining 1 position. Luna Flusha running out the top 18 after gaining 5 positions from Georgi Zazov. Karja Ferhan gaining 6 positions, the same as Emilia Vyshemiska, finishing in P21. 6 positions gained from Alpak Soy, and Antonio Macedo finishing in 23rd place from Nikita Nikishov. 3 retirements from that race. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one. And a good start then from Timo Ramikers, holding on to that inside line. Jack Iliff following suit as well, would then later on finish in P5. Further down the order, down the inside would come Arjun Kraling. For 2nd place, he would do his level best to try and close that gap up as the first of the retirements started to come out onto the circuit. That was Efim Duranov getting pulled off the circuit, the first retirement of the race. 2 more would come later on after some contact. Noah Montero then getting squeezed out slightly wide from Noah Wolf, getting the move done. This scary moment here from Tame Soleil down the inside, just enough to rattle Noah Montero to go slightly wide, allowing Noah Wolf to go through, and Chiara Batig. There's the moment that we lost Meropaldis and Ethan Lennon, Birolart driver and the Forza Racing driver, trying to get it re-going, and there you can see Ethan Lennon clearly frustrated, trying to get the kart restarted, but unfortunately would both retire. Then this duel between Noah Wolf and Chiara Batig would kick off. Both of them swapping positions all the way throughout the race, would then later work together to try and close up to Thames Soleil. Unfortunately, that did not happen. Checker flag would come out, though, and Timo Ramikers would take the race win and the fastest lap of the race in that one. He puts himself to the top of the intermediate classifications now with 235 intermediate classification points. We are ready down in Parc Ferme. Guillaume Alvarez is down there with our man who's leading the intermediate classifications, Timo Ramikers.
Yes, indeed, Anthony, with the young Belgian from VDK Racing, Thibaut Ramikers. What a beautiful day it has been here in a beautiful sunny weather of Italy. 3 wins for you and a place of pole sitter, certainly, for one of these 2 superheats on Sunday. Can you talk us through your day and what it felt like winning that many times and dominating the field?
Oui, c'était une super journée. J'ai gagné 3 hits sur les 3. Et donc c'est vraiment chouette. Demain, j'espère en super hit faire aussi bien qu'aujourd'hui et peut-être même en finale aussi. Donc on verra bien et j'espère faire le mieux.
So Thibaut Ramikers, of course, delighted with his performance. It felt indeed good to be winning that many times. He's going to try to emulate that in tomorrow's superheat. The big objective will be the final, trying to do as good as possible. But today has been an absolute demonstration from his side. Thibaut, a good idea of his, as we said. So confidence at full scale for tomorrow. The biggest day yet to come, because 2 more races, but the heats are one thing, but the superheat and the final are another. So you think that everything is in order to do the same?
Ouais, c'est vrai que c'est vraiment pas la même chose la super hit et la finale par rapport aux manches, mais je pense qu'on a la vitesse pour rivaliser avec les meilleurs. Donc oui, je pense que ça va bien aller demain.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Thibaut Ramikers. The pace is out there. Of course, the confidence is high for Thibaut Ramikers, who's very, very much feeling confident about doing the same as he did in the superheat and in the final. The opposition will be strong against the young Belgian driver, but Ever since pole position in the qualifying practice, it's been absolutely impeccable with 3 wins and strong results on the way as well. He's currently leading the classification, but we have one more race to go, my dear Anthony. The junior class, Dries van Langendonk, another Belgian sensation in Cremona, could well take the overall lead. For that, he needs to win. But whatever happens, once made official, Thibaut Ramakers has a good chance to start on pole position for one of the 2 superheat tomorrow.
Thank you very much there, Guillaume, down there in Parc Fermé. Very nice comments there, my dear Guillaume. There we go then. The penultimate of the senior race is about to get underway. Qualifying heats A and F about to take to the circuit. And certainly it has been an interesting run for the A group in the OK category. Luis Iglesias certainly has been the talk after putting it on pole position, though. Has struggled a little bit in the qualifying heats themselves, not losing too many positions, but his best result so far this weekend has been a 3rd place after his first race. Dmitry Tviev has had a better run in the second half of the day, getting a win and a 2nd place earlier on, as well as Magic Gladys, who has also had some relatively decent results, but in the last race finished P9, so certainly didn't get a good one there. But earlier on, best result was a P2. The same for the F group in the OK group. That certainly has been an interesting one as well. Eitmans getting away with a 3rd place finish in his race earlier on. There is Luis Iglesias on your screen. Teresa Babichkova also finishing in 8th place, the worst result that she's had over the course of the weekend. Best result being 3rd. Miguel Costa as well having a troublesome race result as well, retiring from the race, finishing in P19. So Miguel Costa not having a good run on that one, but the rest of the field certainly with a good run. But Luis Iglesias on this one certainly been one to keep an eye on over the course of the weekend. Has been a threat to a lot of the drivers. Currently not within, though, the top 10 of the intermediate classifications. The top 10 at the moment is René Lammers from Nakamura Roberta, Luigi Coluccio. In fact, that might be a little further down the order. Let me see if I can update that. Yes, sir, of course, it is Finn McLaughlin who leads that one with 215 from Luigi Coluccio's 213. And René Lammers down into 3rd in the intermediate classifications. Lammers out a little later on today in the last of the senior races, of course, starting on pole position for that one. Here we go then, engines fire up. Next race, OK qualifying heat A and F makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup then for the final race of the day for qualifying heats group D and E. Luis Iglesias and Ian Aikmans then start on the front row. Dmitry Matviev and Teresa Babichkova going from row 2. Magic Gladys and Miguel Costa round out the top 6 on row 3 with Francisco Macedo and Jakub Kamenek on row 4. Sebastiano Pavan and Simona Bianco go from row 5, running out the top 10 from Nacho Tunion and Arthur Pulain on row 6. Len Naish and Michael Adair round out row 7 and the top 14. Mark Kastelix and Guillaume Bouzard go from row 8 with Nathan Tai and Alex Sawyer on row 9. Clement Outron and Adrian Ferrier on the top 10 rows. Running out the top 20, Matilda Pats rounding out the 21 Cup field on row number 11. Temperature still high in the air. It's up to around 32 degrees or so. It is very, very warm up there. Humidity through the roof. And certainly it has been a challenge for these drivers. And it's certainly been a long, odd weekend. Tomorrow will only be a longer day as the races increase in length as well. 13 laps are the races for the senior groups in these ones. They will extend more later on. Guillaume Alvarez, you're back. How was it out there?
Yeah, don't you think I missed your little mention about me being on a scooter electric than on a bike or on my feet? Because let me tell you that the distance between our position and where we do the Parc Fermé is quite significant. So I try every time not to kill myself or not to run over anyone in the paddock.
Yes.
And so far, so good. I think at least. But
I did it on a push bike 2 weeks ago. I know the feeling, mate. I know
go.
the feeling.
There you go.
Here we go then into the tram lines. Is it green flag? No, it's not. They go round again. And again, another false start there. Drivers, again, nerves kicking in. Last race of the day. Last point scoring opportunity for them to determine where they're going to be starting for their super heats tomorrow. So you can imagine the tension starting to build up just that little bit here. But certainly for a lot of these drivers, it is an interesting one. But for the majority of them, it is going to be a challenge. I think driver who's going to want to try and score the best in this one Dmitry Matveev, who has had a relatively decent weekend, 4th, 3rd, a win and a 2nd. Let's have a look at the replay of the start of that one, why it was a false start. And again, inside line just going a little bit too early.
Yes, indeed. Louis Iglesias and Ekmans on the front row of the grid. The last opportunity for the drivers in those two groups to get the points, to get the results they need. And as a consequence of that, as a reward, they will get an as high as possible position on the starting grid on one of the two superheat tomorrow. The superheat, one of the new addition to the FIA Karting racing system. We've seen that in the past. Now it's back at full speed, and it has proved to be a very successful addition to, or return, shall I say, to the racing program of the FIA Karting Championship. Here we go, green, 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 onto the first turn, and it's a good start, a good getaway from Louis Iglesias, who managed that brilliantly. Oh, and two drivers going off into the grass, and one of them being one of the driver from Gamoto, by the look of it, tumbling down the order.
I think it was Jakub Kamenek.
Yes, indeed, he was involved with another driver in that bit of a tussle over there. Apart from that, a lot of dust actually spread onto the first sector of the track on the way to turn number 8. A good getaway, as we said, for Louis Iglesias from pole position, who's taking away the driver he had by his side. No, it was Dmitry Matveev, actually, who made his way past. Where is Ian Ekmans? All the way down to P3 by the look of it. The Belgian driver is leading the second wagon at the end of this opening lap. The 127 of Maciej Gladys having a good start as well up into P4. He's going to put the Belgian driver into trouble. There he comes, the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver on the inside line of Ekmans. And on the toe, just before turning into turn number 1, he takes P3.
Yeah, nice little start there for the grid. Exactly what they needed. And right now with Dmitry Matveev in second place, he would top the intermediate classification. So it's exactly what Matveev wants from this one. And there he's looking pretty comfortable in that one. Defensive going down in towards turn 8. Everyone closing in under pressure. Francisco Macedo under pressure from Pavan. Pavan not able to get the move done. And Macedo holding on to 5th place. Tunion followed through as well there as well with Boulain now looking to the inside. And Nacho Tunion trying to get it down the inside. Can't quite do it. That's all kicked off now. Everyone behind. Miguel Costa, Michael Adair, Simona Bianca also in that fray. It's really starting to heat up now in that mid-pack.
Indeed, as they come across once again, the 209 is going ahead as well. This is further back happening. I need to get back to that, but in the meantime, 0.4 of a second. Here we are. This is the 129, my apologies. That's battling along. Teresa Babechkova, who lost 8 positions since the start of the race. Quite important turn of event for Teresa, as she was on the second row of the grid. Round the inside goes the CRG on the DPK. Beautifully made. Oh, and two drivers coming together, indeed. Mathilda Pats and the 116 of Paroline. Guillaume Bouzard driving with the satellite team of Shamik Motorsport. There's been a very, very difficult weekend for Guillaume Bouzard and Mathilda Paz having to retire. There might be a second retirement, if I'm not mistaken. But whatever, this is certainly a very, very sad turn of event at the end of this long day of racing.
Yeah, certainly not what Mathilda Paz or Guillaume Bouzard want at the end of this one. There, though, the Iglesias looking very strong at the front of this field, controlling the pace. But Magic Gladys now with the fastest lap of the race in 3rd is starting to close in on Dmitry Matveev, and the battle certainly starting to heat up here as again defensive down the inside there. The Sodi kart going through. That's Nathan Ty on Michael Adair. Adair tried to go defensive. It didn't work out. Now loses out another 2 positions there to, I think, who was that went through? I think Miguel Costa and Teresa Babechkova also getting the move done. So now Michael Adair, you can see in the yellow helmet looking over his shoulder. You can see now the VDK of Clément Autran trying to get past as well. Not able to get it done, though, through the final sector of the circuit. This is back with 4th place now. Ian Ekmans under pressure from Francisco Macedo. Back here with that battle up the lane all over the rear bumper here of, Clément Autran, also all over the rear bumper of Michael Adair. Not able to get the move done, though, either in the early stages of that lap, as Arthur Lane now sets the fastest lap of the race. Looking very strong in P7, and investigation for Mathilda Pats, race control, thinking that could be the issue.
Yeah, and she could have something to do with that incident that just occurred with Guillaume Bouzard. Might be certainly worth a penalty or not. It remains to be seen, and it comes down to the official decisions after the race. Here we go for lap number 6 out of 13, halfway point into this last qualifying heat for those two groups, A versus F, and that trimline of driver being led by Francesco Macedo, Sebastiano Pavan, and Ian Hickmans and Arthur Poulain. One of those 4 drivers need to shake up the order, otherwise that could get messy, as Miguel Costa put out the fastest lap in there, the Brazilian driver, who's quite far back. Let's try to see who he is, but here's the switch as a warning flag for Len Nace, as Arthur Poulain made that move beautifully on Ian Hickmans, the Belgian driver who had a strong weekend so far, with a couple of good results for Ian Hickmans, a 2nd, 2 3rd, and a 4th. He's currently sitting in 4th place overall, but of course that classification is likely to change because we have one more race in the senior class, and watch out for the battle for pole position and supremacy between Ronnie Lammers and Enzo Tavanishko, with Kinder Alberta will be as well on that grid, so that's going to be worth waiting and watching for the last race of the day, B versus C. Just after this one, we have the last confrontation of the junior category, and this will be decisive as well to know the identity of the overall leader. Dries van Langendonk having a good shot at the win from pole position. But as for now, another one who has a good shot at the win, that could be his first of the weekend, is young Louis Iglesias, one of the, if not the revelation of the weekend from France, and is doing everything he can in the book to hold off Dimitri Matveev.
And I'm surprised that we're saying that it will be his first qualifying heat of the weekend. After such a dominant performance in qualifying, you know, he raced here 2 weeks ago and was absolutely flying, a force to be reckoned with. But here this weekend in the FIA European Karting Championship, it's just been a different story. Is it nerves maybe that have come in, knowing that, you know, this is the top level of international karting that you're racing in here with the FIA, and you know that pressure is on your shoulders. In this race, though, that pressure seems to have disappeared because, Louis Iglesias leading the way comfortably at the moment, but Dmitry Matveev has closed in on these last few corners, and now it's starting to get just that little bit more interesting now between these two as they make their way back down the start-finish straight. And as soon as Matveev tries to go for the move, I can guarantee it, Magic Gladys will be on the scene to try and take control of it. This a little further down the order. This is Nathan Ty, Simone Bianco and Michael Adair still battling away. This is for 10th, 11th and 12th on circuit. And Nathan Ty certainly has had an up-and-coming weekend. 7 positions gained. It was not a good qualifying for Nathan Ty, but he has certainly made amends in the qualifying heats. He is not within the top 10 in the intermediate classifications, but he has certainly done a good job to try and give him the best chance of getting into the finals tomorrow. Of course, super heats tomorrow as well. Before that one, they will determine where and who will be starting for that final. That's down the inside there. A very close moment as Len Neisch looks to the inside of Michael Adair through turn 13. It did not work out, and Neisch, you can just see now lined up for an attack in towards turn 1, 2, 3 or 4, but nothing coming to fruition just yet. Eyes back at the front here as it's starting to concertina up. There's Teresa Babichkova, currently sitting in P14. Now Len Neisch back down there, lost out a couple of positions now. Apu Kamenep and Babichkova getting the move done as Len Neisch now receives a warning flag for that attempted manoeuvre. But Dmitry Matveev is under pressure now from Gladish. Himself putting the pressure on Iglesias. But right now, it's just a ticking time bomb at the moment between these top 3. Who is going to come out on top? And right now, it's going Iglesias' way.
I was quickly looking down at the previous performances of Louis Iglesias 2 weeks ago for the prep race, and in that case as well, he picked up a couple of 2nd and 3rd results. And the 106 from Sodicard is out of this race by the look of it. Nathan Tai was climbing with courage 7 places up to P10, and he just went off. Let's try to see that this is in the first sector by the look of it. Yes, outside of turn number 1, that is.
Yeah.
Yellow flag is waved, but Nathan Tai is already back with the marshals on the side. Oh, contact, another one!
Oh, no! Your race leader, Louis Iglesias, who was leading the way, contact with Dmitry Matveev. And, well,
incredible.
Matveev keeps going. but it looked like it was going Luis Iglesias' way for the first time in a qualifying heat, and it ends in disaster, and he is off the track and out of this race. What happened there? I've got to see a replay of what I missed that. I was looking down at the time I was going. I did not see what happened. Hopefully, we have got a replay of what happened there, because what a disaster. And it's just opened the floodgates here for Magic Gladys, who will happily receive a qualifying heat win. It would be his first if he can maintain this on these last couple of laps, but he is under pressure from Francisco Macedo, who himself has had a challenging weekend. But Gladys now in control of this race, but a disaster for Luis Iglesias.
Yes, indeed, it was on
Here's the
verge.
replay.
Here's what happened. The charge on the inside, and
was...
it's clipping the curb actually on the inside. And Matveev trying to get his move done on Iglesias. Here's another view. That's an interesting one. Clipping the curb. I have no idea where he thought he could actually get this move done, because there was no room for him. No room, that's for sure, for two drivers on the inside line. And Luis Iglesias was making his work into the turn, had nowhere else to go. Racing incident, some might say. You could argue that maybe on that move, Dimitri Matveev was a little bit forcing his chance, and as a result, it didn't go his way and the way of Luis Iglesias, unfortunately, who again is missing his chance for a qualifying heat win.
Here we go then, out of the final corner. Very close, but not close enough for Francisco Macedo. Magic Gladys will take the heat win then across the line. His first qualifying heat win of the weekend. Slightly gifted to him after the contact between first and second place earlier on. But Magic Gladys, though, will take the race win. A fantastic turn of events for Magic Gladys, who will put himself now 10th in the intermediate classifications. Dmitry Matveev, who was leading the intermediate classifications, now sees himself down in 6th with 193 points behind Enzo Tarvinichkel and René Lammers, both of which I believe are out later today. Yes, they are. So certainly a very interesting result in that one, but such a shame for Luis Iglesias out of the race after he was doing so well at the front of the grid. Does not take anything away, though, from this man here. Magic Gladys taking his first win of the day and weekend. He takes that one. There is Dmitry Matveev. Also, I think he pulled it into the pit lane here. Yes, he did. He retired, did not see the checker flag as the recovery job now gets underway. There's a look then at the provisional classification results at the end of that one. Magic Gladys from Francisco Macedo, Sebastiano Pavan from Arthur Poulain, Ian Ekmans and Miguel Costa from Nacho Tunion and Simone Bianco. Michael Adair from Teresa Babichkova, Jakub Kamenek and Mark Kastelich. Len Nige from Clement Autron, Edgar Feria rounding out the top 15 out on track. A solid result for the drivers. 16th place going in the way of Alex Sawyer and the Falcon Racing team, driver from Vietnam. But the retirements from that race, Dmitry Matveev, Luis Iglesias, Nathan Tai, Guillaume Bazar and Matilda Pat out in circuit. Such a shame. Some big names there dropping off the order. Out of the 21 karts, only 16 finished the race. Here are the highlights of that race then. Initially, good start from Luis Iglesias on the inside row. The same for Ian Oakmans on the outside. Matveev managing to get the run onto the inside line. It got a bit hairy in the background there as the Gamoto going off the track. That was Jakub Kamenek, who was able to get a good run back, though, at the end of the race, coming up into the top 15 out on track. Magic Gladys getting the move there done on Ian Eichmans as the contact came in thick and fast in the background there. Nacho Tunion trying to go down the inside of Sebastiano Pavan. That move not happening. And Teresa Babichkova also having to defend in the further back. There in the background there, you can see the contact between Guillaume Bazar and Matilda Pats. Now, it was Matilda Pats on the inside line there, going into the corner, and Guillaume Bazar just saying, what was that? I mean, like a conversation happening there between the two drivers. Down the inside, though, that was Clement Autron, Arthur Poulain getting the move done. The AKM Motorsport kart in the 147 on Ian Ekmans, moving up into P number 4, instantly communicating with Ekmans to say, right, let's catch up to the back of Sebastiano Pavan, who would finish in P6 after gaining 6 positions in this one. The same with Arthur Poulain finishing 4th after gaining 8 positions. Nathan Tyre retiring near the end of that race. Absolutely disaster for him. He was battling along with Simona Bianco and Michael Adair before that happened. Then this dramatic moment, the overtake for the race lead. Louis Iglesias and Dmitry Medvedev going for a gap that, as far as we could see, was not there, but obviously his angle of the incident would have looked a lot different from ours, and he possibly thought that the gap was on. Magic Gladish, though, would go for the race win from Francisco Macedo, who just misses out on a heat win by 1/100th of a second across the line from Sebastiano Pavan, finishing in 3rd place. Some big movers in that one, but we're ready down in Parc Ferme. Guillaume Alvarez, it's over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. I'm here with Ian Aikmans, one of the strongest names in the category. Ian, well done to you. There's been a long day. Last race for you, handed in another strong result, P5. You're 3rd overall as it stands with 1 race to go. Whatever happens in that last race, this is certainly a front row start for you in the Superheat tomorrow.
Yeah, it will be pretty nice to start the front row after a long time. So yeah, we've been working hard with the team. Just struggled a bit in the last one, but we will work this evening to find what's the problem. So yeah, we see tomorrow.
Yeah, we've seen that in that last race, a bit of a struggle to keep yourself in the front, unlike what we've seen before. So you think it's down to the tire being worn off a little bit after that long day?
Yeah, I think we struggle a little bit with the old tire. Like now, for sure, when we have on the one side new tire and on the other side old tire, I think we struggle a little bit there. We have to work on that, but I think tomorrow we will find the speed again.
Fantastic. Well, success. Good luck for tomorrow. Thank you, Ian Aikmans. Back to you, Anthony. Thank you.
Thanks, Guillaume, down there in Parc Ferme. Last 2 races then about to get underway. We turn our attention back to the final OK Junior qualifying heat, Group B and C, about to take to the circuit. And for Dries van Langendonk, this is his opportunity now to get himself up to the top of the intermediate classifications. He starts on pole, 2 race wins and 2 second places over the course of the day. He is looking for that last spot on the grid later on in this one. Keep a very close eye on him. Okay, Junior qualifying heat B and C, whistle blows and they make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through then the starting lineup for this one, because this is going to be an exciting one. Dries van Langendonk and Luis Francis go from the front row of the grid. Luis Francis taking his second best result of the weekend in his previous race, finishing in P2, a race win earlier on as well. Lewis Werrell finishing in 3rd place in his last race. He starts this one on P3 with Vivek Kanthan alongside, who finished P4 in his last race. Alfie Slater starting on the 3rd row with Nicholas Schaufler alongside. Remember, Schaufler, who had a retirement in one of his heats, had a better run in the final race he had earlier on, finishing a P3, matching his best result of the weekend. Zach Drummond and Kian Fardin, then they round out the 4th row of the race with Filippo Sala and Ludovico Busso going from row 5. David Cosma and Sun Zhao Yu rounding out row 6 from Marilla de Rocha and Alphonse Mittinen on row 7. Jarek Clark from Vladimir Ivanikov going from row number 8. Oscar Repetto and Kip Bolowski going from row 9. Matt Corby, who I don't believe will be out on circuit, and I don't believe he is, would start alongside Louis Cochet, who will be on his own on the 10th row of the grid. Lev Krutilov and Henry Domain go from row 11 from Kosei Aguma, and Endo Arata going from row 12. Sebastian Mins and Giulio Mazzolini going from row 13. Gerasim Skulinov and Javier Herrera rounding out the 14-row grid, 28 karts in total. The last time these drivers will have an opportunity to score intermediate classification points, and we will determine who will be starting on pole for the Superheats tomorrow, and crucially, who will get those 25 championship points. Lights go out, in towards turn 1 they go. Great start from the inside row. Van Langendonk and Werrell getting a good getaway, 1st and 2nd for them, controlling the pack as they now make their way through turns 3 and 4. Now spin in the background there. One of the energy courses getting spat out of the grid, and who was that? And clearly frustrated. I can't quite see the number. It looks like the 171, the 271, I think that's out there, and that would be Henry Domain. It is Henry Domain, the British driver, out of the race. at the start of it already. Absolute disaster for him, but the race continues as the drivers make their way round turn number 8. And Romain, this is his one opportunity to get it going. Give it a good push, lad. Give it a good push and see if he can get it going. And no, he does not. And he comes to a grinding halt. Henry Domain out of this race. Well, drivers make their way round the final corner now, back onto the start-finish straight. Van Langendonk controls the pack, but here comes down the inside Alfie Slater to the race lead. Very close squeezing there. Van Langendonk to the outside line and manages to find a way through. Alfie Slater now leading the way. Slater's had a really good weekend. I mean, he got disqualified in his first heat, but he then had 2 heat wins, a second earlier on. If he could end the day with another heat win, I'm sure he'd be delighted. Zach Drummond all over the back of Lewis Werrell, and now Werrell going down the inside here, looking to the inside, not going to make it work, as now Drummond tries to switch to the outside. This is very close. Filippo Sala just at the background of that one as well. Nicolas Schaufler involved in this one. Lewis Francis is in the fray as well. All of them have had relatively decent weekends, but at the moment, Dries Van Langendonk would be leading the way as he dives back down the inside, and Slater off the track, kicking up dust, and now loses 1, 2, 3, 4, now 5 positions, and ducks all the way back to P7 now on the circuit. Dries Van Langendonk picking up a warning flag for that one instantaneously from the race stewards, keeping a very close eye on this top battle. But Van Langendonk leading the intermediate classifications at the moment, 238 from Thibaut Ramicker's 235. It will certainly mean that Van Langendonk would get the 25 championship points and would help out his championship, but at the moment he's not in the fray for it. Lewis Werrell tucking to the inside there, defending, being the rear gunner as Schaufler dives to the inside of Filippo Sala. Those two still battling out on circuit. Drummond and Lewis Francis still in this fray as a slippery surface flag has come out into the chicane. Has a fluid gone down? Has a radiator blown potentially?
Yeah, potentially in the middle of the track, just before the turn number 6 and 7. As Dries Van Langendonk is going to be able to... we lost one of the drivers. This is David Kosma Christopher from Car Republic, as he's having to retire prematurely into this last race of the day, joining Henry Domain. And Matt Colby didn't start once again out of the weekend. And watch out for the slippery part of the track into turn number 6 and 7. And you've spotted, Anthony.
Yeah, I can see there's just a lot of dust and grass
yes,
that have been kicked up on the apex going into turn 7. The last corner before they get onto the back straight there is the cause of the slippery surface flag going out onto the chicane. So luckily all the drivers getting through the chicane without any drama. Change further back though, down the inside. Oh no, Schaufler out of the race again. What a disaster he's had. He gets back onto the circuit, but he's cut half the track. He's going to need to give up a fair few positions in that one, but his tyres are absolutely shot now. He'll have to try and warm them up. He's come back into the middle of the pack, and it was contact there with Slater. Yes, Slater died to the inside, and now, oh good, now he's got Kim Fardin right next to him again. We don't want a repeat of that we saw earlier on. But what a nightmare for Nicolas Schaufler.
Yeah, a disaster as well for both Schaufler and Alfie Slater. We're going to need to watch that back again, as Alfie was trying to make his bet on the inside. Didn't go well at all. But Nicolas Schaufler, another disaster, as we're back in the lead. This is a 1-2, and even 1-2 for Forza Racing. Dries Van Langendonk, your current leader, and pole sitter for the Superheat A, being sort of protected by Lewis Werrell. Here's what happened on the inside. Slater clipping the curb, and look at that. It's he came actually close to be left on the wrong side and being turned over. Here's another view of Nicolas Schaufler being pushed into the air, coming across the track. He had no other chance, no other place to go, and tumbling down the under as a result. Nicolas Schaufler is currently still with us in this race by the look of it. But I'm trying to see where he is.
There's been another coming together at that very same corner. Next lap, 2 drivers off the circuit, and I believe it's Louis Cochet and Marilla de Rocha, the Sodi kart and the Energy course kart, off the track through turn 13. So that's not gone their way. Well, Lewis Werrell now leading the way from Dries Van Langendonk and Zach Drummond. That's currently a very strong start for the drivers.
Yeah, at this point, the Forza Racing team mates, of course, played smart as well, because whatever happens, Dries Van Langendonk has a huge advantage in terms of points on Lewis Francis, who's currently in P4. So whatever happens, he can actually let Lewis Werrell go ahead, take the win, and he would still secure overall pole position.
Well, now, don't think it would, because Dries Van Langendonk in second place has dropped down to second. Ramicker's would take the 25 championship points at this, and that would be crucial for the championship as well, because Bondarev currently sits 7th in the intermediate classifications, and he's not out in this one. He cannot defend himself in this at all, so it would go in the way of Timo Ramikas. So Durizan Langendonk needs to get first place back here.
Yeah, he would still get away with pole position, but for the Superheat B, not the A, which is the favorite choice of any driver. But at the moment, Lewis Rowell was in need of a good result as well, because he makes his way up into P5. That will be P3 on the grid, as we do have
there's another car off. I think it's Lev Krutelov.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah, and he's pulled off the circuit. That looks like a mechanical failure to me.
That's another one. He's actually the 5th driver having to retire in this race. But as it stands, so Lewis Rowell leading the way 2/10 of a second in front of his teammate Dries van Langendonk, under the pressure of Zach Drummond. Zach Drummond is nowhere to be seen actually in the top 10 of the overall classification. And look who's being investigated, Dries van Langendonk himself. So that might actually play a role. Let's see about that post-race. But whatever happens, those two need to play it smart until the end.
This is why, bit of a moment there for just a mistake there, ran wide.
That's why then.
Yeah, just again, that just shows the tyres are just now starting to fall apart here. They're not holding well, and a very rare mistake there from Durizan Langendonk. That is how Lewis Rowell gained the lead of this race. There is Lev Krutelov back in Parc Fermé, chatting to his mechanic, just saying what happened to the kart there. And unfortunately, the Ukrainian out of this race, and he has not had a good run this weekend at all, has he?
No, not at all. And another one having to retire, Lev Krutelov, as we're getting near the conclusion of that weekend so far. This is the penultimate lap for this superheat, this qualifying heat. I cannot wait to get to the superheat and final tomorrow. And watch out, because Dries van Langendonk is pressuring his teammate. He knows that, of course, both know that there's a pole position overall at stake. But for Lewis Rowell, this is important as well. It could be P5 overall, taking the points in the championship, but also a good starting position when it comes to the superheat as well. That would put him the 3rd in one of the grids on the inside line, so it better keep actually that win in the end of this race. But Van Langendonk has other intentions as well. Hopefully this won't go down onto the wire in the wrong way between the two, because that would be certainly putting to the flowers what had been a strong day for both. A couple of corners left.
Big moment there for Zach Drummond in the background as he's trying to defend from Filippo Sala on this last lap. But yeah, you are right in saying Durizan Langendonk needs to get the race lead back if he wants to get those 25 championship points, as now it's all kicking off in the background there as well. It will be a run to the line between the two drivers, but Lewis Rowell seems to have this one in the bag. Out of the final corner, it will be a run to the line, check over the shoulder, but the driver from the United Kingdom will take the qualifying heat win. It will be his first qualifying heat win of the weekend as well, after his best result being 2nd in the first race of the day. Lewis Rowell for Forza Racing will take the last qualifying heat win, and that will bump him up into 5th in the intermediate classification. Durizan Langendonk, who is under investigation, don't forget, finishes in P2 behind his teammate. And that means he puts himself P2 as well in the intermediate classification, 3 points behind Timo Ramikas. Ramikas at this point would start on pole for the A final. Van Langendonk would start on pole for the B Superheat, Superheat 2. Ramikas start on pole for Superheat 1. And of course, Ramikas, though, taking the 25 championship points at the end of that. Of course, all of that is provisional. You'll find the full official results on the FIA Karting webpage, so please head over there to check out all of the official results over the course of the weekend. But there on your screen, Lewis Rowell, who took the race win in the 2:02, a solid result from him. And he'll be delighted with that one after 10 laps of racing from Durizan Langendonk. Zach Drummond from Lewis Francis, Filippo Sala from Sun Jiaoyu, Vladimir Ivinovikov finishing in P7 from Alphonse Mitterrand, Jarrett Clark from Vivek Kanthan, from Nicholas Schaufler, Kian Farden and Ludovico Busso, Sebastian Mins and Kip Bolowski rounding out the top 15 from Kosei Aguma. Alfie Slater, after contact with Nicholas Schaufler, finishes that race 12 positions down in P17. Oscar Rapito finishing in P18 from Javier Herrera. Endo Arata finishing in P20 from Giuliano Mozzolini, finishing in 21st place. Several positions gained from the grid. Vladimir Ivanikov finishing 9 places up into P17. Sebastian Mins gaining 11 positions in that race. Several retirements and non-starters. Lev Krutilov retiring, the last kart to retire after a mechanical issue. Louis Cochet and Marula de Rocha coming together at turn 13, finishing in 23rd and 24th. From Herbert Cosma and Henry Domain, both retirements. Matt Corby again, non-starter. The start of the race, pretty clean though from the front runners. Van Langendonk and Werrell getting away very good at the start. Henry Domain would be the first retirement after being spat out of the grid order through turn number 4. Never a nice feeling, and clearly for him, very frustrated. He tried to get it going, and it just would not go. And unfortunately, he is out of the race there, and back to the paddock he would go. Battling away here, Van Langendonk and Freddie Slater. Slater would dive to the inside there and take the lead of the race. Van Langendonk would instantly fight back and squeezing Slater off the track, and that allowed everyone else to slot through. Now keep an eye on Nicolas Schaufler and Slater, because later on those two would come together, and here it is in towards turn 12, and nearly a complete rollover there for Nicolas Schaufler. And again, he has not had a good weekend with coming together there with several other drivers. Rare mistake from Dries Van Langendonk that gifted Lewis Werrell the race lead, and then eventually the race win, as Lev Krutilov retired in the end of that race after what looks to be a mechanical issue by himself. But across the line, and Lewis Werrell would take his first qualifying heat win of the weekend, which would mean then at the end of the OK Junior qualifying heats, Thibaut Ramekers provisionally would be on pole position for the Superheat A tomorrow. Van Langendonk would be pole in Superheat B, but Ramekers would take the 25 championship points to help close the gap between himself and Alexander Bondarev for the European Championship. Tomorrow will be another day for the OK Junior, but between now and then we will go and chat to some of the drivers down in Parc Ferme. Guillaume Alvarez is over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. I'm here with Dries Van Langendonk. Dries, it has been a long day for you, but so many great results. The last one was certainly your most difficult race. In the end, P2 on track, P2 overall, but you're still one of the pole sitters. How do you think at the end of this day?
Yeah, it was a good day. Got P1, P2, P1 and P2, so it was overall consistent. We'll probably be pole for Super 8B tomorrow. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be the big day. You've proved yourself like 2 weeks ago to be the man to beat in the category. In the end, with your teammate Lewis Werrell, we saw a bit of a mistake that allowed him through for P1. You thought that you could still make the switch and take the position back in the end?
Yeah, certainly at the speed. Yeah.
Maybe missing 1 or 2 laps to do so, or maybe less than that?
Yeah, maybe 1 or 2, but yeah, it's good.
Yeah, revenge is for tomorrow, certainly. A good night of sleep in between. Thank you very much, Dries. Hartelijk bedankt. Congratulations for today, and see you tomorrow. Thank you, Dries. Bravo for the good job. And you could feel a slight disappointment, of course, and that's easily understandable for Dries Van Langendonk. He thought that he could actually have this one in the bag to secure overall pole position, the full points for the championship, but it comes the way of Thibaut Ramekers, who will finish today as the general leader of the category. Thibaut Ramekers will be on pole for Superheat A, but Dries Van Langendonk will be starting at the forefront for Superheat B. So a full front from Belgium for tomorrow, the Superheat in the OK Junior class. One more race to go, ladies and gents, for the OK category.
Thanks very much, Guillaume, down there in Parc Ferme, braving the heat. Yes, indeed, one more qualifying heat to go, and it is qualifying Group B and C for the OK Senior category as the drivers get themselves suited and booted, ready to get going for this one. We've got a bit of time before the race starts, so while we do wait for that time, as we look at some of the people watching from the sidelines again, lots of support coming from many of the family, friends, teams as well here at the circuit. Great to see. Certainly going to be an interesting run. René Lammers and Enzo Tarvinichel, who took his 3rd qualifying heat win earlier on. His worst result has been a P2, so certainly he has had a good race. That has been exactly the same for René Lammers. Both of them joint on point. There is René Lammers on your screen, starting this one on pole position with Tarvanitschel alongside. One of them is about to get away with another race win, potentially, and one of them is about to get away with another second place, potentially. Lots can happen in this one. Kia Nakamura-Berta, who's starting just behind René Lammers as well on the second row of the grid. 3 second places and a race win in his last one. Matteo Colnaghi, further on, his last race resulted in a P3. His best result being a P2 over the course of the weekend. Cook Lane as well, just further back, also having a relatively suboptimal race in his last one, finishing P14. There on your screen is Enzo Tarvanitschel, joint on the points in the intermediate classifications. Is one to keep a very close eye on over the course of this weekend, is a driver who is not in the fight for the championship, but certainly is a driver you have to keep an eye on over the course of the rest of this year, with the World Championships coming up at Franciacorta at the end of the year. He is certainly lining himself up ready for that one. But certainly it has been a challenge for the rest of the grid as we head to the last race of the day. A very long day, local time here, 6:15 in Italy in the evening. The sun very low in the sky, into the driver's eyes, down in towards turn number 1. Kia Nakamura-Berta, though, starting this one on the second row of the grid. Like we said earlier on, 3 second-place finishes. He got his first qualifying heat win in Heat 4 earlier on for him. This will be his final qualifying heat of the weekend. Let's see what he can do. Certainly doing well in the intermediate classifications also. So certainly is going to be a tricky one for a lot of these drivers. Plenty of time in this one before the race gets underway. There, though, starting alongside, a little further back, is Matteo Colnaghi, the driver for CRG, running a brilliant one over the course of this weekend. He has had a challenging one. Second place is being his first, best results, a 4th, and then a 3rd, the driver from Italy. Ready for that one. That on your screen, though, was Roland Cook Lane for the Ward Racing team. He has had 2 5th-place finishes, a 6th and a 14th in his last race as well. So certainly a very interesting one. One of the wild cards going into this one, and certainly the highest performing wild card. There is your race director, Pasquale Lapole, on the start gantry, ready to get this race underway. I'm sure he has had a very busy day, keeping on top of all of the action that has been happening out on the circuit. Completely understandable. The race directing team here of Pasquale Lapole, Nigel Edwards and Gonzalo Plata out on a circuit, all keeping and making sure the drivers stick and adhere to those rules as we head now to the final race of the day. Qualifying heat B and C for OK. Let's find out who's going to be starting on a pole position for the super heats tomorrow. Here's the full starting lineup then. René Lammers and Enzo Tarvanitschel, who at the moment are joint on the intermediate classification points, both on 194. What can they do at the front of this grid? Nakamura-Berta and Matteo Colnaghi, they go from row number 2. Emanuele Oliveri in his last race DNF'd, and hopefully he can have a better result in this one. He's got Roland Kirklane alongside on the 3rd row of the grid. David Walter and Javier Ramirez go from row 4 with Mark Demnitsky and Petr Babičkova rounding out the top 10. Lucas Amalisto and Alexander Bogunovic rounding out the top 6 rows.
Then we do have on row number 7 Timing Wang and Leo Nilsson. Row number 8 Ren Vincent and Simo Reckenmacher. Marty Rittanen and Kasper Eriksson, followed on row number 10 by Dimitro Muravchik, as well as Maxim Artunian, Matteo Gicardi and Zoe Florescu running up the top 22. We do have everybody on board for 13 laps, the last one of the 24 races we've had throughout the course of Saturday. If there's maybe one race you need to stay for, this is the one, B versus C, and the contenders for the points in the championship, but for the pole positions as well for the superheat tomorrow. René Lammers against Enzo Tarvanitschel, 194 points each. They're respectively 4th and 5th as it stands in the classification, but keep in mind that Phil McLaughlin, Luigi Coluccio and Ian Aikmans are all down with their own race, so it's down to both Lammers and Tarvanitschel as well, with Kia Nakamura-Berta, who could play a big part in this race. Is going to be starting from the inside line from row number 2. Is currently P9 in the classification, but that might change very, very soon. Here they come onto the start finish straight.
Here we go then. Do the lights go out? Yes, they do for the final time today. Look at Lammers sweep to the outside there, cuts across the nose of Tarvanichkul, denying any attempt at going round the outside through turn number 1 as they dive down in towards turns 3 and 4. Everyone getting through cleanly. One of the karts getting off onto the grass there. Who was that? It was the 140 that went onto the grass. That was Alexander Bogunovic, who now finds himself down a few positions, down and into the braking zone of turn 8, and there goes Tarvanichkul, wasting no time whatsoever, and his teammate Kian Roberta follows through as well, and now René Lammers down into P3. He is under pressure from the CRG of Matteo Colnaghi, who now dives down the inside. This has been a disaster start for René Lammers. He is falling down the order because Roland Kirklane has also gone through as well.
Yeah, that could have been expected because the team mate from Car Republic and work this one together. As Tarvanichkul is leading the way, Kian Roberta is not playing for the same sort of results. He wants to secure as high as possible the position for the grid. But for Tarvanichkul, there's overall pole position at stake. Third place for Colnaghi, Kuldane, then René Lammers. At this point, there's no time for panicking for René Lammers. He's aware of that bad start of a race. But what he needs to do is to keep his head down. As run inside, good, beautifully, Colnaghi on Colnaghi for P3. And watch out for the wall racing driver. The 428 is gonna get himself into that party as the response comes as well for the back by, was it Colnaghi as well, switching positions again. So there's, he only lasted a couple of corners for Colnaghi to enjoy his third place as another drop of positions further back. Here they come, let's have a look at the gap. Colnaghi back in third, in front of Kudane. Olivier Lammers down in P6. Watch out for any wheel banging out there as we saw Samalisto and Nilsson close together. On lap number 3, and you can feel the pressure into the moves of those drivers. This is the last one. Oh, and one driver going off. I think it might have been Olivieri actually dropping a bit of momentum. Yes, I think it was the 130 in a bit of a trouble over there.
Koski down the inside there. That was David Walter and Javier Ramirez, and he gets that one done sideways under braking through turn 8, but gets it signed, sealed, and done. It's calmed down a little bit at the front now, Tarvanichkul, but it's all kicking off still in the background. You see there Lucas Samalisto, Petr Babic-Kova also in that battle. Emanuele Oliveri and Leon Nilsson all in the fray as well. Very, very close, but there you can see Prema 1-2. Tarvanichkul and Nakamura Roberta now starting to drive away from the rest of the field. This is certainly looking very good for the Prema Racing team in the last race of the day. But eyes on this one, and very, very close here between Samalisto and Evra Mendes. Samalisto now into P6, on the hunt for the drivers at front. Now the race seems to have died down just that little bit now, and all seems to be quiet on the western front, but Lammers here is on the attack. He's on that rear bumper of Roland Kirklane, and he's going to try and go for the dive down here, and he gets it done, nicely timed, well calculated, no drama there whatsoever, and he is now on the hunt for Kian Nakamura-Roberta in P2.
Let's find out because Kirklane is going to try to keep up with the pace of the Dutchman, who's been one of the references, not only in rugby, but this time around as well, with 3 wins and a 2nd place so far, as much as Enzo Tarvanichkul, who's trying to escape as far as possible, not only from his own teammate who's protecting his chase, but also from René Lammers now that is in P3. Let's watch back what happened previously. This is the contact that we saw happening. It might have been what happened to Olivieri.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. The IPK driver who tumbled down the order in P10 and that promoted sort of René Lammers up into P3 as well, with the trouble hitting Olivieri, as well as Matteo Colnaghi, who is only P7 at this point in the race. We're about to conclude lap number 5. Here we go. This is the and one of the Koski drivers. I think this is David Walter. Yeah, he was running in P8, and another car who surrenders at the end of the day, as David Walter having to retire, unfortunately, halfway through this last heat of the day.
And that is not the way the Koski team wanted to end their race weekend here. As that is the only Koski driver out on circuit, David Walter, now retiring from this race.
Quite unfortunate for David Walter, whose progress we've been witnessing for the past few seasons. As we keep an eye, of course, on the battle for the lead. Look at that. We're going to have a three-way battle. René Lammers, as I said, he kept his head down brilliantly, and now is very much back into contention, not for a top 3 result, not for the second place, for the win and the overall pole position in this class. And it's gonna go for the move first with Kei Nakamura. He's not waiting around anymore, takes P2 just on the inside of turn number 5. What a brilliant move that was from René Lammers, who really let the other one, Kei Nakamura, pretty much on his place, and is dropping a bit momentum as a result. The Czech Republic driver, his mission, so to speak, was to protect Taart van Ischel certainly as long as possible. And unfortunately for Taart van Ischel, well, René Lammers made his way through, but that allowed actually the Thai driver to extend the gap just a tiny bit. And have a look, it was a 6/10, and now just decreased actually. So good business now for René Lammers, who can launch his hunt for the win on Taart van Ischel.
He certainly will do, and it's starting to heat up again now as Roland Couglain is starting to close in. The Ward Racing driver looking very quick. Despite the fact he's a wildcard, he's not in contention for the championship. He has certainly shown these drivers how it's done as he latches on to the back of Kei Nakamura here for P3. Lammers also doing the same now to Enzo Taart van Ischel, so it looked like it was signed, sealed and done for the Prema team. But now, in this second half of the race, it is starting to get a little bit interesting. Here's a replay of René Lammers getting the move done on Kei Nakamura through turn number 5. And it was just a nice move down the inside, well calculated, no drama whatsoever from either party.
Yeah, it was a good spot for René Lammers because there was hardly something that Kei Nakamura could have done about this in that spot where we haven't seen that many moves around the weekend so far. And now, second part of the hunt on Taart van Ischel. Can Lammers make the connection before we get into the later stages of the race? Because Taart van Ischel is no driver too easy to be overtaken. Don't forget that they're on equal points, so as it stands, now Taart van Ischel is leading the way, extended his gap for just 6 tiny points on René Lammers. If they stay like that, keep in mind that they are both getting on pole position. Taart van Ischel for the Superheat A and Lammers for the Superheat B, but only one of them two, the leader, gets the maximum point. And René Lammers is the #1 favorite for this year's European title, considering that Gabriel Gomez has been through all sorts of trouble, including did not start in one of his heat. This is now or never, I would say, for René Lammers to pick up that last win and get the maximum points, and one he needs to be confident for tomorrow.
Yep, indeed. He needs to take full advantage of this situation. That's the first time Taart van Ischel's checked over his shoulder and found out it's not his teammate Nakamura, but it's René Lammers who's come banging on the door once again as they go into the snail section in towards turn 12 now. Under braking. Are we going to see a switch back here in towards turn 13? Yes, we are. Oh. And just clips the front nose there of Taart van Ischel, who tried to close the door before it even fully was committed. But now Lammers leads the way, and with that overtake now would lead the intermediate classification and taking the 25 championship points. There is Matteo Giaccardi off the circuit. The VDK Racing driver once again another retirement. It has not gone his way in the second half of the day. He will not be happy with this one as he retired on track earlier on. But happy on circuit will be René Lammers here, who now leads the way with only a couple of laps to go and is already starting to pull a gap from Taart van Ischel and Nakamura. Now it falls down between the two teammates here because they are very close in the point standing, but I don't think if Nakamura got past Taart van Ischel, it would change anything in the intermediate classifications. So I think they might just stay behind and just work together and see if they can push each other back up to the rear bumper of René Lammers, because remember, 8 wheels certainly works better than 4 on a karting circuit. But keep an eye on that one because the gap has opened up to already nearly 0.6 of a second. So certainly big developments. While that race is happening, let's have a little look further down in the order. Big movers out on track. Lucas Amalisto, 6 positions gained. Leon Nielsen, 7 positions gained. The Ward Racing driver from Sweden, having an absolutely fantastic race out there. Same as Tony Kart's Alexander Bogunovic, 3 positions gained up into the top 10 in P9. But as we go over that one, this battle is far from over, isn't it?
It's far from over, even though one thing is about to be over, is the race. So they might actually lose a bit of time. And Kei Nakamura is going for the move, and he made that stick up for P2. So Kei Nakamura into second place. As you said, it's not going to change anything to the overall classification. The difference in points between the second and the third in the heat is just of 3 units that put Kinda Camerata slightly closer than his teammate, but Tal van School still remains in second place with the pole position for Superheat B. I guess he felt that maybe the move was necessary because it was lapping a little bit faster than Tal van School. Kinda Camerata was on 48.4, 48.8 for the Thai driver. So here's your reason. He felt like since the contact with the leader is lost, why not going for P2? That will do for me, and Tal van School showed no resistance whatsoever.
Yes, indeed. Well, this has been a very exciting run of qualifying heats throughout the day, but it is signed, sealed, and done then for René Lammers out of the final corner for Parolin Motorsport. He takes the checkered flag, he takes the 25 championship points, and he will start on pole in Superheat A tomorrow as he clenches ever closer to his European title in 2023 in the OK category. Roberta finishes 1.3 seconds behind in P2 from Enzo Tarvanitschkel. Tarvanitschkel would start on pole in Superheat B tomorrow. Roberta will be alongside René Lammers going in towards turn 1 in Superheat A. Fia McLaughlin will also start in the front row alongside Enzo Tarvanitschkel going into tomorrow's Superheat B. Well, what a turn of events and what a set of qualifying heats that was. That brings us to the end of the broadcast today, but don't go anywhere because we will still got a few more things to see before the end of that one. There, though, on your screen, René Lammers, a dominant performance over the course of the day. That is 4 out of 5 qualifying heat wins, a second place. Tarvanitschkel taking third, Roberta taking another second. There's a look at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying Heat B and C. René Lammers from Roberta, Enzo Tarvanitschkel from Roland Kirklane, Lucas Samalisto from Matej Kolnagi, Leo Nilsson for Ward Racing finishing in P7, Manueli Oliveri and Alexander Bogunovic from Mark Dubnitsky, Javier Framides and Petra Babich-Koba, Simon Rekamaka and Kasper Henriksen. Zoe Florescu rounding out the top 15 for the Tony Kart Racing team. Solid result for Zoe. Matti Rittinen and Dmitry Morosacek finishing in P17 from Ryan Vincent. Ziming Wang from Maxim Haradunian. Teo Giaccardi and David Walter, both retirements out on the circuit. The only 2 retirements out on the track. Certainly a brilliant day. The track staff make their way back into the pit lane as well after a long and tiresome day of racing. And certainly for everyone here, it is going to be an exciting day tomorrow. Remember, Superheats kick-starting at 10:45 tomorrow. But before that, of course, we have the Academy for their last qualifying heats in the morning. Here's a look at the highlights of that race. Great start from Lammers initially going in towards turn 1. But Tarvanitschkel would send it down the inside through turn 8, immediately demoting René Lammers down to third place as Kia Roberta would go through. Then the CRG of Matej Kolnagi would dive down the inside, and so would Roland Kirkland as well, getting up into P4. A very solid race at the start of that one. Then the recovery drive came through as Kirkland tried to go down the inside there of Matej Kolnagi. That allowed René Lammers to start his fight back as he started to send moves down left, right and centre as Emanuele Oliveri getting a bit Highwood and handsome there with Matej Kolnagi, riding up onto the rear bumper and then going off the track out of turn number 5. And again, the battles would rage on further back as Samalisto battling away with his teammate out on circuit, Javier Framides. Lammers then on the charge on the way back. That was the moment we lost the only Koski Motorsport driver out on circuit.